Content in this video may trigger you if you're a pansy, a feminist, soy boy, a white knight. So if you require a safe space and you don't know the real definition of tolerance, I suggest that you turn off this video and go find Drag Queen Story Hour somewhere. You might enjoy that better.
It's time!
Content in this video may trigger you if you're a pansy, a feminist, soy boy, a white knight. So if you require a safe space and you don't know the real definition of tolerance, I suggest that you turn off this video and go find Drag Queen Story Hour somewhere. You might enjoy that better.
All right, guys, joining me is my man Glenn Lawrence. He's the Manosphere's resident Hollywood heartthrob, and he's also the co-host of the Dragon Ship podcast with RB Thor, and he also does all of the producing for Apex Mindset now. Now he makes videos on YouTube, and a lot of his videos are, he calls them correction videos.
I got Glenn Lawrence with me here today, too.
Glenn, we love Glenn.
The only white man I know on Coleman. Welcome, Glenn Lawrence.
Mr. Glenn Lawrence. There he is, Mr. Handsome, Mr. Hollywood.
Watch me climb.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? How you living? All right. So, there's been a little postponing going on. Sorry for the lag. I'm gonna go get right into it. We're gonna hop right into the space here. How you guys living? You guys doing good? I hope y'all doing well. Here we go. Get right into the space. Mute it.
There were kids that were paraded on national TV that they all got separated, and it was this very, at the time, chaotic interview. Or interviews. There were different kids at different times, but they're all part of the same family. They're all nieces and nephews. They're all connected to Phil Lyman, and it's all fake. It's all fake. But the most important thing, and what I mean by fake, is that their story that they read out or that they talked or said to George Stephanopoulos, for example, on Good Morning America is fake. It did not happen. And we can absolutely show it did not happen. That their actions or what they're talking about on Good Morning America don't match whatsoever what's actually on footage by people just walking around. And so this is where it starts. You start to see that this was a psyop, that they were playing on emotions with
Wait,
people.
what would be the motive? I'm sorry, I don't want to throw you off track. What was
Sure.
it? What do you think their motive was? Is this part of the flooding the zone or something?
Flooding the zone, making them sound making it sound super chaotic. I mean, like, you can't help but watch one of those interviews where their kids are like crying, talking about being separated from their family, and you'd be like, oh my God, this was absolutely a nightmare scenario, an absolute nightmare scenario. Like, these poor kids, they had to go jump in vehicles with strangers, college kids. Then you've got this element of propping up or talking about the LDS community that came in, swooped in to rescue, and you're hearing these things like these miracles that were being done just by college kids picking up a niece or nephew to put them in their car to safety. I mean, it's all overly inflated, and it's absolutely unbelievable. It's like, and I mean unbelievable in the sense of not believable. Okay, because
have you ruled out other Like, have you ruled out explanations or possible explanations?
Every single one of them. There's when you see Natalie Clausen on national TV and these
I have no
other
idea what you're talking about.
podcasts and shows, like the BBC network did one, and she's basically talking as she's recounting this crazy just stressful time where her kids are missing. She can't find her kids and all this. And then you go and see her and find her on the live stream that was being, a dude was walking around, and she's over there in the corner on her phone in a very deep conversation with someone. Not, I'm trying to find my kids, but like I'm conducting business. It makes no sense. And I'm talking in the same time frame that she should be worried sick trying to find her kids, being frantic as she's portraying on national TV. And it's with all of them. There were 4 sisters that were there that day, and they were all the ones that were paraded on TV and did all the interviews. And I'm talking not the immediate interview where you've got students, like reporters are in the parking lot. I'm talking about set pieces for Good Morning America. All of those people are related. They're sisters with their kids. And their link to Phil Lyman is one of their sisters was his lieutenant governor pick. Like, she was going to be lieutenant governor if he would have beat Governor Cox. So that is that link. But the most important thing is I determined that Phil Lyman's story, where he leaves, where he was right there next to Charlie. Okay, so let me back up. Phil Lyman had the best seat in the house. What's the best seat in the house? Literally to Charlie's 7 o'clock and 10 feet away. As he's videoing, he can see the entire crowd. He's got everything right there. Boom. Perfect seat inside the non-permeable zone. Okay. At the time the first speaker starts to talk at about 12:09, Phil Lyman decides to leave and walk around the perimeter of the venue or the courtyard down there.
Nobody has
and
evidence. It's
make
all
his way
speculation and theories
to the perfect spot at the perfect time to where the alleged gunman with a rifle on the roof takes the shot as he's walking in that building, the Sorensen Center. There was no reason whatsoever for him to leave his perfect, sweet spot to go to the very back of the venue to, on his first account, to CNN, he tells to get pictures from the back. That's why he's back there. Well, that makes absolutely zero sense because you can't see anything at all. It's absolutely an awful shot. You can't see anything. So that story was told one time. Then he changed his story. And this is where Sophie comes in and becomes important, is because he then started to use Sophie as his alibi because he was going to meet her. That was his reasoning to go and be at the Sorensen Center, walking in those doors at that very moment. Okay? The problem is, I know that Sophie is not in the venue before the boom rings out.
What's Dave and Buster's last
So all of a
weekend?
sudden now we have another lie compounded with the fact that Phil Lyman and where he said he was, and when he began to
Looking forward
record,
to meeting you in Dallas.
there are 22 seconds missing. So
Yeah,
you're
no
like,
problem.
Blake, what the hell? It's 22 seconds. Who gives a shit? My point is this. He was in the double doors right there at the Sorensen Center at the very moment the boom rings out at 12:23:29. He then says he walks 4 steps in, turns around, and starts to record. Well, the problem is there's 22 seconds that are missing. And I believe, and quite frankly, I now know because we've got photographs from inside the building, inside the Sorensen Center, that he was not at the double doors walking in when the shot rang out, that he was actually looking out from the inside of there at the very moment it happens.
Well,
And
Jack,
then he goes and walks towards the door to start to record. So you're like, well, okay, what does this all matter and mean?
I don't have a problem.
Here's the deal. Phil Lyman was pushed out to a national world audience
me, though.
to be the ear witness to a rifle being fired on the Losi roof when a rifle was never fired on the Losi roof. Okay.
All right.
Is that true though? Because
I'm gonna hop out of this
I asked
space
him. He told me he didn't know what it
until
was. He said he didn't know what the sound was.
No.
Until
He said,
and we'll just chat for a few minutes. And say what what's been going on. Wally, this it's looking to be a really good event. I have to say, Grid and I and Gibbs are definitely those two putting a lot of work behind the scenes. I'm helping out where I can with everything. But it's gonna be a good debate. It's gonna be a good event. We're gonna have some good people debating. I think it's just gonna be an overall good time. I also have an after hours event for Saturday lined up. If people want to go to that, it'll be fun. It'll be a small meet and greet. I know there's a lot of things being said, a lot of beef going on over this stuff. And I will tell you guys, I know somebody has me on a thumbnail. That's fine. They can do what they want. I said this to everybody that needed to know. I will see them when I see them. That's simple. I gotta say nothing else other than I'll see them when I see them. Don't need to talk about people. It is what it is. Andrew's not going to debate these losers. What losers? On Spaces? He just messaged me. He said he will be there. I think they're having a time difference because I believe Andrew's in Central Time. I'm on the East Coast, so 6th. It's almost 7 East Coast time. I just told people all I care about is kicking off the show for everybody for a banger. I'm gonna have a good debate, and that's it. Yeah. I messaged Andrew earlier today and I said, look, man, I'm not trying to have beef with anybody. I let that shit go. But if somebody keeps on bringing me up, then I'll just see him when I see him. It's that simple. Like, if we don't need to talk about it, what's there to talk about? I'll just see you when I see you. Just hopefully you could back up the things that you say. Yep, Coco. I'm on the East Coast. I'm out here in Florida enjoying it. Oh, today we got the studio today. Finally got the studio. Finally got our building locked in, ready to go. For all those people that want to support and help build out the studio, you're more than welcome to. Your donations will be greatly appreciated. But the studio is going to be good. We have a nice space. I got the keys last night or early this morning. And we're starting to move stuff in there. The great thing about the studio, it's going to be not just me in there. We're going to have it available to other creators that want to rent it out. So they can rent out the studio. They could also, host debates in there. We're going to have like a small debate panel there, all in person. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. I'm looking forward to see what we're gonna be doing with it. Andrew's still not in. I can always doing X. Andrew was always doing X at 4:30. He just messaged me. He said 6:30 is fine. I think Uncle Tom actually thought that he meant 6:30 Eastern time. Andrew might meant 6:30 Central time, which I think would be 7:30 Eastern time. Uncle Tom, Glenn's own relentless network, and he would kick your ass in higher. Hey, I mean, you know what I look like, Uncle Tom, in person. You know my stature. Andrew's live is scheduled for 7:30. Yeah, so Andrew's probably going live in about 30 minutes, and that's probably when he'll hop on. Yeah, no, that's what Uncle Tom. I'll tell everybody that right now. If you guys like want to leave and come back, and if you want to go on to X, leave your X handle in here, put it in the chat, and then since I'm a co-host on the space, I will bring you up, and that way that you could, have your questions answered or your opinions brought up. If you want to do it that way, or you could super chat me, I'll read them out, and I'll read them out to Tom and Andrew during the debate. But yeah, Andrew will be there in about 30 minutes. So, what's going on, Lawrence? How you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. What's crazy is like, this is where I stand when it comes like beefs. If I wronged, let's say Lawrence, for example, it would be upon me to make right by Lawrence. And before squashing a beef could be done, and that's because when you do someone wrong, you got to make them right before there could be any beef squashing. So all this stuff with Grid that Grid is dealing with other people, and then I'm getting brought into it. Unless people are willing to make right the parties that they have injured, then there's never going to be a beef squashed, especially with me. Because I could let things go. There could be no problems, but when I see you, I'll see you. It's pretty simple. We'll have words when I see you. And I'd rather not go that route. But if that's the case, that's what it is. But should someone make a database of confirmed AI videos that gear toward conspiracy? That would be interesting. Yes, you do enjoy tormenting us, Jack. I don't even know why. I don't know. I don't check dude. I heard that he has me on his thumbnail about something. I could care less. Just go back and watch Anton Daniels Fight Club. Most of them turned their backs on him. That's fucked up. That's real fucked up. Let's see here. I don't know who that person is, so I'm not bringing him up. Tom, if you're watching, check out somebody in the spaces they want up. I appreciate that, Jack. I am my own worst enemy. I don't think I'm anybody to look up to. I'm no hero to anybody. If I'm a role model, I'm a role model not to be better than me. That's how I always look at it, But I always encourage. What? This is the one thing that I don't see enough older guys doing. I don't see enough older guys, I don't see if older guys really encouraging younger men to be better than them. You know, like I don't want you to, like I think Jack, I think you're a little younger than me. I want you to be better than me. You know? Them two called out shit facts. I don't know what you're talking about. I remember Fight Club though. Okay, you're a couple years younger than me. Now, be a role model better than what you are now. Yeah, I mean, well, I think long leg. I think you have to be your own hero. Nobody's gonna come save you. Nobody's gonna come save you. Nobody. Now you may get some people to help you along the way, but they're not gonna save you. They're just not gonna save you. How you doing, old Joe? You know, it's just what it is. You know, and I think Gen X needs to speak up more. Salute, so your light. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. The anti-white shit needs to stop. You know what? Let me say this about that. The anti my race is better than your race needs to stop. Okay? If you're basing your skill set or whatever based off of the shade of your pigmentation, then I think if you're an elitist over pigmentation, then I just think that's retarded. Because you're using one metric to try to judge everybody. I think it's stupid. It's stupid. How about you judge people based off of their actions and their character? You know, I think we need to judge based off of the actions of people and their character rather than their skin tone. That's just me. Are you competent? You know, simps in general, all shades of simps need to stop. Simpage, like we should have a mass exodus of simps. If you are simping, you need to abort, you know, and get out of here. You know, MLK was right. You know, can we just base people off of like what happened to meritocracy? I don't gotta like you, but if you're the best plumber that comes over and fixes my pipes, I don't gotta like you. I don't care if you're black, white, Asian, whatever. If you are the best plumber, I'm gonna want you to come over and work on my plumbing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care if it's a black plumber or a white plumber. Whoever's the best plumber, I want the best plumber. There's no shade of color there. You know what I mean? But we need to base things back on principle. There was a time when things were based on principle. And I loved it when things were based on principle. You know, if you had a problem with someone, you handled it in principle. You had the principle of it. So-and-so lied about me. So this person is untrustworthy. I'm not trusting this person on the principle they have a history of choosing to misinform me because it suits them best. I'm not going to trust that person. Right? Just on principle. They're a liar. Men used to work like that. And it worked really well. Then we done away with principle. Now everything's on a spectrum. It's on a sliding scale. Right? You know, this whole spectrum of like, well, was it, if they stole $1, it's only $1. Like what? I don't care if you steal $1 from me or $500,000 from me. Like, you're a thief. I can't trust you. point blank simple. I'm definitely not going to trust you around anything of value. Because the principle says you are willing to take something that's not yours to benefit you at the harm of someone else. And I don't like that. So I think if we base things back on principle, things will be way better. You know, way better if we just all go back to principle. Let's see. Yeah, a bunch of messages right now. 1 second here, guys. Let me check these messages. Gosh, dang it. Oh. Oh, okay. Aaron reads in my group. That's what's up. All right, cool. Yep. Got all those. Let's see here. These messages. Thank you, Donovan. Thank you, bro. Just got a message from Donovan Sharp. He was reviewing the debate that we had yesterday. You know, he appreciated the opening. I clipped because it promoted others. Yeah, no, I like that. We're snitching to the principal. We're snitching to the principal? I don't know what you mean by that, Wally. We got to stick to the principle, man. We got to get back on principles. You know, like if you say you're gonna do something, all right, take it easy, Jack. You know, if you say you're gonna do something, follow through and do it. You know, do it. Don't say you're gonna do something. Don't be about it. If you give your word, follow through with it. If you want people to respect you, be respectful. It's a principle. Don't be disrespectful for no reason. What up, Mandy? How you doing? Yeah, it's you know, if we just do things on principle, things are so much. It takes away all of the bullshit, you guys. All of the bullshit. Like if you know, this is why I say I don't get in business with cheaters, because if you're willing to cheat on someone that you claim to love, you're definitely willing to cheat on me in business, because I'm definitely not someone you love. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, it's just like, if I know a friend that's cheating on his woman, I'm not going to be in relationship and do business with them. I'm most likely going to be like, hey, bro, you better go talk to somebody. You better go say something. Like, I'm the worst person to keep that kind of secret. I'll be like, I don't know why me and Flo were at the strip club last night. No, me and Flo were not at the strip club last night. Just saying. Glenn is someone I love. Well, that's because me and you were at the strip club last night. I'm just kidding. We weren't at the strip club last night. Oh, man. I'm doing good, Mandy. I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm enjoying East Coast living now. Still getting ready a little bit for the I'm still getting used to like the fucking humidity. Let's just be honest, this humidity is crazy. All right, looks like Andrew is live right now. He's doing the TPU USA thing. He's about to hop into the stream or the to the space. Yes, we will be in Dallas. I'm in your neck of the woods, Manny. I'm in Florida. Where you at? You're in Florida? I'm loving Florida. Just the humidity's a bitch. All right, so I'm about to put space back up on the stream, and we'll go from here. All right, here we go. Ohio, that's close enough. Flo. Oh yeah, Flo. That's funny. That's funny. Watch out, Florida girls. I married one once, all bad. That's funny. All right, there we go. We're gonna put back the space.
Authority in this moment, I don't think it matters. You're saying, well, don't you think I talked to Candace? Well, I think you're a good investigator, clearly, and you investigated stuff. She found interest in it, and then the relationship soured in one way or another. You didn't like how she was running her platform, whatever. You guys parted ways, and you don't work together in that fashion anymore. I don't think it's a bigger deal than that. And you can have your opinion. All I care about is people investigating and looking into things. You're doing that. That's fine. If you don't like her, I'm definitely love to have you on stage yelling to everybody in here saying, I don't like her. And that's fine with me. That's literally my point. Is that, well, you're saying you don't like her but what you haven't said yet is, I think she shouldn't do any more investigating. All you said was, I wish she didn't investigate, but you're not saying she should shut it down.
She's actively throwing off. Hold on.
If you were to say she should shut it down, then I would take issue with that. And I don't think it logically doesn't make sense, because then a bunch of people could just say, well, Blake, you should shut your platform down. And then you just have everybody telling people to shut their platform down. That's stupid.
Can I ask Blake a question quick?
Of course.
Blake, when you say that Candace is actively throwing off the investigation, are you saying that just because she's not talking about the necklace at all? Or what else is she doing that makes you think she's like intentionally causing issues with the investigation? I'm just curious.
The photographs of inside the SUV, the platforming of the exploding mic and the shards, the manner in which she laid out and began to prosecute that claim or that angle absolutely flies in the face of everything sincere that an investigator would do. She's gatekept, and she's intentionally held off on things at the perfect, or whatever she deems would be the perfect time to release it, has done so. And everything is now coming to a head right now with this new individual, Michael, who was thrust out of nowhere, attempting to clean up the mess that she and Barron have created for themselves on the SUV pictures. Everything points to a collusion of disinformation that absolutely is intended to throw off the investigation.
Wait. Blank. So you think Barron fucked up too? What the fuck?
He's had it, bro. He's had these people have had the photos.
So yeah, but so what? Barron already went on live and told you they could, Candace can release shit whenever she wants. She also said, do
you see the danger in this? I mean, no, I really hope that you can.
No, here's the thing. because maybe you don't see this side of it. And if you do, I would like to hear what you have to say. Just in like in any investigation, you cannot play all of your cards. So how would you? So she has plausible, even though you don't agree with it, she has plausible deniability that she's not playing all her cards, and there's literally not, and you can't make an argument that
Oh, yes, I
defeats
can.
that. How?
What changed? What happened over the last month? Let's just go last month.
Oh,
What
Jesus, dude.
happened?
You're not defeating. You're not. How are you going to defeat the fact that she has plausible deniability
Can I finish?
during an investigation to withhold some cards to let others show their cards first?
What
Please,
cards were
please-
shown for them to show first then? What dropped that greenlit her to finally show her cards? That's
Well,
my point. You just proved
Baron,
that
no, I
there's
didn't-
nothing that's happened in
No,
order
Ba-
for them to sit
literally
on stuff.
Baron collaborated with her and said, "Hey, I think you should show this card." And so she
They've
showed the
had
card.
the photos since September.
No,
What
yes.
changed? What happened in June? What happened on June 26th, 2025? What happened in the case that finally pushed them over the edge to release the photos? What happened?
Well, one, I mean, if it were me, I really don't know personally. I'm not them.
there you
but if
go.
it were, but if
Voila.
it were me, I would say, let me see if any of these photos are ever going to be released. That's what I would do, and I would wait. I would continue to wait because there is no point. If I'm the one doing the investigation, I'm not necessarily relying on other people to do it for me. So I will let other people do whatever they want, and I'm going to hang on to these cards and see what happens. Right?
Okay,
and
so-
it's not to say. So you're saying she just didn't do it your way, or you're saying that she's not
No.
perfect, but she's not. Like, I'm not going to sit here. And
Every
say she's
single
perfect.
person in this space absolutely sees that there was no reason to set on those photographs of inside the SUV for 10 months. And you saying that they don't want to show their
I think
cards,
everybody-
the fact
I
that
think
you just said
everybody
that
in this, yeah. Okay,
No,
well,
you just
is
said
there
that they
anybody
didn't want to
else?
show their cards.
Actually,
Well, let me
No
chime in here.
cards
Let
shown.
me chime in here, Tom. If I'm looking at this, if this is like a alternate theory, and I'm Tyler Robinson, and you are sitting on evidence that can set me free, I'm gonna be mad at you, like real talk. But at the same time, we don't know whether or not this proves anything. There could be plenty of reasons why broken glass could be in the vehicle. Is there a report of anybody breaking the glass in the vehicle to get into the vehicle? You know, we have
Can
to
you make an argument why for 10 months she sat on it? Her
I'm
and Baron?
not saying it's a good idea that she did sit on it. I'm saying that if I was Tyler Robinson or somebody locked up, this could be evidence that would exclude my, or work my case. I wouldn't want that evidence out there. I think
Yeah,
it's
you've
kinda
been
wrong.
in SEG for 10 months if you're Tyler Robinson. How fucked up are you going to be? Like, I mean, literally, you make a great point.
That would be my argument why it would think that if they have this evidence, it would be better released sooner rather than later, because then you would not be chasing the wrong person. You actually might be able to find evidence that would lead to another clue that may lead to someone else, right?
yeah, well, I'm not, and sorry to interrupt you, Glenn. I'm not here to say Candace is a better investigator than Blake or anybody else. I'm just Blake, you may be a better investigator. Let's just say hypothetically. The point is she's got a bigger platform, and that Candace at moretips.com, that matters.
Shout
a
out to
great
Gas
deal.
Mask.
I think what ultimately matters is,
Thank you
does
for the
she
5-month
want
membership. Salute to you.
to figure out what happened to Charlie? And you haven't provided me compelling information that says she doesn't. So as long as we can get to the bottom of that, she has her way of doing it. And again, if you had a platform as large as hers, and your investigative work was better, then people would be, following you. I mean, people gravitated towards Baron.
No, because I've had a bot army attack me. I've been
Dude, no excuses, bro. Build your platform. I'm adding to your platform now. So if people in here follow Blake, if you like his investigative work, I mean, the bot army thing, I get it. It's not that it's fake. I'm not saying it's fake or not real, but imagine what Candace has gone
Mally,
through.
who are you calling this?
Yeah, I can't even imagine publicly saying some of the things she said. Like, she's definitely on hit lists. She's definitely could be debanked at any time. She's definitely had her platform taken from her. She's definitely living life on hard mode. So no one can dispute that.
I wouldn't necessarily
So
living life
she
on hard
worked
mode.
for everything.
Like, her
And it's all
husband
really, this all
worth
happened because she said Christ
$250
is
million.
king. I mean, she said
Right.
Christ is king, and then
So-
her world got turned upside down. It's
Don't really
it's
think she's
kinda
having it on hard mode.
effed up,
per se.
but sorry, Bronson. I don't know if you had anything else, but
Yeah, actually, I did. Blake, why do you suppose that Candace waited this long to talk about the exploding mic theory, I guess? Considering, according to you and the conversations that you showed you had with her pretty early on in September, she was already kind of that opinion, right? So, in your opinion, why did she wait this long to finally start talking about it?
I go back and forth between a grift of biblical scale where I don't know what she pulls in each episode. From a business perspective, why would you want to go out and solve the case within the first 4 weeks if you could drag it out to the first 14, 18, 24 months and make a shitload of money in the process of doing so?
That's already, I already debunked that.
Okay, great. Let me finish my point.
It's not worth it. She can literally be unalived at any time. She can be unalived by.
Are you saying that Candace Owens was more popular with Bridget McCrone than she has been or turned
doesn't
into
matter,
with Charlie Kirk?
like that? Okay, well, let me slow down and not.
You're showing your cards, really,
dude. I don't know. I'm purposely showing
know
my
it's-
cards. Here's my
yeah.
card. Here's my cards.
Yeah,
She
we know.
literally can be unalived and debanked. Like, who would choose like more money over being unalived? That doesn't make
I
any
can appreciate,
sense.
like, hey, the fact is, I can appreciate the fact that you're a consistent shill across the board. So it's not just with Sophie. So thank you for that. Back to your question, Bronson.
What?
No, I mean, you're consistent.
You
Thank you
didn't
for that.
defeat the argument. Okay, that's fine. Call me.
You cut
names,
me
but-
off. You didn't let me finish.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
I was
defeat
sitting there,
the
I was
argument.
midstream, dude, and you cut my stream off. Like, I mean, it hurts when I do that. Okay.
Right, just
Let
so
me
you guys
finish
know,
this.
Andrew, Andrew's about
Your
to
stream
show up
hurts.
right
I think that's gonorrhea, buddy.
now. Andrew's about to show
Okay.
up right now.
You might want to
So,
get that chick checked out.
all right, I'll write that down. Okay, Bronson, back to your question. It's either monetary or it's this. They literally had to wait and let things play out and develop when it came to the actual story that was going to unfold. And I believe the exploding mic was in the cards the entire time, but they had to wait for the proper time within this process to release it. And why I say that is because I believe they planned for the exploding mic back on September the 16th and 17th when they had people, their local on the ground Utahns, plant the black plastic pieces or glass look-alike fragment pieces. They planted that in the SUV and took photographs that were then sent off to Candace and sat on for months on end. So this was all in the cards the entire time. And it's been a slow roll just to kind of see how things are. And I believe that when it came to the month of May and June,
That is a crazy theory.
they were probably starting to lose control of the narrative. Right? Or
Okay,
just
well,
the
I'm sorry, I gotta
people's
interrupt you, bro.
contentness.
Whenever You
Wally.
literally never let me speak this
Like,
much
like
in
this, that was
your space,
pretty.
and
That's a long
I
fucking stretch.
I'm allowing you to peddle whatever you want to peddle. I'm fine with it. I'm not censoring you. You actually censor people. I'm not for that. I just want to say a couple of things, but
Tom, can I
first thing
ask
I'll
a couple
say,
questions after you?
yeah, of course. First thing I'll say is everybody heard that you did not defeat what my argument. My argument is that in no world is it better to get more money and subscribers when the risk is being unalived and debanked. That literally makes no sense. So you're kind of rambling on about.
Actually, Tom,
and
I'll push back on that because depending on the
good, Glenn. I want someone to,
I will.
because
Here's a
Blake sure
pushback.
isn't. Now,
Depending
the
on-
other thing I'll say is that some people, Andrew is, I think,
he's about to invade right now.
Yeah, he's about to invade. 10 minutes away. Those who are requesting, check in the nest. It's above all the PFPs at the top. Check there. Do the best you can. Head over to the YouTube, and we're monitoring that.
Yeah, I'm on my channel too right now, live.
Yeah, no, but I'm monitoring who's commenting on my YouTube. So you're going to get a mic as a priority, but not necessarily a requirement. But it is that is a priority there. Now, the other thing Glenn, you were going to push back. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, because you're saying that no way in hell would anybody risk their life for money. Cops risk their life for money every day. Military risk their life for money every day. Drug dealers risk their life for money every day. So people have no problem putting their life at risk if they think that it's going to net them a financial.
But they're making money. They're not. You're right about that. People do risk their lives. I stand corrected on that. That is a good point. But they're not being debanked. So,
the drug dealers are.
Yeah, they're signing up for that job. But when you sign up for a job as a podcaster, you're not signing up to risk your life, and you're not signing up. I mean,
anybody that goes in the public eye, you're putting yourself on the platform, you're putting yourself out there. You do understand that you're putting yourself at risk, and that, unfortunately, to the extreme, is up to your life. So
but here's the thing. You are correct on those who sign up to risk their life. Podcasters are not signing up to risk their life. They're signing up to make money. But they sign up to, you can't interrupt me, Glenn. When they sign up to make money, they're not signing up to then lose the money by being debanked. Okay, go.
Well, I'm saying Candace is signing up to do it for money. That's what she's doing podcasting about, and she's breaking great stories. Not to die, but she's also doing it to make money. So if it comes at the risk, hey, if I do this, I want to make money. I didn't sign up for the risk part, but I want to do it for the reward part. Well, you have to take both, with the good and the bad, right? To take the risk and the reward when you're weighing in the options. Or you just say, I'm not going to do this because I don't think the risk is worth the reward.
I get it. You got to see you're not seeing my point. If you sign up as a police officer, you're risking your life. You signed up for that. But when you get home at night after work, when you swipe your credit card, it's going to work. Every job you listed, your credit card's going to work. So nobody's signing up for anything that when they get home, their credit card, the money they earn, their card will not work. Being debanked, like Kanye, for example. Kanye is an example. Nick Fuentes is an example. These people did not sign up for that. They signed up to use their voice, build a platform, and live a good life and whatever.
Where has Candace been debanked, or where is this originating from, even to become a main focal point of your argument?
I can tell you. It came from 2020 when Kanye was debanked, when Nick Fuentes was debanked. She was in a little window there, a pocket but when she got removed from Daily Wire, the debanking and all that stuff calmed down, but it's not out of the question.
What does that have to do with what's going on right now?
What do you mean? What does being critical of Israel have to do with being debanked? Is that your question, really, Blake? Is that your question?
Has she been debanked in the last 6 years?
Bro, it's definitely a possibility. Who cares?
It's hysterics. It's crying wolf.
Bro, it's not. It's happened. I mean,
Tom.
So when you're on your platform, you're saying you have no. What do you have any concerns whatsoever? Do you protect yourself in any way?
Yeah,
you do.
Hell yeah! But am I like?
Why?
Huh?
Why do you protect yourself?
I live in Texas. I can.
No. I know you're 4-2A. I get that. That's fine. But why do you protect yourself over the words that you say on your platform if you're critical? Have you ever been critical of our greatest ally?
I'm sure I have at some point. Yeah. But like, am I going to make it like this focal point, like what you've made it be, Candace, that like she's afraid for her life and she's afraid of being debanked? I mean, like, no, I don't believe in that one bit. I think it's all hysterics.
Well, now here's the thing. I don't think she's scared. I'm not saying she's scared. People are scared for her. I'm not making the claim she's scared. I'm just saying that this is an incredible risk that she's taking. And she's got 5 children to think about, or 4 children and 1 on the way. So I don't know. I think it's pretty. I don't think just the money. First of all, she had money. So my arguments defeats yours anyway. She's always had money. So
that doesn't mean that she doesn't want more money.
No, it doesn't. But I mean,
the story. The coverage has granted her a lot of money, right? So to say that she's not doing this also for money would be that'll be asinine, right?
No, I think that saying that you're basically trying to convince the audience that she doesn't care about Charlie.
No. I'm saying that she's not also money motivated in this.
No, but what would be the point? I know I interrupted you. I'm sorry. What would be the point? She doesn't care about Charlie?
No. The two things could be true at the same time. She could care about finding out what happened to Charlie Kirk, but also care about making money off of this as well. Okay.
Well, then it's not bad faith. It's not grifting. If she cares about Charlie and she wants to get to the truth, then that's what matters. She can make why do we have a problem with her making money? Fuck, like who?
I don't have a problem making money, but when you brought up the bank thing, that's what I was just trying to say. It's just like,
no, I know you were helping out Blake because he needs a lot of help with his argument.
I was just pointing out people could do it, but people put themselves in risky situations for money all the time. And that's what I'm trying to
get there, to be able to use that money. You can't use said money if you're debanked.
But can't anybody get debanked? Can't you technically get debanked for saying anything negative?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
That's why
this is fear mongering. This is fear mongering at its best.
Oh my God, was it fear mongering during COVID? Talking about the vaccine was that fear mongering?
Hey, Uncle Tom, I would like to invite you to 2026. Would you like to join us? Can we join?
That's just in the rear view mirror. Okay, your booster shots and the fucking 10 booster shots in the ass is in the rear view mirror. Okay, good.
Dude, I'm a pureblood. I'm a pureblood, loud and proud. But I'm telling you right now, like it's 2026. We got to move on.
Were people getting booster shots in the ass? Like
maybe it's
I never got any of them.
It's for Blake's gonorrhea because he said his stream hurts.
Dude, when you have a strong stream, it hurts to cut it off midstream, which is what you did.
He doubles down. I get it, buddy. I like the passion. I understand.
When I'm taking a piss and I have a strong stream, I can't pinch it off either. So
it's really hard, dude. I mean, thank you. I mean, I'm beginning to think like it's just a constant antagonistic approach. But yeah, thank you for backing me up on that.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
So
Well,
Andrew should be here shortly.
what? Go
guys.
ahead. What'd you say?
I said Andrew should be here shortly. Do we have people in line that you want like to be called upon, or are we just gonna just have?
Yeah, they're going over to the YouTube and they're commenting. I'm giving those people the priority, and also, my friend, of course, my friend. You were in here the other night. I will give those a priority also who were here last time, and my friend was here last time. So what's up, my friend?
Hey, I just want to remind you, she actually was afraid for her children, which is why she left for a bit. So no one in their right mind would think that a mother wouldn't do that and do exactly as she did to keep her children safe. Let's just face the facts. I think over and above all, I think that's, and she even had stated when she came back. So absolutely what you said, Uncle Tom, and it just extended to her kids. They were threatened, and so coincidentally, that's why she had to take off. I am not a Candace fan, but I'm just stating the facts. And then the other thing was what changed. Well, now Erica is actually striking out at them. So now she is releasing. She wasn't releasing things for a while because the FBI was due to release those things, and they didn't. So that's what changed. So I'm not sure. I think Blake is a little young. He'll get it eventually, but I do believe you're right on that. Thanks. I'll end it.
Wait, who was Candace afraid of?
The people that were threatening her kids and telling her to
What
back
people were
off.
threatening her kids?
She's released that. You can go and get it yourself. I'm not gonna.
That's funny.
What did she release?
It's not funny. It's actually terrible. I mean,
For someone that knows a shitload, you certainly have forgotten an important part when he's asking who actually threatened the kids, and you can't.
Oh my
come
God,
up with it.
dude, I'm getting tired of this. Stop crashing out. Seriously, Andrew's coming in here. The purpose of the space, just so you know, Blake, you do have.
Sorry,
a mic.
I'm just a youngster. It's my immaturity.
It is.
I'm playing chess. You're playing checkers. Let's face it.
Andrew just texted me. I sent him the link.
Wait, everybody's got to be quiet. I'm trying to listen to my co-host.
I just texted Andrew. Andrew asked me to send him the link. I just DM'd him the link. He'll be here shortly.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I think that like anybody who doesn't think that Candace gets threats it's a non-starter for me. I wouldn't even. It's just stupid.
All right, so I see him. I'm sending him the
between somebody receiving threats and somebody receiving credible threats that actually make them afraid. Would you agree with that?
When it's your kids, you're just going to say, "Oh, I don't think this threat is credible." Yeah,
Who was it from? Was it some random person on X? Well, what was the threat? Can you tell?
No, it was.
No, dude. I already said it's a non-starter. If you think Candace doesn't get threats, you're insane.
And
well, Andrew's here, you guys. So if you're ready,
was this
for
when
Andrew,
the first time where she needed to take time off from her show, and then she was seen at Dollywood?
Guys, the FBI has been involved.
Exactly
with her
my
threats.
point.
Like, this is, I don't know why we're even talking about this. Dumb.
The FBI has
Yeah,
been
so
involved.
she had to go to the FBI. So yeah, if you don't know that story, I don't
No. They got a
I know
threat.
that
They went
Candace
to
said that she
Candace and they
contacted
refused to.
the
No,
FBI.
listen. The FBI told her that there was a threat, a credible threat on her life, and she asked who, and they refused to tell her, and then it started off this whole thing. Yeah, like,
you believe
this
that,
is
Trillion?
Yeah, of course I
Can
believe
you show me
it.
the evidence of that? That's credible. That's a
You
credible.
can
What do you
look
mean
it
the
up,
evidence? It was all over TV.
It's in the F.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
like.
Well, I mean, there's a
don't
lot
know
of things
why-
said
why you
over
guys don't
TV.
believe
Hold
it.
on, you guys.
To way back when, like how long?
Someone
ago was
showed
it? A
up.
year?
Hey, Bronson, I already said, like, I appreciate you. You're having this watch party and you're a small creator, a new creator. Good on you. I'm glad that you've joined us. But like you're kind of spurging a little bit. I already said that's a non-starter. So just a little housekeeping. Hey Andrew, welcome in, buddy. Fashionably late. That's cool. I would do the same thing if I were you, I'll be honest. But yeah, housekeeping is what evidence do you have that the Charlie Kirk event was a conspiracy. So, Blake, start with you, buddy.
Oh, we're doing this. What evidence do I have that it's a conspiracy?
Yeah.
Read the charging document and the indictment, and every single bit of that is the smoking gun proof that this is a conspiracy. Because it all does not make sense. It all can be easily proven to be false, and it will be. I mean, I don't know how else to.
So that's
explain it.
your question to Andrew. Your question to Andrew is, you believe it's a
No,
conspiracy?
Andrew heard him, Glenn.
I was just
Glenn,
trying to
hold
clarify.
on.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Hey, how you doing, by the way, man? Thanks for taking the time to chat with me today. So, you're saying that there's a conspiracy based around the charging documents. Starting with the charging documents, what in there compels you to believe that there's a conspiracy here?
So let's just take the timeline, the text messages, the identifying factor of the parents on Tyler, the way that the event rolled out.
Well, maybe we can do kind of one of these at a time.
Sure.
Yeah. So, in the charging document specifically, what do you want me to pull up that you think is giving you credibility towards a conspiracy?
Okay,
Andrew, is
hang
it
on 1 second.
possible for you to turn up your mic a little bit?
Is it possible for me to do that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can try.
Thank you.
One second here.
You sound much better already.
All right, good.
Okay, so to start with the shooting, page 4.
I know this is going to sound really stupid, but because I'm on YouTube right now, can you actually avoid saying, I know how stupid that sounds, but like the unaliving maybe?
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not beating you up about it. I'm just telling you, like, I'm at the mercy of the stupid TOS. So.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so on page 4.
Is this in the indictment itself, by the way?
Believe so. I think I'm on the charging document. No, I'm on the indictment. Sorry, hang on. Let me go to the. Hang on just a second.
So this would be the suspect position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway to access the suspected location. Is that what we're on?
No, I think I'm on the other one where it's Turning Point USA, nonprofit organization founded in 2012. Charlie Kirk.
What page is that on? And
on
again,
4.
Is this the Tyler Robinson indictment, or is it
Yes.
something else? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm on page 4 here. I'm not actually seeing anything on Turning Point, so maybe I have the wrong document. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't actually find anything in a search that says TPUSA either.
Or Turning Point?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just a second.
Then we can get on the same page here.
All right, I'll send it to you, Andrew, as soon as I get it.
Sure, no problem.
Got a lot going on today, Andrew.
I always do every day, bro. Every day. It sure would be nice to get like a day off, but I haven't had one of those in a long time. Even when I'm not streaming, I'm working.
Yeah. You own a business. That's how it is, man.
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
No, not yet. Blake, I'm waiting on Blake to send it to me. You can send them one. Yeah, send them one by one. It's fine. I'm still waiting. Still waiting on them. Oh, okay, cool.
Or for me, starts with the suspected position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. Is that the page you're looking at?
Let me go back to my photo album. Boom.
Okay. Yeah, I see where you're at. Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk. Is that where we're starting?
Yeah, that was where I was going to go first. So, like,
Okay.
do we have the same document?
We clearly do if it starts with Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization founded in 2012. Is that what it
Yes.
starts with? Okay,
Yes.
great. All right. I got my notepad here, so we'll go through this here. All right. I'm with you.
Okay. So basically, what we see on camera is not a rifle round being shot to an individual's neck.
Okay, but what about the document here? Are you saying is giving you evidence of a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk?
What about the document? Okay, because it's all what didn't happen.
Okay, but which you gotta give me something here, man. Like what specifically are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm
here that you're saying
confused.
Didn't happen.
Okay, hang on one second.
I
I
am
got it.
confused.
I'm gonna move to my office. Give me 1 second.
No
I'm in the
problem.
garage. We're going to the office. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Uncle Tom, go to a different one and I'll jump right back in.
Hey, Glenn, good to see you. So, what evidence do you have that Charlie Kirk, there was a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk? Oh shit, I can't say the K word, can I? Unalive Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, unalive. Isn't that stupid? I
It's-
hate it as much as you do.
No, it's
I hate
cool.
it-
It's cool.
I hate it as much as you do, but it is what it is.
We have to logically frame this, so that's what I'm really up here for. So we know this binary, something happened, so it's on or off. Was there a conspiracy? Wasn't there a conspiracy? Was it Tyler Robertson? That's a yes or no question, right? But when like assessing a chance versus probability, we have to look into what we know and who we can trust. So there's an absolute answer, and my position is I don't know that we're ever going to get to that answer. So I want to ask Andrew a couple questions that might kind of coincide. And first of all, I do want to say that any like disparaging of Erica Kirk, I think is kind of jumping the shark that we should be extremely reserved on, because if someone's grieving, you should show them the utmost respect. I just want to ask Andrew a couple of questions. So the moon landing,
that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
That until the facts are in order, the idea that we're going to try to
Makes
pin the
sense.
murder of a husband on the wife, we better be damn sure.
1,000%. So I've
Okay,
always
so
steered
that
away from
seems
that.
seems reasonable and rational to me. All right, go ahead. What are your questions here, man?
My question is the moon landing. So
I'll
we
get
know
to,
we either landed on
I'll
the
get
moon or we
Blake's
didn't,
info for you.
and we're going to assess
All right,
probability. Would you
hold
assess
on.
a probability of 100% that we landed on the moon?
Which time?
With Neil Armstrong and when they called Nixon.
For the first time?
Yeah.
No.
Here you go,
I-
Uncle Glenn.
I
I'm dropping
think
it in the
you
chat.
You can make some compelling evidences that you didn't land on the moon the first time. Yeah.
But you got to remember that's binary, so that's either yes or no. But we're still assessing probability. So I think that's what we're playing with. Yeah.
It is true that. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying here. If the idea is all propositions are going to be true or false, the proposition did we land on the moon or not, it's going to be we either did or we did not, right? Then you're going off of what you think are probabilities for if we did or did not.
And the third probability
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And the third probability is, are we going to know the answers? Sometimes I'm going to resign to like throughout life. Most people don't understand two things can be true, or let alone multiple things can be true. And in this sense, I can kind of resign to the fact that I'll never know the correct answer. So I'll never know that binary 100% correct answer.
Well, hang on. Now you're at the mercy of your own logic, though. So if it's the case, it's a binary and it's either true or false, and you're just basing it on the probabilities of the knowledge of true or false, then you can't actually say that you're not going to know the answer. That would be a false statement, right?
No. There's a third. So there's a third logical position you can make, and that position is I'm just never going to know whether or not what the truth is.
Yeah, right. But based on the first position, moving over to your third position, if everything's based on probability, and you're just looking at probability being low, small or big, 5% probability that you're never going to know versus 95% that you will, then by your own logic, that would mean that the proposition is still binary and that you still could know.
Exactly. But my question kind of I'm pondering is, are we ever going to get an absolute answer? Because I see people taking like either a position like it's either a one thing or the other, when a lot of times two things can be true. So I'm trying to assess whether or not you think in absolute terms. Do you just think in 51%, I'm looking at this and by the preponderance of evidence, I think that Tyler Robertson, or do you think in absolute terms that Tyler Robertson is the guilty?
Well, I mean, I'm willing to change my mind. So I guess that would mean that there's some percentage of doubt. Like you could definitely, I get things wrong just like you get things wrong, right? And the best that we can do, both of us, is go for the preponderance of evidence in order to make up our minds the best that we possibly can based on that. Now, that said, there are definitely things that are going to raise the statistic chances of the things that you believe and lower them, right?
Yeah, but there's still that binary, and there's enough things here, and I think that the real what the real tragedy in this
I
is
just
that,
think that you can say that about anything is the problem, right? Like, what couldn't you say that about?
no, because
Is
contextually, I
there,
think
well, here, I'll give you an example.
yeah.
Are you 100% certain you're not a brain in a vat?
Say what? Yeah, I'm 100% sure of that.
Okay, prove it.
Come on, I mean,
Come on.
I have to
I
follow
mean,
up, and I know
can you prove
I
that you're
can't prove
not a brain in the
I
vat?
can't prove it. We can't prove we're having this conversation. I know
Well,
that. I
right,
know that.
right. So then what you're saying, all you're saying is that your logic would be adjusted to everything on planet Earth. And if there's an infinitesimal amount of doubt or what could be considered doubt, then therefore you'll never 100% know for certain what is true. But we don't assess truth claims that way. We don't assess truth claims based on the fact that we would have 100% of everything about it, which could possibly be true. You couldn't even say that about any relationship that you've ever been in. Right? Like, you can't even assess the truth of relationships that you're in that way 100%. So I think that this is a really bad argument ultimately. You would
Well, I'm trying
still
to frame it. I'll
assess,
make sure
you
we're
would
framing our
still,
argument.
well,
Yeah,
you would
I didn't
still
get to my.
assess, hang on. You would still assess guilt or innocence based on the preponderance of evidence, right? And even if you could say that you were never 100% certain about anything, you could be certain enough to lock a person up for doing something, right?
Oh yeah, correct.
Yeah, then
and
I don't
that's
know.
my next point.
Then I don't
Well,
know what we're
let me
fighting about
land.
here.
Let me land. The tragedy here is we're not talking about this in a vacuum. There's a lot of context here that might be missed on. Again, so Charlie, who was the one gentleman? It was Joe Kent. He said the last thing Charlie Kirk said to him is, "Make sure we don't go war with Iran," and we are currently at war with Iran. So that's context that is going to creep into the doubt. So if we just look at this in a vacuum,
that's just hearsay, dude.
I mean, well,
That's
it's hearsay from. I mean, he said it from. No, Joe Kent actually said that. So
How
that's
do you
not
know
hearsay.
that he actually said that? No, not that Joe Kent said that, but that was said to Joe Kent.
Because Joe Kent said it. So again, so
Well, then
contextually,
that doesn't mean that it's true because Joe Kent said it.
I find him credible. Again, so again, applying the court of
So
law.
then
Hold on a sec.
what you're
Hold on. No,
doing,
Andrew Wilson. Oh no, what we're doing is we have to assess the credibility of a witness. So if we're going to lock people up under the same standard that you're using, we also use a standard where we have credibility of witnesses. I think of the guy that did 12 tours. He lost. This was a national security director, right? So he's been through all. So I wouldn't think he's a liar. I wouldn't think he have. Like I would consider him one of the most credible, if not an expert witness. So we have almost an expert witness saying that. And I'm just saying you're right. If we apply the same
logic,
if we don't know the sky's really blue, then yeah, we
right.
can't take anything.
So then if it's the case that both of us just want to utilize the preponderance of evidence to where we can't maybe ascertain 100% certitude on anything, but we can possess enough certitude to still make judgment calls and decisions on things, including the fate of individual people based on the crimes that they do, then what are we even fighting about here?
Well, I'm saying where the burden of proof lies. Does the burden of proof, so should we be disproving the state's claim, or should the state actually be making their claim? And when we look at the context, and
I think
that
the state has the entirety of the burden to prosecute Tyler 100%. That's, of course, that is the case. But you see how you kind of tried to cleverly switch the burden of proof to me on the claim. It's like, look, I'm not ever going to say that the state doesn't have to prove its claim against Tyler, and I think that it probably will successfully do that. But what the hell does that have to do with whether or not this was a conspiracy or not to kill the man?
Well, that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of, right? Ding, 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 ding. So I think we're pretty congruent.
That's why I'm here talking to you, so that we can get to the bottom of whether or not, when you make this truth claim, you have good evidences to support it.
Yeah, it's actually you're a good bellwether too, I think. And so again, let's just say, for argument's sake, that Joe Kent is credible. He would be considered an expert witness. If he said multiple things that again, and this is a shame that this is really a crisis of confidence. If anything, even if the man did it, some troon guy, right? He's like a troon fucker that got on the roof and
hang on, dude, we're on YouTube. Be good.
All right. Sorry, my bad. I didn't know. I thought
There's
this is
nothing
something
you're
that-
going to ever say that's going to offend me, but just, let's be cool.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Going on. It's not just my channel. There's many people probably covering this.
All right, my bad. So I just wanted to frame it. And so, there's a lot of smoke there. And I think there's a crisis of confidence. And that is the real shame here is they could have this guy, I'm trying to make my
this
way.
could be true. It could be true that there's a crisis of confidence, and it could be true that Joe Kent is telling the truth about this. But that, what does that do for you exactly? What does that do for your position here?
Well, I look at the macro. I don't always look at. I know you like to zoom in. I'm more of a zoom out guy. So the
I'm
bigger
willing to look at
conversation
the
here-
macro, but when you're looking at the macro, you are taking individualistic things which happen on the micro, and then you're putting them together like a puzzle for the macro, correct?
Well, we are at war. I mean, contextually, we are at war with Iran, right? So we can't just ignore that. We can't just say like
I'm not ignoring it.
Yeah. So
I'm
okay.
just
So
not
that's
sure
my
what it,
point.
I'm just not sure what it does for you here.
I'm just framing the argument. I'm just here while these gentlemen get their evidence. We're trying to, like, again, you're a great bellwether for what evidence will make you kind of say, wow, there's a lot of smoke here. And at least acknowledge that there is a crisis of confidence and this is not happening in a vacuum. And so I'm actually sympathetic to the conspiracy theories, not saying that they're true or could be proven, but in the current state of America, like I said, being at war, everything.
Well,
that
let's make a few things clear, right, about my position here. The government has hundreds of thousands of laws on the books about conspiracies. They see conspiracies everywhere. Conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit fraud, conspiracy to commit wiretapping, conspiracy. They see conspiracies all over the place and prosecute for those conspiracies all over the place. I'm not here to tell you that conspiracies are wrong or that all conspiracies are wrong or even that most are wrong, right? What I'm here to do specifically is challenge this one because I have been digging through this and I actually can't even figure out still to this day what the actual claims even are for why there's a conspiracy that TPUSA and Erica Kirk collaborated with foreign interests to murder Charlie Kirk. That's a huge claim. And while I understand that maybe you wouldn't be able to put all of the pieces together for that, there should be something that we're going off of here that's logical, rational, and makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's not my position. That's the most extreme conspiracy theory out there. Mine, to be clarification,
Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk, then that would mean that somebody else did, right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's Erica. Doesn't mean it's Erica Kirk.
Right.
Though,
Doesn't mean it's Erica Kirk. I totally agree with this, right? But it means somebody else did, and that there would be some cover up of some sort going on somewhere, right? So I think that we at least have to acknowledge that in order for us to get conspiracy, we likely, and maybe not 100%, but we likely have to acknowledge that you would have to believe that Tyler Robinson did not murder Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and again,
And I don't think anybody could prove that beyond reasonable doubt right now.
It's
That
binary for me, and
with
I
the evidence
assessing probability, I just know there's a lot of smoke here, and I
they
think
have
that there's a crisis of confidence
against Tyler
and that's
Robinson. Tyler
a
Robinson
bigger tragedy,
is
in my
looking
opinion.
good for this crime.
But I'm resigned to the fact I'll never know.
But we
And I
don't know
wouldn't
all
have
the
full faith,
evidence
even
yet.
if they did convict Tyler Robinson.
Until
I
we get
wouldn't
all the
have
evidence,
full
we will
faith in
never
that
know.
conviction due to all
Until we
the
hear what the court has,
extenuating
we'll never know.
circumstances, which is really unfortunate. So that's
Do
really
you
my
have
position.
faith in the Carmelo Anthony conviction?
That's a little different.
Do you have faith in it?
Absolutely.
And is that because after all of the evidence by the state was presented, you felt like the state made the better case?
Yeah, it's a system we live in.
Then if that's the case, shouldn't you do the same thing here, bro?
No, there's contextual with the influence of our government. Listen, it's not my first rodeo. I've been around. I'm probably privy to things that most people aren't privy to, and I know how judges operate and how state prosecutors operate.
What things are you privy to that other people aren't privy to?
Didn't Carmelo admit to stabbing him?
Yeah, sure.
Well, Tyler Robinson didn't admit to shooting Charlie.
But that's not really what the question was. The question wasn't whether or not these are parallel in every way, but whether or not what convinced him was that the state made a compelling case against Carmelo Anthony. And he said, yes, that's what convinced him. But then here, when I asked, well, why wouldn't you wait until the state presents its full case then before you decide to not believe the state? He gave some other distinct reason.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm
Did
saying I
the
wouldn't
state
have
use
full.
the confession as evidence?
Yeah, what would that have to do with
Because
anything?
confessions are very damning. People have
Yeah,
confessed to things they
but
didn't even
but what
do,
would that
got
have
put
to
away.
do? What would that have to do with the position, though?
Well, let's let this guy go, and then I can jump in after the next person.
But
Yeah,
I just want.
just what would it have to do with his position? That's why I don't understand. Like, what would it have to do with the
Well,
position?
contextually, you're missing the point. Is I don't think there's a foreign, like Joe Kent said, he was not allowed to investigate foreign intelligence. I don't think there's any foreign intelligence allegation in the Carmel Anthony case. Now, what I'm rejecting is that there's some type of white supremacy, because if you, I've been on spaces where Black people think that this is a conspiracy because of white supremacy, which I think is non-existent. So when I measure those things, I say, well, white supremacy is just a boogeyman that doesn't really exist in the theory that they apply. I think white supremacy is a fact of nature, but that's a whole different argument. But the way that they apply their quote unquote boogeyman of white supremacy doesn't exist. Now, I do think that Israel does have undue influence over positions of power in the United States. So that's where that kind of changes.
We don't have
But I
any
want to
disagreement
mention that-
there.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
no
So that's
disagreement
not
there.
and
There's
I'm
no
not here to,
disagreement
I'm not here
there.
to, yeah, I don't think we disagree on much, but I do think there's a lot of things here that would give me pause and concern. And like I said, if they put this man away, I wouldn't have full faith in the process, because I heard something crazy and I let these guys go.
But shouldn't you view the totality of the evidence presented by the state before you make the decision that a pre-decision that you're not going to have faith in?
I mean, they let OJ off. I didn't have faith when they let OJ off.
Yeah, but hang on. That by using your logic, the Carmelo Anthony thing, so what, right? So these are completely distinct circumstances. You wouldn't say that Carmelo Anthony was railroaded because OJ was let off. Like it's just a silly position, right?
No. I'm saying the reason why OJ was let off is because there was pressure on the courtroom. Same thing with Chauvin. There's pressure on the courtroom and the juries to quote unquote do what needed to be done. In this case, there's going to be even more pressure. If there is a grand conspiracy, I don't think the fact him being convicted would set aside.
I'm just saying, like, shouldn't you set aside your bias and wait for the totality of the evidence to be presented?
That's the smartest thing to do.
Make up your mind. You're immediately going
Smartest
to
thing to do.
That's
no, I've looked at the state's evidence, and one thing is again,
that's not possible, sir.
No, I've looked at the indictment. One thing on the indictment says,
but you have
hold
not
on,
looked.
sir. Yes, sir. Excuse me. They
haven't.
recreated.
It's not possible that you've looked at the state's evidence. It's not even possible.
Listen.
No, nobody has.
Listen, sir, they have an indictment. They exhibited, and what they said was that they recreated the text message. You know, this text message to his, I don't want to describe her because YouTube, but to his friend, whatever.
Yeah, his friend, his furry friend with benefits.
His furry friend. Yeah. Would you know that was recreated, right? That was like essentially what they said was that they looked at it like that. There's like a digital footprint that was akin to if I write something on a note.
It is a trust me, bro.
Note, though, not from the discourse.
Yeah. Trust me, bro.
That's right.
Well, it was worded from the note. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's even worse. So this idea that
these are two. Well, hang on. These are two distinct pieces of evidence, but you don't know yet. That what I'm saying to you is like you don't know what the totality of the state's case is. For instance, maybe I'm completely wrong, and when the state releases its evidence in totality, and I start going through it, I go, wait a second, there is a lot wrong here, right? And then I would change my mind accordingly.
And Andrew, can I ask something real quick?
Hang on, let's finish our convo. We're almost done. And then
I think I don't want to be. I don't belabor the point, but I looked at some stuff. And
wouldn't you do the same thing? Shouldn't you do the same thing?
Yeah, but I've already got the spidey senses kind of tingling. I'm resigned to the fact that I don't know if there's a conspiracy, but I know there's a crisis of confidence that I will never know there's not a conspiracy. And so to take the position that the government is this is the same as the Carmel Anthony case, I think that's ridiculous with the context, with what Joe Kent's saying, with the idea that a note was recreated, and some of the things coming out now about he never really confessed and his parents were worried for him. So, I mean, yeah, we could wait and see, but I don't think, I think this one, I kind of said it out actually.
Okay. All right, man.
Yeah,
Come on, guys. OJ's a grieving widow, guys. What are we going to bring him into it for? He's a grieving widow, right?
OJ's dead,
OJ's
bro.
a grieving widow?
OJ's dead.
OJ wasn't
He
even
was a
married.
grieving widow.
No, he wasn't even married to her, dude. What are you talking about? She was with Ron Goldman.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you fucking talking about?
He was still grieving. He was still grieving, bro.
And you know what? OJ was
condolences.
seen last with 3 blondes around him that didn't even matter that he was in trial before. So I think he's fine.
Yeah, I think he's all right, bro.
Well, hey, Glenn, you got to give it to Andrew. He's come a long way because he was at first he was saying Candace shouldn't even be talking about this. We shouldn't even be investigating this.
You're just
Now
lying, bro.
Andrew's
You're
investigating.
just
Oh,
lying.
you never said that.
No, I
You never
said that.
said she was a retard and that.
No,
Oh,
I said
okay.
that. That's a different
Well,
claim.
she did jump the shark. I think again. So me and Andrew actually agree on her jumping the shark. That if you're going to say something about a grieving widow, you damn sure better have all your cards. So I actually am completely sympathetic to that.
No, she waited till she lied. She waited till allegedly, in my opinion, Erica lied. You guys already talked about Erica a little bit, but you would agree she lied at least a dozen times, right, Andrew?
I would be happy to concede all of these points if we can get to the evidence of conspiracy. That's all I want to do, man. I just want to get to the evidence of actual conspiracy by TPUSA and Erica Kirk to murder Charlie Kirk. That's all I'm trying to get to. I'll make concessions on each point that you give if we can ever get to that.
So you acknowledge
Yeah,
motive. Do you acknowledge a motive for Israel at least?
I will
He- no,
literally
he- I think-
I will literally make a concession for the sake of argument that there's tons of motive from all sorts of different people to have seen Charlie Kirk dead. Absolutely. Let's just say that, right?
He wasn't going to CNN. He can't say that. He wasn't going to CNN. He can't say that. I respect that too. They're not going to
say what?
Mainstream media. If you say something bad about the people that run media, I mean, obviously they're not going to let you.
Fuck Israel. I don't give a fuck. Now can we get back? Can we get back to the topic? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, go ahead.
about
You guys have fun. I appreciate the conversation. You guys have fun.
Andrew's channel just got his first strike.
I don't know what the fuck. I don't fucking care.
No, but Andrew's making a good point. It's like, okay,
I don't know why.
all the conspiracy
You're not
theory.
talking to me. I don't fucking care. It's like, what are you talking about?
Like Andrew, you're making a good point. It's like, okay, what about all the conspiracy theories lead to guilt in?
Yeah,
Or
that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to get at, like, I'm here to listen, man. I will listen to what you're saying. I'll go through the evidence with you to see if it leads to actual conspiracies between TPUSA and Candace Owens to assassinate her husband, Charlie Kirk. I'm willing to do that with you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't want to speak, but so you're saying that it's totally fine. All the people doing investigations, Baron, Candace, that's totally fine with you. I just want to clear this up because that's my main point of contention.
There's a
with you.
distinction between people who are trying to do investigations and people who are making innuendo towards allegation inside of their investigation. And that's actually more akin to what's going on. And I'm really tired of being gaslit that it's not when I have Project Constitution literally saying, yes, I believe that Erica Kirk was involved in the murder of her husband and assisted with covering it up. Coleman on his own channel cited that guy when he was talking about me by the very video that you sent me, Uncle Tom, which is how I found out about that. And I was like, look, there are indeed lots of people who seem to be pushing the idea that TPUSA, along with Erica Kirk, conspired to murder Charlie Kirk. And I'm really sick of being gaslit that that's
Well,
not happening.
you said
So what we
innuendo of allegation. Well, you just
that
moved the
was
goalpost.
direct.
You said
Well, that was
innuendo.
direct. Well, that was direct. And so the thing that's funny
I
here is
I
like
didn't see the directness. I saw innuendo of
do you
allegation.
want
That's what I
me?
heard
Do you want
just
me?
now.
And then I gave you a direct quote from this guy who said, "I believe."
So
his first
only
words-
Project Constitution is the only problem you have. It's only
No,
him. Then.
I'm also talking about people who are influenced through innuendo and that is what's going
Sure.
on. The innuendo is pushing
Sure.
out a narrative that that's what happened. There's hundreds of people who are constantly telling me that that's what happened. Where the fuck are they getting that from? They must be getting it from somewhere. They seem
think-
to cite, hang on, they seem to cite Candace often, and they seem to cite Coleman often. They seem to cite these various people often. And so if that's the case, and by the way, none of these people are willing to go on the record with their positions. If I can question them on their positions, that would be great. To just find out, like, do you actually believe any of that? But I don't think they want to actually tell people what they believe. So anyway, that aside though, all of this is a fucking
Project?
derailment. Can we go through the evidence to see if there's a conspiracy?
How is this a derailment?
You
Okay.
started this by
Yeah.
saying what?
Bla-
That you
Blake,
wanted to
Blake,
go
go
through
ahead. Blake,
evidence.
did you get the document from Blake? Are you guys on the same page there now?
Yeah, we're on the same page. Page 4 starts with Turning Point USA, nonprofit organization founded in 2012. I'm looking right at it.
Blake, are you still there?
Earth the bright Blake.
Okay. So I don't know what he's doing. Well, yeah, I don't. If you think again, I asked you a question. You went to innuendo of allegation. So, but then you said that's a sidebar, and that
Okay,
you don't
here,
want to talk about.
let's see if it's a sidebar or not. Do you think that there was a conspiracy, sir, to murder Charlie Kirk or not?
Well, I was trying to clarify
Yeah, I'm going to
if
clarify it right
it's
now. Do
okay
you
for us
believe
to have the discussion
do you believe
about.
that there was a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk or not?
That's not my contention with you.
Yeah,
That's
can
not
you
my
answer
contention
my
with you.
fucking
So you're
question,
asking
please?
you're asking the wrong person.
Oh my
You're
God.
asking
Yeah,
the
I
wrong
noticed that you're
person.
not answering the question. Was there a conspiracy
I'm
to
just saying
murder
that you're
Charlie Kirk
asking.
or not?
I think that this case is suspicious, and I empower anybody and everyone to crowdsource investigation and take a look into it. And I
Do
feel
you
like you have a
believe
problem.
that there was a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk or not?
There's not really a debate unless you answer yes to that question. So I would say yes, but I'm not going to step over you, Tom.
No, it's okay. Let me play this real quick. Because Baron basically said that this is a fool's errand. So you don't agree? You asking this question, you don't think it's a fool's errand? Apparently, you disagree.
Can I jump in and
Do
ask a question?
do you believe that there was a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk or not?
I thought you couldn't even say that on your stream, but nonetheless, I
Yeah,
you
I
know
break this fucking
I
the stream TOS sometimes too, man. It's hard to remember that
I
shit.
get it,
Anything I
and
don't come
I get
down
it, and
hard
I'm
on.
not I'm not purposely trying to piss you off or drive you to do that. I'm just saying that's never been my contention with you. Period. So I don't know why you're asking me at all. But
Can you just
I,
let
I'm
me
I'll
having
answer
this
argue
the
that
space
one with
because
you, Andrew.
Can you answer
Yeah.
the question? Do you
Which
Yeah, but
believe?
is
Andrew
the
said we were
purpose of
supposed to
an
wait for the jury.
investigation?
Do
Why
you
we have to wait for the evidence of the state and not wait for the evidence of the conspiracy? Like the jury's still out on both, right? So we have to be consistent. Is there
But be
probability that
clear.
there should be a likelihood of a conspiracy?
But be clear what you mean
I'd
by
say yes.
conspiracy, meaning that this was like premeditated. There was foreknowledge. That's what you're saying, right, Andrew?
both,
And it was more than one
and that it
person.
was between Erica Kirk or members of TPUSA?
That's slightly different.
Can I ask us a quick question?
Well, no, I mean that was the position I started with, dude. Did Erica Kirk or TPUSA engage in this conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk? I don't know. Like, I know you guys believe that they did, so I don't know why everybody's suddenly super evasive about this. Like,
I'm
did
not,
they
but
or
I
didn't
think
they?
I think he's trying to. I think the point that Tom is making is that why isn't it like obvious to you that people are going to have a lot of questions about weird things that happen at
Great.
this
And
event?
I'm more than willing to go through the evidences with you about these supposed weird things that you think point to a conspiracy that TPUSA, its leadership, Erica Kirk, or all of them together, or them
Are
singularly,
you are you okay with
entered into a conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk.
But Andrew, can I just clarify though? So you're saying you said is there a conspiracy? Then you narrow down the group to being TPUSA.
No, that was the initial position.
Okay, but I'm just saying, would you distinguish this, that if it was done in the interests of TPUSA, but not by staff of TPUSA? By the way, Erica was not staff at TPUSA. So if we just cut that group and said someone else conspired to kill Charlie Kirk, would you find that more believable than TPUSA and Erica Kirk were in on a conspiracy?
Well, I mean, possibly. Like if you're saying that there was an external forces which conspired to murder Charlie Kirk absent the knowledge of TPUSA and Erica Kirk, maybe I would find that more believable. I don't know, because I don't know what evidences you would bring, but I'm more than willing to go through them. So the question that I have, and the question which stands though for this particular space, and we can follow up on external possibilities of a conspiracy later, is whether or not you guys actually believe that TPUSA or Erica Kirk engaged in a conspiracy to murder her husband, Charlie Kirk. That's it. That's what I'm here to discuss. If that is actually the case or positions of anybody in this space, I'm willing to talk to them about the evidences for it.
And that would be knowingly or unknowingly, right? So if they were used
knowingly,
so they would knowingly have to conspire in a plot to assassinate Charlie.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I pose a simpler question just to put it out there? How long do you think that we should give the authorities that would normally take up an investigation? How long should they be given before, quote, investigations are launched? And then when we talk about attacks on the widow and stuff like that, I think more importantly, I only think it was about a week to 10 days before the investigation, the police was out there, and it was never in the jurisdiction of the FBI, to my understanding. And as far as the Joe Kent thing, just because someone tells someone something, that's hearsay, and I don't think that upholds in a court of law. So I guess the better question would be, how long do we give authorities to do an investigation? And we are not privy to all the information that they collect. That won't come out until trial, is my understanding. So if y'all could correct me if I'm wrong.
Hold on, you're saying a deathbed confession. So somebody dies on their deathbed and tells the police that this person is the one that shot me. That's hearsay. I don't think that's the way it works.
If I tell you, hey, the higher ups, I got a call from the White House, I talked to President Trump. If I tell you that and you believe me because I'm credible, but I don't have any recording or proof or statements that I actually,
that's not hearsay.
That is hearsay. It is. Those were my only questions. Sorry.
Okay, so back to the conspiracy. Is there anybody believe that there's an evidence of conspiracies that make you believe that TPUSA, Erica Kirk, or a third party working on behalf of them conspired to kill Charlie Kirk?
That's the purpose of this space.
Yeah, and that's
the
what I'm trying to get people to get to that.
Now, hang on. If it's the case that you want to discuss other things which are tangential to that, I am willing to get back together with Uncle Tom. He'll tell you I've been very, very good to him. Okay. And I appreciate him too. And I will come back for a future space on those other topics. But this one specifically is for this particular subset of questions to see if we can, if you believe that that is the case, that we can go through the evidence that would be pointing to it. That's it.
Yeah, I think Riss, she's been asking. So
No, I just wanted
if you
to
wanna go ahead.
ask Blend. You said that you don't trust the courts and the prosecution, but then at the same time you said you trust Joe Kent because he works for the government and has been vetted. So can you help us understand like that type of thinking?
Well, I just said this. Seriously, there's flaws in the court. Most people don't understand. People understand there's flaws with the president, with the legislative, but you guys do not understand. I think we kind of seen that with the Supreme Court, how flawed the judicial system is, how flawed the jury is. And so I was actually speaking about the crisis of confidence. And Joe Kent, there's other things that support. So it's not just Joe Kent's position. It's the fact that we're at war with Israel. It's the fact that, we're at war with Iran. essentially.
You know,
It's the
I
fact.
don't need the details. I was just saying, like, you can see how that doesn't like stay consistent. That you're saying
No,
you
it's
trust.
extremely consistent. It's extremely consistent because things are not. I'm not making this claim in a vacuum.
So you think
right?
everyone in the government is truthful if they've been vetted?
That's not what I said. You're trying to straw man me. I mean, it's
No,
not.
you did. You said since he's been vetted, you believe him. So that's what I was just
No, I
asking.
said he would qualify as an expert witness. That's what I said. I think
Because
specifically.
you find him credible. That's what you said.
No, because
Yeah,
I
if you
think the
like Joe
court
Kent, I
would find
understand.
him
I'm just trying to
credible.
understand like your positioning. That was it.
I don't think you can understand my position.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna hop down and then go to another debate. All right. Let me go to the debate. Here we go.
See it? Yeah.
Chatter has
It's
been around
it's a
for a
talking
long
platform. You
time.
can turn your video on if you want. The
Chatter,
CEO wanted me to go and help blow it up, make it better.
JJ, Chatter has been around for like 2 years.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. When it came out, this is what they wanted. The CEO, I'm still in the group chat. They wanted me to come in. Brandon is friends with them, and he told him what I've done with my companies, and he asked me to come and help blow it up, see what needs to be fixed. I'm like, no, thank you. I'm too busy with my job. But I'll check it out. Check it out. I'm
All
trying
right,
to
this
fix
is
it.
debate me, bro. Debate me, bro.
It is debate me, bro, but I don't know if we're going to have any opponents because Clark, who was the the willing, very
The
good
master
sport
debater.
master debater,
Yeah.
he can't come tonight. He's got a job, so I don't know if we'll get anybody else in. I did spread the word around a little. There's one annoying little chick. She's kind of like your typical feminist retard that likes to go into spaces that are just people hanging out and start debates with anyone who is slightly right wing. But
Uh-huh.
I went into a space with her earlier today, and I said, "Hey, check out this. There's a debate later on tonight." I know she went to the profile, but I mean, will she show up? I don't know about that. A lot of those like the lefties, they'll like to go and like try to pick a debate with people who just don't really do that because they have some kind of view, but they don't want to actually debate people who are informed because then it's more than likely they'll get dunked on.
All right, you know what? Here is a debate topic for you.
Okay.
Now I hear that Texas is allowing the Bible back in the schools.
Oh wow, didn't know that.
Let me pull it up and make
It
sure.
is. It's because Oklahoma did it, and it's because it's not religion; it's history.
That's my question. So
teaching the Bible is history. Okay.
Yeah, so they're saying
that
it's
was
not
my
religion;
question.
it's history. Yeah,
If they're using
that's
it
how the
for
Supreme Court
historical
got around it.
base, if they're using it for historical context,
Yeah,
is it okay to use in school? Now, I personally think it's fine. Personally,
that
I'm
that would be a
100%
great thing
for it.
to debate with people. I'm sure that people on both sides of the fence will have different opinions on that. Eastside diversity. Oh, I remember
Yes,
you.
Isa.
Why don't I follow you? I remember you from a long time ago. I
You're
think you
rude.
were.
You're an asshole.
I remember her from somebody's spaces. Like
Yeah,
maybe
you're a dickhead.
Hold on.
You don't-
Oh my God.
You're such a dick for not following Issa. Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. I don't know.
is
She
that
had
your
already followed
misogyny
me,
coming
so
out? Is that your misogyny?
Oh my
it
God.
might be. It might be. It might be my misogyny. What's up, Issa?
No, I'm just laughing my butt off over here. It's all good if you don't follow me, but you did follow me when I was on in my Raw account. So
Mia is here. What?
Oh gosh, not that Brit. I'm kidding.
Mia.
I'm kidding.
Oh, my
What the
Mia.
fuck's up, bitches?
And then
Mia, I didn't think
you
you
said
could
you
make
wanted
it
a
on
feminist,
Thursday.
right? No, I'm kidding.
I was thinking I might try to hold a space Friday just so Mia could come hang out. But hey, what are you doing? What are you doing
Thirsty
awake over
Thursday. Let's
there?
have
Is
fun.
it
I'm
Thirsty
up far
Thursday?
too late.
Mhm.
I'm not going to be here for very long, but I saw obviously Unsalty and JJ here. How could I not pop in and say hello?
No.
Absolutely. See, I've got the warm and fuzzies right now. My girl Mia
No.
is in my
My
space
boys, my
again.
boys.
No. I don't know. Boys play with toys, and this ain't no Tonka. No.
Oh God.
I like the new profile pic, Mia. By the way, I mean you know that because I commented on
Thank
it. But
you.
yeah, it
I wanted
looks
to make
great.
myself feel better yesterday, right? I had a
Mm-hmm.
nice shower and I put a little bit of mascara on, a bit of concealer, and I had some good lighting with my computer screen. I was like, do you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I look all right now. I feel
I
all
got a
right.
debate topic. I got a debate topic before Mia leaves. Okay, we got to make it spicy. You know, because I gotta get that. I gotta get a couple more fuck yous out of her because I didn't get enough. um. So, should single moms get state support?
Yes. Temporarily until they get on their feet.
I hold the
Are
position.
you asking me directly or?
No. I'm just because you're a woman, so I wanted to bring it up a woman issue in here. So Unsalty has to debate this topic. Unsalty, you have to be on the position of no, they shouldn't get support for the patriarchy. There you go.
Okay.
JJ said yes, they should. Now
Temporarily, not forever. Don't
Fight.
have 20 kids and expect me to raise them.
Right,
Yeah.
see, this is a techie one, so I'm gonna give it real fucking here, okay?
Oh, here we go.
This is a techie one, okay? Because you will get, obviously, with any systems that are put in place to help the vulnerable, you will get sponges that are going to take advantage of that system, right? And you will get the fuckers that will have 20 babies with 20 different dads just so they can get the money and the welfare. But then you will get people like me who actually was very sick in a pregnancy, right? I was very fortunate that my child's father supported me during that while I was out of work, right? He then supported me during the first part. Once we'd split up, and because I was the one who had asked him to leave the house, I was out of work, but it was also not a good idea to keep him there. And I was left in a position where I was like, okay, my daughter is not old enough to go into school. I don't know what to do in the meantime while I get a job to afford that childcare. What do I do in this mid step? Because I can get a job very easily,
Yeah.
like I'm more than qualified, and I will, which I did. But in them few months between, I have to put food on the table, and I don't have that job set yet. That was a massive help because I never wanted to be someone who asked the government for help, but I got the help I needed for a few months.
Well, I guess let me phrase the prompt better then.
Even for a couple of years till you get on your feet. Yeah, I mean,
should the
not forever.
churches do more when it comes to
Supporting their local community.
yes, because they get
For
the tax
sure.
write-off, right?
For sure.
And so it seems like the churches get a write-off and the state gets to play
It
daddy.
shouldn't even be the state. Like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
old phrase is, right, it takes a village to raise a child, right? I don't actually believe while a child is young, it costs that much to raise them. I'm raising one. My daughter will be 5 in August, right? And up until, recently when she wants to go into, she wants to do ballet and gymnastics, and she's now going into her first year where they have school trips. Other than food and clothes,
Yeah.
like, what do you possibly need more? Like, as long as you've got, a roof over your head.
And you have to make food for you. So how hard is it for a little one to add a little bit more?
Exactly. So I
Yeah.
was already making good for me as it was. And the only time I wasn't able to was obviously while I was sick. And then while she was too young to be in school, I was like, right, I just need that little bit to help get the childcare arranged. So
Yeah.
that's great. But you get to a point, you'll get to a point where they probably won't want to work anymore because they probably have it much easier. It's hard for me, and most of my earnings go out on childcare. Like it's honestly, I could probably get not honestly not half as much, but I could live at home and chill out and not have to worry. You know what I mean? You know how the UK is. And I could do that easily, but I don't, because then my child couldn't go to ballet and gymnastics, and I couldn't afford the car that I drive, and
A
I
Jeep,
couldn't afford to
Jeep,
take her to
right?
Disneyland.
It's a Jeep. It's a Jeep.
Yeah, it's not a massive thing, but like you can on benefits, you're not affording a car.
Is
Like
it lifted?
no,
No,
not
it's a Cherokee, not that kind of Jeep.
Oh,
yeah, it's just a little
Yeah.
Cherokee, like.
Yeah.
But you won't be able to drive. You won't be able to afford to drive a car. Like you won't be able to do that things on benefits here. Like yes, you can live. The more kids you have, though, yes, you will. If I go and have like 6 right now and stay out of work and I get all of them in school, I would be laughing. But
Well, give
fortunately,
me
I'm not a
3.
bum. But I
Give
can
me
see why.
give me 3 boys.
Yeah, but this is why bummy people are uninspired to go out and make money, because the government will. So I think there should be a cap. I think there should be a cap beyond, your means. If you
I think we
just
should also cap people from having kids. Be like, you know
yes,
what? You've had 2. You've been on welfare for like
that-
8 years now.
that's what
And
I'm saying.
you
I genuinely think you're taking the piss. Like if you can't afford a child, they provide condoms for free. So
ID.
let's be realistic about this. Now you're taking the piss. What if you're in a spot of bother, the government should help the vulnerable for the sake of the country and keeping everything moving. That doesn't mean it should create a system for people to be able to sponge time and time off again. And I do think the UK has actually started decreasing money per child. But
it's
that's
funny.
not quite good enough.
You know what I thought was funny in the UK? Like, so, you guys had this thing when if somebody was accused, or if you were a victim or alleged to be a victim of a sexual crime, you would get like a stipend, right? If a woman accused a man of rape, she would get like a stipend, like for.
I still can't believe I live in a society where people have to say the word grape, but please.
I'm on
continue.
YouTube right now, so I can't.
What's a grape?
No,
What
you
is
have
that?
to.
What's a grape?
Sorry.
I'm on
Please.
YouTube, so I have
Oh,
to say
God,
grape.
as if you should have pre-warned me before.
I don't care.
That
I
was
mean, to
miserable.
me, it's stupid, but I mean, I
What
played
the
my
fuck is a
TOS.
grape? I'm so confused.
Don't
Grape
ask,
is
it's
a
on YouTube,
fruit
we're
that
not
you
allowed to
haven't
say
had
that
up your
anyway.
ass yet, JJ.
It is a
Please
fruit.
continue, Glenn.
Yeah.
What?
So like they were paying women that were allegedly victims of grape allegations until UK stopped doing that, until guys caught on, was like, oh, they started accusing other men of grape, and so they had to start paying the guys the same stipends that they're paying the women for. And these guys are pocketing money and just making allegations against their buddies, like, oh, JJ graped me. So, and then next thing you know, they're getting a stipend check. And then in 2018, they're like, yo, you got to stop this because we can't afford this.
You haven't lived until you've been grapefruited. I'll have to say that though.
Yeah,
it's a little different. A little bit different. Yeah.
I don't want to be grapefruited.
I don't know what's happening here, but I'm instantly regretting coming here, and I see a lovely lady with her hand up, and I feel very sorry for her right now.
Go ahead, Issa.
Hey boys. So like just like Mia that is hard to be a single mom. I was a single mom. I think that childcare should be free. I honestly think with all the money that goes into politics, all the money that goes into laundering and all that other stuff, childcare should be free. I think every corporation, instead of I think that instead of them actually having all this
Unsalty,
money
when
going towards
85% of your wages come out on childcare, I'd like you to hit that fucking buzzer button, bitch.
That's right. A single mom, I mean, the actual term means that there really isn't a man there, not even a father, paying child support. There are good relationships when they're rearing them together, when they say, we're co-parenting. This is not the situation. This was a situation where she was left dry, high and dry. I think instead of corporations paying lobbyists to go do their bidding, that they should pay for childcare. There's nothing better.
NBC the game. I ain't speaking on people that I'd rather just see in person.
I'm doing that.
And I'll be in
Okay,
Dallas, so he could
I've
see me when he
we've
sees me.
heard some, to be fair, anecdotal stories, right? So let me just go off the prompt that Glenn gave me. Should the single mothers receive benefits from the state? Okay, so if I'm going to take the no position on this, I'm going to start off with number one, it's not the state's responsibility or within,
I will end you.
Mia, you need to. This is a debate, Mia. You need to let me talk.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Me and my daughter will just starve to death in the freezing cold while I can get back into work.
Okay.
Don't
Okay.
worry about it. It's all
Listen,
right.
listen, my dear. Now we're talking about in general, and we're talking about like policy. Okay. So policy wise, no, the state should not be a nanny for single mothers or anyone else. Single mothers, their children should be cared for by the fathers, and then we have a system that tries to enforce that, right? Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But definitely the fathers should take care of their children, number one. And then when you get into like the topic of free childcare was brought up. Well, the problem with that is like socialism does not work in, for lack of a better word, a melting pot. You know why socialism actually kind of works in the Scandinavian countries? What is it? Is it Denmark I'm thinking of, or Sweden, where it's kind of socialist, right? It works because they have a homogenous population and everyone contributes and pays taxes. We don't
No,
have that in America.
doesn't work, but
Well, I mean, yeah, and Mr. Tommy, yeah, it's not working now. It's not working now, and there's an obvious reason why. If we had socialism in America, well, we'd just fall apart because the people who'd have to lift the burden up would give up, man. There wouldn't be anything to work for anymore. And
I'm moving.
that's the way that socialism and communism works anyway. They squeeze all the fucking life out of the middle class who have to pay for and do the labor for all the people who fucking are leeching on the bottom and the top, right? Both sides are leeching out of the middle until they're sucked dry. So, in a perfect world, I mean, first of all, in a perfect world, women wouldn't be single mothers, number one. But of course,
Fucking men.
right. Of course, shit happens. Shit happens. People, pick the wrong partner or whatever. But I think that the enforcement arm, which, I mean, for me, I mean, it should have
Well, think
stayed
back
with
to
the
the days
church.
before, Unsalty, where you legally couldn't be divorced. You had to
Yes,
make that shit work.
you did. You had to
You
make
know?
it work, and you had to fucking take care of your responsibilities. Because if not, the church would fucking, straighten you out.
What
And
happened?
there was also the fear of excommunication, like that literally people would think I'm going to go to hell if I don't fucking do my duty. So,
So what if
mhm.
what if we do this? Right? Here's a theory. I'm gonna throw it out there. This one's for the patriarch, just for you, Unsalty. If single mothers have a hard time raising their kids, and if there is no credible reason that the father is unfit to raise a child, should the person that is more financially responsible be the one to raise a child?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Sorry. Yeah,
Get him,
oh,
Mia.
right.
Get him,
Okay,
Mia.
okay. No, no.
Get him,
Okay, we're
Mia.
gonna have a whole debate right now. No, no, no. Settle
Get
the
him,
fuck
Mia.
down for
Get
a
him,
second.
Mia.
Listen,
You heard what he said?
I'm gonna
You
go
heard what he said?
scientifically here for a
I
second.
say yes as well.
I'm gonna go
Are
scientifically
you
here
for
for a
real?
second.
Is
I'm gonna go.
it?
Yes,
Is
hold on.
it?
I'm gonna
Is
go
it?
scientifically here for a minute,
He's
Mia.
about to drop the biology
Hold
bomb
on.
on you.
Scientifically,
You're
children of
telling me, right?
I
Mia,
love fucking
listen, Mia.
trolling on
I
you.
know.
I'll
Listen,
let you finish. Sorry,
I
I'll let you
love
finish.
you. I love you. Absolutely, you're a great person. You're a wonderful woman, and I'm sure you're an awesome mom, right? But scientifically, um, children of single fathers fare
Here we
better
go.
than children of single mothers. Okay, that's number one. And men are more capable of providing in general, right? That's just like a kind of a statistical reason to say, yeah. Um, and that doesn't mean that fathers are automatically better parents than mothers. I mean, the kids need both. I mean, that's the bottom line. They need both their parents, and they need them to be together. They need them to be married and functioning a functional family unit. And the way you get that, the way we get back to that is through God. But yeah, like statistically, scientifically, yeah, the one who's better able to provide financially should be the what is it called, the prime custodian or
Provider.
whatever,
Yeah, primary.
I think
the primary
I
custodian.
think
Primary
I do
custodial.
agree financial is a massive thing. Obviously we're bringing up a child, but that is not the be all and end all when it comes to a child's health and well-being and their and the raising of a child. I believe that my child's father may on paper technically have money in that account, but he doesn't have a home for himself. He lives at his mother's house. He doesn't have a stable job. I'm not going to go into the ins and outs, but
That's
there are
caveats. You gotta
multiple
have a
reasons.
house. Yeah, most people do.
No, but there's multiple reasons that even though he may seem financially stable on paper, that he should not be I think it should be everything should be judged individually. Like you cannot, for the sake of the child's well-being, to put it in such a broad bracket of just based on finances, that's so detrimental. I find that so detrimental, especially when it comes to the fact that when a mother typically is out of work when a child's younger, she's going to be the less financially stable one. And we all know that a child needs their mother. They need their
Sure,
mother.
of course
And
they do.
you're no, but that saying that is putting us that's putting us, you're setting us up to fail from the get-go, because we've already
But
been
do
out
they
of work.
really?
We've already out
Do
of work.
they?
We've just given birth. We're raising a child. Of course, we're not financially stable. You're basically signing every fucking kid that's not in that's now in. You're signing them all over. I can't agree with that.
But
I think
Mia,
you make it.
I took custody of mine, sole custody,
Yeah, but that's a
because
different situation. That's a
when
woman that
no,
didn't
she
fucking
couldn't.
care. She'd rather the money than the kids.
I
That's
know,
not
but
the same
but
situation.
if I wouldn't have given her the money, she couldn't get a job. She had no skills, and so they would have been,
I have
latchkey kids.
skills, and the thing is,
Right.
judging by them standards, my kid would be with a man who shouldn't have that. My daughter full time, while I had to fight and get myself back to that opportunity. Whereas I have got back to that. All I needed was a few months.
Oh yeah, a little
I
leg
don't
up,
need my
right?
child to be taken away
Just
from me in the process of that.
just let me
No.
say this, Mia. Let me say this, dear. Now, in the context of this space, which is called "Debate Me, Bro," kind of facetiously,
And
right?
I'm debating you, bruh.
No, you're not debating. You are elaborating on your personal anecdotal experience. I don't know, is it
No, I'm
anecdotal if it's your
saying it
personal
from different
experience?
perspectives. If you want to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that
you do.
should be this case, then you need to think about what you're doing. The
About
matter of fact is, think about the actual percentage of women and their financial situation after giving birth.
Isn't it case by case? I mean, it
it
should
is
be
case by
broad
case,
No,
strokes.
but that is a good
generally,
point.
no.
I think
What woman is fucking like what are the odds of a woman being financially massively more stable than the man and having enough in the bank to fucking way more than him to secure things if shit hits the fan when she gives birth?
I think listen, I think Mia has a good counterpoint, but I do think it's very much exceptionalism because the like just say take the total number of cases, right? The total number of cases. How many of those are the couple split up before she gives birth or right after? Right? I mean,
It's
that's got to be a
always the early months after. It's always within the first 6 months after birth. And they are the first 6 months where the woman is off work. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying as a total of the percentage of divorces where there are children involved, how many of them involve, newborns, right? I mean, yeah, that's a very salient point as far as saying, well, the more financially secure one should be the primary custodian, right? That's a salient point. Well, a mother with a newborn, obviously, she's not financially secure, right?
But
Because
it's
she has
only
to take care of a baby.
60-40. I mean,
But
it's almost 50-50. It's not a big deal. It's just whoever sleeps in the house longer and takes them to school. And so that's the 60%. That needs to be the person that can afford to buy their groceries and pay for their,
and laws
school
laws
gear.
vary as well, and then we're talking about like having full custody where the other parent is basically relegated to supervision and stuff like that. I mean,
Oh,
these
like
are all
Sorry, I
very
just
mom.
like
came in here to give you some woman beef before I went to
I
sleep
love it,
because
Mia. Hey,
you're
listen.
gonna, you know what
Get
I mean?
back in
I
the
got to give you some
kitchen. Get back
controversy.
in the kitchen, Mia. Go in
Babe, it's late. The stove is off. Come on, give me a break.
Oh, Mia,
Ah,
I gotta get. I
fine,
listen.
fine.
I'm gonna be off for finally. Salty has 2 days off. Woohoo! I'm gonna be off, so like I'll be around on Saturday. I don't know. I tell you what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be grilling burgers and hot dogs. Is what I'm gonna be doing. But I may have time to pop in so we can hang out. And if not, I'll give you a ring, love. Okay. So you get some sleep. I'm very concerned. Just like when Miss G comes in here, I love to have her in here, and I hate to have her in here because I know she's literally not sleeping when
Yeah,
she should be.
I will be passing out very shortly, I can assure you. But I saw you were here and I was like, well, I'm awake. I've got to come in. It said debate me, bro. I love a debate. And then I saw Glenn was here and I was like, God, I got to get in and debate Glenn.
I love
Got
it.
to
I
get in
love it.
here, but I haven't
You
got a
don't
lot
want
to
that
do tonight.
smoke. You don't want that smoke.
I do.
It's
I
too
need to
late
be
for you. You need to
prepared.
go to sleep. You need to go to
I
sleep.
need, right, I need time for that. It's gonna have to be a weekend thing for that smoke.
Okay,
So
we will set it up.
I'm gonna love
Yeah,
you and leave
and
you
get here
all.
quicker so you can be in the co-host next time. Okay.
No,
And
it's
I'm
been
gonna
a
piss some
pleasure
people
as
off.
always.
Woman in the
Ladies,
co-host
get
spot.
up here and debate the bros. What are you doing?
All right, love. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Okay. So check this out. I have several hands up. I have some people. I don't know about that. I have several hands up. We're gonna get at hands. Definitely. We're gonna get at Issa. We're gonna get at Money, who I don't know. So we'll see what they have to say. But first, I'd like to say hello to Mr. Nico Suave. What's going on, buddy? Are you with me, Nico? Nico might have fell asleep in my space. What? He's probably like listening to something else. He's making songs on Suno right now. That's what he's doing. All right. Well, let me go to a new speaker. Let me go to Money real quick. Hello, Money. Do you have something to say on the topic?
Yeah, I was just thinking about like who should pay for these single mothers and their kids. I know a Chinese woman that is here. She's 50 years old in the United States. She's on a conditional green card. She got like a 12-year-old son living in a 2-bedroom apartment for like $2,300 a month. And I don't know, like I feel bad for her because she's going through a lot. However, like I don't know how she's making it because she's working a retail, like 2 retail jobs, and it just seems like the inevitable is going to happen. Who should pay for that?
I don't know. Glenn, you want to take that or JJ?
Hold on,
Because
I want to. If Can you let me the question again one more time?
She got so she's 50 years old. She's here like on a conditional green card for another like 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what kind of assistance she's getting. But it doesn't look good because she's working retail in like a $2,300 a month apartment with her 2-bedroom apartment with her like 12-year-old son. So once that money runs out, like, or like as far as like getting her assistance, like, what are your thoughts on who should pay for that?
Well, personally, I would say like this is where the churches need to come in and be that community outreach. I mean, that's what the churches were before. They were the churches is where the homeless people went and got food. The churches where people got aid from. But personally, I think it should be her family.
She doesn't have any family. It's her and her
Well,
son.
that's the problem. So if you go through the process properly to get a green card, you have to have a sponsor.
Yeah.
That sponsor has to be able to show that they could financially support you.
Well,
So
this is
you're
an
not a
asylum.
burden.
This is an asylum thing, so it's
Then
not.
so it's bullshit. There's no such thing as asylum. Who the fuck is running from being persecuted or killed? It's just bullshit.
Well,
So
that's why she's here. She doesn't have a sponsor. She didn't.
okay, then tell her to go back home. Tell her to go back to the country. I'm tired of this shit.
Right. That's why I'm
everybody.
bringing it up. Like,
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's using the same excuse. Oh, asylum. What? Because people are hanging you.
But here's my thing: it's like if you come over here, like you have choices to make. You have to make the decisions. You weigh out the options. If you don't succeed and you fall on your face, and you do not have a backup plan, that was the decision you made. And it sucks. And that means that person is putting her and her child in a really awkward position. And that's fucked up for her to do so. But at the same time, that's the choices she made. And here's the thing. If we removed the woman and we put the guy in there, we would be like, why the fuck don't you have a job, bro? Why can't you get your shit together and take care of your kid, bro? If we're trying to be equal here, all things equal, we shouldn't show one gender more sympathy because they have a child if we're not going to show the other gender the same sympathy if they have a child.
Yeah,
Tell
let
her
me
I'll
just
pay for a first class ticket to back to her country.
let me just add on to that a little bit, Money. And that's kind of the problem. Like when the point we started out was with should the state support single moms, or give benefits to single moms, right? There's single moms and then there's single moms, right? The generosity of the West has been taken advantage of. And what we don't want to be doing is having some kind of method where people can come here and raise a passel of children, that are not part of our culture, and be paid to do that. That we're raising, children from other countries and other cultures, and we're paying for it. And even in our own culture, there is a subculture of people who literally are on welfare from probably before they're even an adult, and they stay on that, and then they have kids and they get welfare for their kids, and it's just a self-perpetuating system, you know. So I mean, I think we need to clean a lot of that up. But again, we were talking with Mia earlier. I don't think I would ever have an objection to someone like Mia getting assistance in a time of need, right? That's what it is. It's assistance in a time of need. Like JJ said, temporary, because of course, any responsible adult is not going to remain in that type of situation long term, where it's like, okay, the state's daddy now, the state's my fucking baby daddy. He's my husband now. And they're going to take care of me, right? Of course not, man. No self-respecting adult woman or man wants to be in that position. So that's kind of the nuance of it.
How about the liberals that would say, that's a person, it shouldn't matter that they came from another country. I'm hoping that someone's going to jump up here on fire about this. She's 50 years old. She's 50 years old. She doesn't have the skills to be able to even support a $2,300 a month apartment, 2-bedroom apartment, in a nice area.
Then she should move in a nice area.
Wanting the best schools for her son and all this other
stuff.
I
want a free fucking Lamborghini bad to pay for it.
I want to be an NBA star.
But you could.
I know. I'm just trying to bring up. I'm trying to get the
so listen,
going.
Yeah, so check this out, okay, Mr. Money. What is it, Money Man? Okay, Money Man. I think this is the first time in your space. You don't follow me. You should rectify that if you want to be on my stage, brother. But let me just say, this is a debate me, bro space. That doesn't mean we're going to have antagonists come in here and try to actually debate this stuff. We have to work hard on the let's just say the right. We have to work hard to get people who are willing to come and and test ideas against the opposite worldview. We have to work really hard to get people like that to come in. They don't like to do that. They like to go and talk to people who don't have any skill at defending their worldview, basically. So I have tried, and we did have last night, we had someone who is like left leaning, like left of center. And he's a good guy, and he definitely, he gave it his shot to debate.
He likes to go half on dates, ladies. He likes to go half on dates.
And I'm not even going to say that he's what would you say? I'm not going to say he got bodied. I mean, he spoke, with to the best of his knowledge, and he made a good show. But again, it's the worldview obviously is not very solid, and that's what you get to the root at with debate. Is you get to the bottom of the worldview, you pick it apart, and you see whose worldview is stronger. I don't know why Nia is defending Clark so strongly down there. But it's fine. It's fine.
I will have to stand up for Clark. So he doesn't do 50-50 on the date. He pays 100%.
Oh, maybe that's what she was thumbing down.
But he thinks that when you're living with a woman, she should pay half the bills. That's where it's 50-50, not dating though. Yeah.
As a note to men, I don't care how progressive a woman is. And again, we're mostly preaching to the choir here. I don't even have any Jews down in the Jew tunnel. So, I mean, we're preaching to the choir here right now, right? So, but of course, even a progressive woman does not want a man who makes her pay half the bills. She doesn't want progressive.
What about equality? What about equality on Salty? Are you not for equality? Are you
progressive
not for
women.
equal rights with women?
Okay, stop chimping out, Glenn. Hold
I'm
on.
gonna chip out. I'm gonna be a progressive.
Progressive women want men to uphold their traditional masculine roles when it comes to the relationship, but uphold progressive values when it comes to her duties and responsibilities. That, I think, is the overarching theme on the left. Now, you do have some who are just like, I mean, they're really into it. They went full retard, and they believe that stuff. That's got to be a tiny percentage. Most normies, whether their politics are left or right, most normies, they still want men to uphold their traditional roles and responsibilities. And it feels gay. I mean, ladies, can you imagine your guys like, honey, I need that half of the rent this month. I can't fucking make it on my own.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what is cool when you go out on a date with a woman, she offers to pay. That's
I don't
cool.
like that. No,
That's
I like it.
offensive.
No,
I tell her
That's
no. No, listen,
offensive.
before you
I'm
jump down my throat,
offended.
I tell her no. I would never make a woman pay, but if she offers, that shows that she's got her head on straight. I like that.
Nah,
No, it shows that she
Yeah.
wants to be out the door and go somewhere else.
Disavow.
You don't want
That's
to
for you. That's not for me. That's how I see it.
Nah, disavow, brother. Disavow.
You
Now,
know what?
a
She
woman
could
shouldn't be
leave, and I'm
offering to
not going to
pay
pull out
for
her
anything
chair.
on a first date. A woman really shouldn't be offering to pay anything ever. That's not what women do.
All she needs to do is pay attention to D's nuts.
Yeah, pay attention to daddy. That's what she
Well,
needs to pay.
that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, that's the
Oh,
hard
what
part.
the fuck do you mean it doesn't happen? Hell yeah, it does.
No,
My wife has never paid for anything.
No, I'm
in
talking
our
about these
entire
nuts. I'm talking about
relationship.
the these nuts statement.
Hey,
That
you don't
doesn't
know
happen.
about these nuts. These nuts get paid attention to.
No, not on a first date. Not at all. Not at all.
Well, no.
And the other thing
They
is,
always
like,
get on their knees and thank you properly at the end of the date.
Yeah,
with
not
the
that
Asian-
either, JJ. Don't be a freaking gooner.
I just
No
want to say,
gooning. No
with the
gooning.
Asian, just want to say one last thing. With the Asian woman, the woman that's 50, she's someone that's for me to stay away from because it's nothing but trouble in the end. That's how
Oh,
I
do
feel.
you have a thing for her?
She's hot.
Ah, that's why you struggling. He's struggling because he's like, yo,
I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling
right now because she's hot.
Maybe a little. Right? You got me. Okay.
Hey,
All
take
right.
off your cape. You're on vacation,
Yeah.
okay?
So, all right. It's a disaster. It's like a red alarm. Stay away because the future is not bright with that scenario. That's how I feel. I'm conservative. Fucking don't buy something unless I have money for it.
Let me tell you something. Let me
Go
tell
to
you
work.
something. I have a shirt that says, I don't save hoes. I'm not that heroic. All right, for a reason, okay?
Nice. All right. Hold up. Everybody shut the fuck up. House cleaning time. It's house clean. No, I don't clean the house, but I do keep this motherfucker because I pay for it. So check this out. This is the Unsalty Cracker Show. Man Talk Thursday. Debate me, bro. We're definitely willing to debate whatever. We don't care what it is. Open debate now. On the housekeeping note, for this space, I will have to know who you are through normie spaces. I don't even see anybody down there anymore that's weird requesting or whatever. But who knows? They got ways of listening to the Jew tunnels remotely, I think now, because sometimes, yeah. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna only have known people come up. Money, you got in before, so did Tommy. I don't know either of you guys. But yeah, because Glenn is on YouTube. I forgot that he was going to be on.
I don't
YouTube.
let anybody up, by the way, so I don't know how they got in.
I know, and that's the way I like it. I'll make the decision, but Glenn definitely let me know he was on YouTube. So
Yeah,
very
just for
permissive.
TOS purposes, you guys, I don't want anybody coming up here that's going to be saying a bunch of dumb stuff.
Yeah,
That's going to get me
dropping a
strike.
bunch of gamer words and stuff. Yeah, I mean, not that I don't have any like moral quandary about that or anything, but we got to look at TOS. So, but I think everybody here has pretty much got their decorum hat on, right? And otherwise than that, if you're here and you haven't already liked and reposted the space, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I see 4 reposts. How many people do I have in my space? 4, 8, 12, 16 people in the
I
space.
reposted, and I'm your
And only
co-host.
4 reposts. That's sad, man. That is sad. I bet you.
I reposted.
Desert baseball fan. I'm gonna go check. You better have reposted the space. Okay, so listen.
Hold on, did Mia repost this space?
Mia? Mia gets a pass. She probably did.
Oh,
but even if
that
she
sounds
didn't,
like some feminist shit
she
right
gets a
there.
pass. No, that's like my baby niece right there. Leave her alone, okay?
All right, so we're gonna go to hands now. I think Katie had her hand up maybe after Issa, and then James. If anybody
Well,
else,
then we have Aftermath too.
Aftermath had his hand up too, so I think Aftermath is going to be before James. If you had your hand up, the only two I see right now are Issa and James. So if you had it up before, go ahead and refresh it so I can see that you want to speak. Okay. All right, Issa, go ahead.
Oh my gosh. So one thing that we need to remember is that most of us were born into the society the way it transformed after women's rights and all that liberalism that came. So we had to fine tune ourselves and the things that we wanted to conform to this world. So we're not really liberal women, or we're not, feminists. We're just trying to make it happen in the world that we have. So I just wanted to say that. So if some people come off like they're feminists, but they're not. They're just fighting for their kids. And when you put a woman in a situation where you're not going to help take care of her kids, when you're the father, her nails will come out. And that's just the way it is. And
So my question is, should the father's nails come out if the mother's not willing to help take care of the kids?
Well, here's the situation. We were talking about newborns. My daughter was at 2 years, 9 months, was diagnosed with autism. And my husband and I decided that I would come home to take care of my daughter. And I think that was a very sound decision. And then shortly after that, I became pregnant with my son. And during that time, he decided that he wanted an open marriage, and he didn't want to be the family man anymore. So he just abandoned us. He literally just left and didn't show up anymore. And I was put on bed rest, okay, for the sake of my child. So here I have this, unborn child who is now special forces, by the way. So he's took that energy into something else because of of those abandonment feelings. And I had a child who had special needs, and I'm on bed rest. So in those circumstances, what happens? Well, I'm going to tell you guys, I lost everything. I lost my house. I lost my cars. I lost my property. I lost my investments. I lost everything because I had to use those resources until I no longer had them anymore. I did apply for aid. I ended up in a women's shelter home. I had my own little condo with me and the kids, and it was really horrible. But this was the situation. He was making $13,000 a month. Before I quit my work, I was the breadwinner. I've always been the breadwinner. And he situated himself so that I would have to say, sure, honey, let's do the open marriage thing. And oh, hell no, was I going to do that? But in the situation, and a lot of scenarios are like this, just women don't talk about it. It hurts too much to say I was put in this position because I chose poorly. And this is what happened. So they don't share. Mine is an open book because I went and talked about this crap. I went out to women places, to men and women places, and talked about what happens to women when they're abandoned in like my situation. I make $250,000 a project. That's a lot of money. Okay. And that was a hell of a lot of money back when. It's 26 years later. My son is now independent. He knows the truth. I made sure indiscriminately that every single court case, just like Machiavelli, just like JJ does, you want to know my situation? Go read it. It's a part of public record. My son was in the situation. He went and read the public record. All he could remember is being like 13 years old and his father saying, I really don't want you. You're too expensive. So when it comes down to money and not love, responsibility, obligation, godliness, Christianity, and all those things, I tell women, get for your children what you need to get. And the reason why, because nobody else is going to do it for you. And a man should not abandon his children without consequences. That is just the way it is. It's going to take a hell of a long time for a woman, a single mother, to get off her feet. And she should not have to pay for that because one parent has more money than the other.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me present this case because not all cases are your scenario. Let's just say for sake of argument, A third are deadbeat dads that don't want to do anything with their kids, that abandon their responsibilities. Our third are dads that want to have access to their kids, right? And maybe there's they have a decent parenting plan. And then there's a third of fathers who are being robbed of their opportunity of seeing their child, and that's because mom is playing political games with the court, right? So with that being said, when you cut it up in thirds, right? There are a party of men that want access to their kids. I mean, there's people that write about it. This one person said, the woman sees more support than I see my child, meaning she's seeing more money and getting more money out of him than he actually gets to see his own kids. So I think what about the bad decision that he made? Like, because in society we tell him, well, bro, you should have picked better, right?
Exactly. Absolutely. But here's the situation, Glenn. A mother knows when she's at a certain point of maturity and how she's going to provide for her children. If the spouse that she has isn't there and is at the same level, guess what? You're not going to see your kid. That's just the way it is. And it's very disconcerting, because the children do need a father, but they need a mature, stand-up father.
But they also need a mature stand-up mother too. So it's not. It's like,
absolutely. No,
in all things comparison. Like let's just be honest. Kids get played as a pawn.
Yes.
In all these situations, mom says dad ain't giving me mom enough money. When dad gives me mom enough money, then dad will see me again. Right? There's cases like that. There's cases where dads are completely deadbeats and they're driving around in their new girlfriend's car. And they pick up their kids and they're like, oh, I'm broke, right? Ain't got no money.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that.
You got that. And then you got dads who do pay, but the mom is playing games like, oh, you get them next week or then next week. Or then, you know what? This is my weekend. Or I have them this holiday. And then they want to go for Christmas too. It's like, so.
You know what, Glenn, I see your point, because my brother went through exactly what you're talking about, and probably similar to your situation. And it's very, very sad. I've seen both sides. But one thing I will say, let's look at this common sense. A single woman still wants also a form of freedom, still wants to go on vacation, if not to Cabo San Lucas, still wants to be able to have her girls, still wants to be able to grow as a woman. So if she's not letting you see your kids, it has nothing to do with the fact that it's about money, or it's the fact that it's the person, man or woman, because JJ is also in that situation. I think it's just a human factor. I think seriously that level-headedness has to go in to the court system, because all they do, and if you read the court, any kind of court docs, the judge doesn't pay attention to anything unless there's a drama attached to it. And that's a very unfortunate thing. Whichever attorney can create more drama, whether it be the man or the woman. And many times I've met and advocated for men who are taking care, and this is God honest truth, of their disabled children, because my daughter was in the system. And so I would meet all these single dads and I would help them. When it comes down to it, it's not about the people, it's about the children. And if the child should not be with a fair weather mother or a fair weather man, then it should be equal and down the line. And when I said about the child care system, I wasn't talking about the state paying. I'm talking about corporations who literally put more money in lobbyists than they do.
I hate lobbyists. I think all lobbyists need to burn.
I think so too.
I agree completely. We're actually doing free childcare because that's how we're going to get, mothers to come work.
Exactly.
And when they couldn't, because why work if you're putting all the money into childcare? So how much is it going to cost me? It's not much. It's really not. And so I'm hoping that more and more corporations see it and they do educated childcare on, and we're going to have a cafeteria to feed the employees. We're going to pay 100% of health care. If you take care of your employees and their kids, they will never freaking leave you, and they'll take a bullet for you. People need to understand
I want to bring up the comment that's up in the Jumbotron or whatever it is. It doesn't support that there aren't any repercussions for deadbeats.
Yeah, that's why I put it up there. Once y'all were done with your discussion, I wanted to bring this up. This is a comment from Ledham. Is somebody talking?
Yes, actually, that's both. I want you to know that there are deadbeat moms, lots of them
Okay,
as well.
okay. Thanks, Issa. And then I'm going to get some other hands, but I did put that in the jumbotron. It's a comment from Ledham. It said basically this comment's referring back to when I said something about the system us having a system where um, people were required to support their children, men were required to support their children. Right? She says there's aren't any repercussions for deadbeats. I mean,
That's not
false.
true because
That's false.
we still will incarcerate people for not paying their
Yes,
child
that
support.
is the not paying child support is the unique way that you can still go to prison for debt. The
Yes.
one and only way that you can go to debtor's prison. Oh, wait, I take that back. It's not the one. It's the only way outside of not paying your taxes, basically. But they
Yeah.
used to have debtor's prison where people would get thrown into prison for not paying a debt. So if you have child support arrears or like your egregiously unpaid taxes, those are the reasons why you can go to prison over debt.
But it's also funny because I could flip this and be like, well, it's also there is no repercussions for women who file or who falsely commit paternity fraud.
Nope. There's also no repercussions for killing their kids. So I mean, that's one thing. I mean, I've heard this argument made before, and while I don't agree with it on principle, it actually is the most fair thing. Is that if a state allows women to have abortions, then men should be allowed to opt out of paternity altogether as well. That would be the only equitable thing to do. But of course, I'd prefer that abortions were completely outlawed and carried stiff penalties, like really stiff penalties, and also men were required to take care of their duties and responsibilities. All right, so I'm going to get to some other hands now. If I remember correctly, because the hands have mostly disappeared for me, I still see some. I'm going to go to Katie. I'm going to go to Aftermath, and then I'm going to check in with Nico before I go to James and back to Issa. Go ahead, Katie.
It's been a enlightening space for sure. I think that there's a lot of really great points made on both sides of everything, but the fact of the matter is I think that if society would bind together and help the ladies who need help, or the men, it doesn't matter, female or male specific, because there are a lot of single dads out there that don't get assistance and don't get help that they need either. But I don't really think, if you're thinking the government needs to do these types of things, I'm saying this from the perspective of having received government help for my children when I was giving birth. And so yes, we have received government assistance and help with that. But if the government took their hands off of it completely, if we didn't have government Medicaid or Medicare or whatever have you, if we didn't have to have like all the health insurances, prices would be so much lower. I could have been able to have a doula, and it would have been a very different birth for my child. And maybe he wouldn't have the damage that he has in his brain. But it's a hard thing to look at in a way that covers the full scope, because each situation is so spectacularly different and unique in how everything is handled. I don't think there's really any single right or wrong way about it, nor do I think you can make a blanketed statement saying, well, this needs to be helped for that. I think that, and Issa, I absolutely love the fact that she talks about it, that she trumpets what she's lived through. That takes a lot of courage and a lot of guts to do that. And hats off to you, Issa. You're phenomenal. And also the things that Mia has had to live through as well. My eldest sister, was a single mother of 2 boys. And I think being a single parent is the most phenomenal, super heroic thing.
Hold on, real quick, you guys. I'm getting a lot of messages about this, so let me just mute this real quick. Steelman, I know who he is. I know what he's doing. And here's the thing: I have nothing to say to him that I won't say when I see him in Texas. I'll be in Texas. There's nothing that needs to be said. I'll see him when I see him. And when I see him, I hope he has the same energy that he's doing when he's talking on his stream. That's the end of it, bro. I really hope he comes with the same energy. If not, it'll be really much of a letdown for everybody. But back to the stream.
Have things that would pop up more. You'd have more pop-up food banks. You'd have more pop-up things where they have women's shelters and they have donations and they have driving charity focuses.
Cleaner, you have
And
no
it's
idea.
it's greatly reduced nowadays, and it's been getting more reduced because people don't see the need, because like, oh well, we have public aid for that. Oh, you just go fill out the public aid, blah blah blah, and everything gets thrown onto the government's shoulders. And I think that that's really sad, because when it's privatized, you get so much more out of it, and there's so much less fraud than when it goes through the government systems. And I'm going to leave it at there. But thank you for the wonderful space, and thank it's been really lovely listening to everyone.
Katie, I'm going to give you my rebuttal and my response to welfare. This is what I would do. All right. This is me being the most charitable I could be. All right. You're on welfare. I'm going to give you 4 years to get state aid. During that 4 years, your ass is in a trade school. You better take your ass to a trade school, right? And finish that trade. If you have 4 years to complete that trade and be able to get a job, and that's going to be able to financially support you and your children. Now, you have 4 years.
They did that in Wisconsin, and it's a wonderful program.
It is a
And I
wonderful
wish
program.
that
I wish it would
was
go
happening.
I wish it go across the United States, because if they did that, they would reduce the people being able to get back on welfare, right? You wouldn't be able to get back on welfare unless you were going to be getting retrained for a job, because let's say you got an injury, you lost a limb or something, then you have to learn how to do another different job or different skill. That would be different. That would minimize the incentive of being on welfare.
Glenn, you are a spaces whore. You're in Uncle Tom's space too. I see you. I see you.
Welcome, Grayson. Okay, Grayson. Do you know Grayson? Grayson's been in the space before. He's just got an account change up there.
How
But just,
dare you?
Grayson,
How
just
dare I?
before we get started, I've already had you, so I know you kind of understand. But we are streaming to YouTube, so mind the TOS. Okay, so now, really quickly, I got a super chat up here, and I just thought I'd read that for everybody to point and laugh at this guy. Imperious says, "You're a simp, bro. Debate me, but please be nice. LOL, bro. I'll ruin you like I ruined Wilson, you giant pussy." Give a round of applause for this retard chimping out in the comments. I got a reply down there. If you just tap on that, you'll see my juicy reply. And again, welcome everybody who's just coming into the space. Please give us a like. Please give us a repost. Get this out. Get us some more. Well, I say more, but we haven't yet had one actual serious antagonist yet. I always send out the invites, man. I go looking for these people. I freaking, I bait them. I call them out. I say, any feminist retarded enough to debate me, come on in here. And then they don't come, So that's all right. We're just going to talk and, get our row out the way we've been doing. So I'm going to go to Aftermath really quickly. And
Hold
then I
on.
do want to get Nico to chime in.
Hold on. Let me mute this again. Let me answer you, Steelman. There's nothing to bury. It's simple as this. He did wrong. He doesn't want to admit that he done wrong. And then therefore, there's nothing to bury, because if he wanted to rectify anything, he would admit the fact that he did wrong and where he was wrong. There's nothing to bury until that is done. Until that is done, there's nothing to bury. Like, I have had beef with people before. A friend of mine named Huds. Me and him were beefing at one point. And when Huds came out publicly and said, you know what, I was wrong. I misrepresented what Glenn was saying or whatever he said, we were cool again. It's that simple. I'm really simple to work with. But if you're going to lie and double down on your lie and try to reframe things to be what they were not, well, then I got nothing to say to you, bro. Other than I'll see you when I see you. And if you want us to go down that road, then that's fine. Keep running your mouth. I will find you. And when I see you, we'll talk about it there in person. Well, we don't even talk about anything online. That's stupid. Nothing gets done from talking online, especially when it gets to these matters. So when it gets to this point, it's like, look, I will see you in Dallas. And I hope you have the same energy. That's all I got to say. And thank you, Raging Patriot. Appreciate that. Back to the debate, because I don't know if I'm being talked to.
Yeah, it's probably like where it's at, but good to be back on Spaces or trying to get back on Spaces.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take
Absolutely,
a piss
James.
real quick. You
I
just
mean,
keep on
let's just
listening
tell
in.
you this, man. You can always take solace in the fact that your experience isn't different than probably most men. You know, we have to struggle and we have to hold it down for ourselves and also our family and others around us. You know, we bear a lot of responsibility. We have to keep things running. And even though many women may also sometimes in today's society have to bear those same kind of burdens, the difference is nobody gives a shit about what you're going through, James, you know? Not really, you know. Maybe your mom, you know, or other like maybe some close members of your family, depending, you know, on your family unit and the makeup of it, might like, you know, be really concerned or just, you know, completely go out of their way, bend over backwards, do everything they can to help you when you're a man. But most of the time, most of us are not going to have that, you know. And the world really doesn't care, you know. I'm not saying that every woman's experience is the same, right? But for the most part, people will have sympathy for you as a woman who's struggling. But men, I mean, kind of like Glenn said earlier, right? Like, you know, if it was a guy that was a single dad and, you know, was like needing fucking welfare, you know, the attitude is get a job, bro. Like fix your shit, you know. And that's the way it is. That's the way life is for men. You know, I'm not like a red pillar or an acolyte of any, you know, talking head or whatever. But there's a thing that was said that was kind of true, and it's been going around for a
That's
while.
right.
It's like
Happy
only
birthday,
women,
Farney.
children, and like dogs get
Happy
unconditional
birthday, my
love, right?
friend.
Men,
Shout
we
out
have
to
to
you.
like earn it, you know.
And
So
yes,
whatever
thank you,
you're
Raging
going through
Patriot, for the
right
PR
now,
super chat.
James,
He says, do not mention other
I
lives.
pretty much
Please,
guarantee
my
you that
boy.
every man in this space has been there at
Yeah,
one point in
appreciate
time in their
that.
life, man.
Thank you, Casper.
So
You're
freaking
dumbass.
big
Joe
hearts
Rogan
out to
went
you,
live.
brother. You know, holler at
Oh,
Unsalty,
it's
man,
funny.
if you want to talk. There's some of these other
All right,
people
let's get
around here
back
I
into
know
the
that care
space.
about you, man. Your bros, as a man, your bros are the ones you'll have to lean on about
Well,
that shit.
JJ knows. He's probably the only person that knows
That's good, man. That's good you got somebody, you know.
kind
But
of the story. So
It'll get better. It will get better. He's got a plan. Just stick to the plan. And it'll get better. I'm
that's
telling
what you
you.
got to do as a man. You got to make you a plan and put your head down, man, and like and take that shit, dude. You know what I mean? Eat those freaking punches. Eat them for
It's not
breakfast.
overnight, but yeah, within a few weeks, you should start to see the effect. Just do what I said and don't deviate, and you'll start to see a difference.
Unsalty, I got a position for you to defend.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna give Issa another chance to talk, but please be brief, Issa, because I have given you a lot of time. So go ahead and go.
Okay. I just wanted to add on to make sure that people know that JJ's been through this and he's like the super mom dad kind of thing. So he has a perspective from both sides. But one thing I do believe wholeheartedly, and despite whether or not a woman is offended or not, that because it's just business as usual, a paternity test should be done no matter what. No if, ands, or buts. Like I believe in that 100%. Even though I'm a woman, has nothing to do with honor. It has to do with the bottom line, because what everyone always wonders is what happened to my brother. Like,
You know what? This is a
it's not his junior, the guy the kid he gave his name to is not his, and he didn't find out till my nephew was pushing like 26 years old.
Issa, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go on YouTube. I want you to look up what's his name? It's what's Grid's, hold on, chat, give me Grid's moniker. What does he go by?
I thought it was Grid One Motorsports.
No, that's one name, but he has his channel. It's like un something man. Anyways,
Illimitable Man.
It's unreasonable. Unreasonable
Oh,
man.
Unreasonable Man. Okay.
All right, Issa, I want you to go to Grid One's channel, Unreasonable Man, and I want you to tell him that Glenn was right, that mandatory paternity must be statewide or nationwide.
It should be nationwide.
Yeah, tell him. Go tell him that.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that
Tell him he takes an L. Say,
Yep.
Grid, you take an L. Glenn Lawrence is right. Mandatory paternity nationwide. Please do that for me. He's a friend of mine, and this is like the one debate that me and him go back and forth on. Like, he says no, that it should not be, and I say yes, it should, because here's the thing: from a legal standpoint, when you sign on the birth certificate, that's a legal document. That child should know for a fact who their father and mother is.
100%. I agree.
And if nobody's just, oh, I think I'm the dad. Well, I don't think I'm the dad. It's not knowing. So
Exactly. And I agree. I 100% agree with that. And one of the things is because you never know when your kid is going to need a kidney, and you don't want to go trying to get one from the father when it's not even his bio father. Like, I believe in that 100%.
hold on. You know, I'm gonna call him. I want him to come debate you. It's gonna be hilarious. I'm calling him right now. I'm calling him. Hold on. Hey. Hey, I need you to come on. I need you to come on X and come on Spaces, because this girl wants to debate you right now. She just said that mandatory paternity test nationwide. I said, my bro doesn't agree with that. And I was like, yo, you got to come tell him.
I'm not in my studio.
Oh, you can hop on X. Hop
He's
on X with your phone.
masturbating in the bathroom, I guess, right?
Building a wiring harness for my airplane.
Come on, get on Spaces. This is fun.
All right.
I'll send you the link. I'm going to send you the link.
It'll be a minute. It'll be a couple of minutes. I don't argue in the house. So.
All right. I'll send you the link.
All right.
Bye.
All right. So just to make sure you guys are clear, right? So every guy is. Can I say this, host?
Chase, this is a space with some decorum in this, Joker.
Yes, and I will say
you
it
can
with
raise your hand and wait your turn. That's what you can do.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll try.
Put that hand up. Act like a civilized human being in this mother lover. Okay. Nico, are you there? Nico, are you there yet? Oh man. Okay, so let me see. Tommy did just speak briefly earlier, so we're gonna get to Tommy, and then I'm gonna check in with my boy, the Ultra Dragon King, and then we'll go to Chase, and then we'll see if Hello, My Name is Human wants to speak. Okay, so Tommy, are you still with us, man? Mr. Tommy, you still with us? That's all right, man. You can just sit up here, and look tough.
There's always a Shooby-Doo in the room. You know what I'm saying?
Chase, you're walking a line, man. You're walking a thin line, brother. Okay, I went to Tommy, Ultra Dragon King.
That's funny.
What's up, Dragon?
Yo, man. Yeah, I think men should pay for everything for sure. I mean, if the man can't pay for everything, then he shouldn't be looking for the woman anyways. But yeah, I don't find anything wrong with the woman having her passion, But what was the main question? I forgot.
Well, I mean, Glenn kind of kicked it all off saying, should single mothers be like supported by the state? I think that's kind of basically, yeah, I see you, JJ. I saw you lost your You got on Spirit Wi-Fi or something. I don't know.
And I guess the consensus was that only Mia should be
only Mia should get support.
Yeah, Mia deserves it for sure.
That's the only single
Yeah,
mom.
only me. Well, yeah. I mean, God, look at her, man. You know, I'm surprised
Listen,
she doesn't
Salty,
have like
Salty,
people just
Salty,
giving
can I
her
say,
money just for looking like that.
Salty, can I say King frickin' Dragon makes the most sense? So far, I had a hiccup. I apologize.
Hey,
You're
so I
about to
don't know if
hit.
y'all know Chase.
Chase is
I don't know if
about to
you know
hick
him or not.
himself up out of his speaker spot.
Well, he can't help himself, to be honest. I think he might have a little bit of the tism. He always spurgs out every time I hear him in his space, but I'm going to forgive him for now.
Well, a lot of people had a jism tonight. Speaking. Oh, sorry. Let me put my hands back up.
Yeah, put your hand up, reprobate. All right, so Dragon. I don't know.
Nico's hands back up too. By the way,
Nico's hands back up. Dragon, did you finish your thoughts, or did you have something else you want to say?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I hope everyone's doing well.
Hey, you guys need to get ready to go get Ultra Dragon's new mixtape. It's going to be the Cisco Volume 2, Unleash the Dragon Returns, Thong Song Remix. Is that what it is?
Glenn, that's such a boomer comment. Half these people know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, but everyone should go check out my website and buy some clothing if they're into
Definitely.
dragons. I'm doing more advertising in person too, so I'm trying to do that. I made a bunch of
Defo.
signs also.
Yeah, check out Dragon's website.
And by the way,
man.
make sure how you use your dragon.
Chase.
That's your literally your last
hands
one,
back
man.
up. Put my
That's
hands
like
back
the
up.
listen, man. That's your last one. I promise it's the last one. I promise you. Okay. All right. Thanks, Dragon. Definitely follow Dragon. Go to his website. Check out his project.
You guys send Grit a message. Tell him he's
all
supposed to
that
be in
stuff.
here.
Dragon's
Got
my boy.
wait-
You
got
know what I
people
love
waiting
about
to
Dragon?
debate
Like
him.
Dragon will come support my space, and he doesn't have to like have a bunch of mic time. He'll just like make fart noises and throw emojis and just be a real bro, man. I love you, Dragon.
He makes me feel a little vulnerable, but
All right. I hope you had fun, man. I hope you had fun. You had your I don't know, what was that, 5 minutes of fame?
Damn.
But yeah, come back and see us sometimes, Chase. Now get out of here, a la verga. All right, Nico, what's up, brother?
How's it going, Salty? I've been up and down and away and to my computer, so I've missed quite a bit of the debate, but correct me if I'm wrong. We're arguing welfare, basically, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Well, I am of the class of thought of Milton Friedman. It's a pretty simple argument. You can have open borders or you can have a welfare state, but you can't have both. I know a lot of people talked about bringing the church back into things. I think that's an excellent idea. I think charity should be handled by the church and not by the government because it causes women to marry the government. It's one of the main reasons we see such a fall in marriage rates and childbirth and a raise in divorce rates. So yeah, simple argument. I just think you can have one or the other. We have both. A lot of Western countries have both, and that's why everything's going down the crapper lately.
I like Nico. I like how you just said that my way of thinking of making the welfare go back to the church are going to get these single mommies married. That's all I got out of it because that's where the resources are, and you get these women back in church, and then you're trying to marry these single mommies off. That's what I got out of that.
Well, I mean, if the single moms are trying to get married, they're going to have a hard time. It doesn't make any sense for a man to go ahead and marry a single mom because, like, just from our standpoint, ladies, so you understand it, we don't want to put our resources into something that's not our own progeny. Like, it's against our evolutionary psychology. It's very hard to get a man who actually cares about your children. You will get the rare instances of it where you get a really good stepdad. But I actually advocate against it because it's the easiest way to up the percentage chance that either you or your
Somebody
children
get a hold of
are
Grid.
going to be exposed to abuse.
Come on, he should be here right now.
Hold on, let me do some math here. What is it? Is it 5 or 6? It's 6 hours, right? 4. Mia, it's 2:00 in the 2:38 in the morning. Go to bed. Down there chunking up emojis. Go to bed.
Hey, she's a grown woman. Let her make her grown woman decision. and she can pay the
Yeah, hopefully
consequences
she
of
doesn't
lack of
have to
sleep in
like,
the
go to
morning.
work at the go to work in the morning or everything. It's not the 4th of July
It's not your guys'
in
holiday.
good
You guys,
old
No,
it's
UK.
your guys-
she's actually on a holiday for a job.
it's your guys'
Oh, she didn't
lost
tell me that.
day.
Okay.
Like you guys lost. It's a really bad day for you guys.
Oh yeah. Hey, you know what? There's the thing about me. This is what really makes me feel bad when I see my friends across the pond in my spaces that I have. Is that like I'm the kind of guy like if I can stay up late, right? I'm a night owl, but I am not like a morning sleeper. Like I will stay up late as hell and still wake up at the ass crack of like 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever. So if I'm up till 2, that means I get 4 hours sleep that night. So I don't know if everybody's like me, but that's what when I see my friends like up late like that, I'm like, I wonder if they're like me and wake up early and they're all freaking like their bodies trembling because they didn't
Yeah.
get any sleep. That sucks. All right, but anyway, I love Mia. She can hang out. I'm not her dad, but she does need to go to bed. Uh, hello, my name is Human. That's a song, right? Isn't that a song? Hello, my name is Human. Is that a 90s song? No. Joe Alderman, you look like a normal account. Post pictures followed by Jay. Wow, I haven't seen Jay in forever. What's up with Jay anyway? Looks like a normal account. I'm gonna give him a chance. We're on YouTube, Joe. So please don't bust TOS up.
By the way, Daniel's a good guy. Hello, my name is Human. Yeah, good guy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen him around. He follows me. I've never spoken to you. So if do you want to speak? Have I seen you in Famous's spaces? Maybe.
Yo, yo.
What's
Happy
going on,
4th,
man?
everybody.
Happy 4th.
We're right on the cusp. But no, I have so many beautiful people in here. Jeremy, Dragon, Joe, Aftermath,
DJ's down
Ani.
there.
Who's down there?
DJ's
so
down
many-
there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so many people in here that I adore. That's all.
All right, man. Thanks for sharing that. I mean, I share the sentiment. I love having spaces with my friends. It's been a while since we really cut up. Like I said, I'm gonna have to get like Mia on like a Friday so we can just have another raunchy,
And
everybody
salty.
laugh and make joke spaces. What'd you say, Glenn?
So I got Grid One coming up here. He's gonna debate Issa on this paternity
Grid
thing.
One is
Grid
coming.
One is coming.
Grid One has an X account. I didn't know about this.
Yep. He just told me to send it to him on Discord, so I sent it to him on Discord. So he's gonna be coming up here.
All right. Well, tell him to come on in here. Thanks. And I know that there is the "Hello, my name is Human." That's from a song, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's
What's
kind
the
of my
song?
theme song, yeah.
What's the
And
song?
if
It's
you
called
went to my
Hello, My
homepage,
Name is
it's-
Human. The band is called Highly Suspect.
Highly Suspect.
Yeah,
I
I
have to
really.
listen to it because I know I've heard it, but
I think it is pretty suspect that they have to say hello, human. My name is Human. And be like, well, now
All
I'm
right.
suspicious of what you are. Think you might be an alien now.
Okay. All right. So Joe, I don't know Joe Alderman 11 either, but he wanted to come up and take a mic. So
Fucking Joe is the
Joe, I don't know how
bomb.
long you've been
I love
listening, but
Joe.
I guess you can say hello or anything that you heard you want to respond to.
Hey, what's up, man? I popped into the space just because, I never get into spaces when my wife and children are here, but because I don't want to sound like a fucking psycho. Sorry, do you guys allow for
Fucking psycho is perfectly acceptable
Yeah, I don't
language
think
in this space.
like normal curse words are fine, but like there's YouTube TOS stuff, so like
Yeah, stay away from the race stuff and calling women whores, I guess.
No, there's
Wait,
more
but
than
you
that.
just said that.
Okay, I can say
No,
it.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, we got Grid One. Hold on, I'm setting up the mic. I'm setting
Okay,
up the mic.
here I'm out. But I was just gonna say Johnson's great society plan was the worst mistake that we've ever had in this country.
Okay, well, I don't know who can respond to that, but I do see Grid's profile down there. I went ahead and threw it a follow. Does he know how to accept a
I
mic?
send him a mic. Grid. I need you to like accept the mic. Like
Okay.
you have to click the mic button, and then it'll say request, and then we will approve the request, and then you come up here. I might have to walk him through this, guys.
The suspense. Hey,
Hold
there's
on.
Desert. He wants to come up. Come on up, Desert. And then
Desert's a good guy.
We'll save that last speaker spot for Grid when his boomer ass figures out how to get on the S space.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him.
What's up, Jessica? How you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
Pretty good. We did have a debate me bro space. We didn't have any lefties come in really or anything, but we did have some good back and forth. The topic was should the state support single mothers, kind of like that. Talking about the welfare state. Grid one, man. Welcome to the Unsalted Cracker Show,
Okay,
dude.
now you got it. You're good now.
Well, we spoke before, but nice to have you on my show. So the way X Spaces work, I assume you're not too familiar with them. You got the kind of the hand raising kind, but we wanted to get you up here so you could talk to Issa because there's apparently a debate Glenn's got set up for you. So
I'm ready. I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. I can do this.
Yeah, just make sure he understands the whole muting the mic and unmuting and all that kind of stuff.
So, Grid, you have to click the mic to unmute it, and then you click it again to mute it.
Yeah, I've done this before. I just had to give permissions to my computer. I don't normally use X on my computer. So
yeah. So Issa Diversity says that there should be paternity tests done nationwide at birth.
So she's in your camp.
She's smart, yes.
And my camp.
So Issa, debate Grid. Tell him why. Grid, tell her why she's wrong. Do your thing. And fight.
Hello, Grid. I absolutely believe that every child that is born in this country should have a paternity test 100%. We are living in a time when
Let's go, chat.
people scheme and all of that information is very necessary. My ex abandoned me, and I for sure wanted a paternity test for him to never question that my child was or was not his, because my child ended up having kidney disease. And if I was going to look for a kidney, that man was going to wake up in a motel somewhere in a bathtub full of ice and a kidney missing. So I know it sounds funny, but I truly believed that. And I even told the judge, I'll come after that man, that man's kidney if my son needs it. They laughed about it, but they knew I meant it. So yeah, at birth, especially now when we live in a society where women and men, both men and women, are jumping in and out of each other's beds. Some men won't remember because they're either inebriated, or some women will forget how many she had in a month. I know that we all live in a society where we wish things were a little bit more prim and proper, and women didn't do that. But unfortunately, and men, that's not what we live in right now. And I am a church going person. I'm 100% very faithful, never cheated on my husband. I'm just saying, but that street, this is about legality and making sure that things are cut and dry from the very beginning.
Okay, that was really well done. So everything you said is I mean, very, very poignant. Fortunately, there's just no real motivation there for me to agree with you, right? So the fact that you can have a paternity test simply by asking for it, and I would actually agree with if wants to compel a paternity test because there is some question or something like that, then I don't have a problem with that. It's the mandatory for everyone or else. Is that what that's your position?
I think
you don't have a choice.
I think standard no different than when you order eggs. You know,
hmm
you either get syrup on the side, or you know, it's the way it should be.
But I like whipped cream. I don't eat syrup.
Well, then you just put my thing is that when a woman's, I mean, we literally live in a society where women are not for fact, because there are more women out there that are practicing just like men. Equality is what brings suspect into the position. And if we're going to be equal on many planes, and I'm not a feminist, I'm just saying, as a woman who has two
So
sons who are adults,
Mhm.
I want to know for sure that they know, sound of mind, the children they have are theirs, so that there's no mistaking when it comes to any form of health issues. As it comes through
Sure. Yeah.
in the future. I mean, look at our history. We're not even sure if some of those kings and queens were really from the right fraternity. Like, we have no idea, but we do have at this moment the technology to do so, and to also look forward and make things easier on both men and women
Mhm.
from the time of
So,
birth.
okay. And again, those are all very, very thoughtful points, but none of them are compelling to the term mandatory. Because if you want a paternity test, you can certainly get one. The easiest way for paternity uncertainty is keep your damn legs closed and only sleep with men you want to have children with. So what you're actually saying is that you want to enable more risky culture. I would first of all disagree with that, and I think that would absolutely be not my preference. Now, I'll make the case for mandatory paternity because I know this argument really well. The best case you could possibly make is that men can be duped by sleazy ass women. I can cuss in here, right, guys? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Grade them
it's
on
just YouTube we're
YouTube.
worried about. That's all.
Grade them on
All right.
YouTube. Why are you saying all these bad words and shit?
I'm just look. I forgot to ask. I apologize. You know, I'm in somebody else's house tonight, so I'm trying to be. I will belatedly be respectful. But yeah. So when you've got a bunch of whores spreading their legs, getting dick after dick, then yes, as a man, I would demand a paternity test. And I believe that that's my right to demand one if there's any uncertainty. The question is, mandatory means that even a man that's a virgin and a woman that's a virgin has to get a paternity test. And I just don't think that is in the best interest of society. Okay. That adds one more layer of bullshit that you have to deal with. And honestly, having a child in modern times there's a lot of bullshit. It also leads to the idea once and this is not a slippery slope fallacy. This has actually been proven to happen and fortunately we stopped it. But once they were able to do genetic testing at birth, they wanted to screen for birth defects. Aborted their child because of a genetic defect, saying that
I would
literally that
recommend everybody
it was the
get
right thing to do, a child that would suffer into the world. Now, again, this mandatory paternity test, such as
Please get a mandatory.
One genetic marker.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have faith in people to do the one test.
Form of product in every is already a prerequisite for is making sure that their blood type is put on the birth. It's not other reason, but for paternity. It is now used for other reasons. So that all is in place. It's the standard form of practice. Back in the day when we have checks or testing, whatnot, we used only
5 years ago, there was no DNA testing. I'm like,
there was a blood type put on every single
obviously,
blood.
there's again.
So that is a prerequisite when they were able to mark somebody's blood type. That was the beginning of making sure that the paternity was associated to the father of the child.
No,
So
I don't believe that.
already a standard form of practice. And so standard form of practice has already been set as a precedent. The
the blood is not determined.
Grid, please hold on. And so since the standard form of practice has already been set in motion as being sure that they use the right blood type for the right parenting,
Grid is catching smoke.
seriously, and it has been, and everyone knows that, then we would move forward with the next forms of testing. Since it's already been recognized and it's been literally part of our system for more than 50 to 70 years.
You see, you're wrong. What you're saying is not
correct.
true. You're not talking about DNA and blood tests, and then paternity. 3 different tests. One's DNA markers, one's paternity, and one's blood type. Different tests. So you're not. Yeah, but what you're saying is not true.
Hold on. Before there was DNA testing, how they used paternity checking is making sure the blood type matched. So even if they didn't know for sure, they're like, oh, well, it's the same blood type. So
But it doesn't have to be. If I'm O positive, if you're an A, we have a kid can be an AB. That doesn't prove anything.
I'm not sure who the speaker is, but he's correct. Yeah, he is correct.
As of today, we know with current technology that is not true, but we're going back 70 years, 80 years.
Right.
So
and again, that establishes that it's not a slippery slope fallacy to say that if you attempt this, it will get worse.
Hold on. If you go back into studies in law, the O positive factor, the O negative factor, the AB factor has literally gone into case study, into law, and people have won on that precedence as it stands. There are cases in the state of California and all over the country where
He's going to say California's
by
weird.
blood type. That's because we didn't.
He's going to call California California.
After 19,
He's gonna be like, I'm sorry what they do in California, but
when we're going into
other
OJ
parts of the country,
Simpson.
they don't do that.
So we're looking at the precedents as it was stated already in the previous years before the 90s. We're going 70 to 80 years back. It has been proven in court that they have used blood type to prove paternity. The precedence has always been made. So since we already know that blood type has nothing to do with paternity, then we move naturally to the next form of testing, which is now considered
the goal. You're literally creating an argument to support your argument that doesn't exist, and you're saying motivation to something that is not actually correct.
In world, literally in world history, blood has proven paternity, even though it had nothing to do with paternity. That is how ignorant we were in those days. Now that
that's a very poor argument, and here's why. I understand that you've talked a long time now. If you don't mind, I would like to refute you at least 2 of your points before you move on to 3 more.
I know, Smoking Spaceman. Like, he needs to realize what happens in LA will happen across the nation.
You are, however, supporting my counter argument that once we can,
and Nashville will be like LA soon because that's where the movie industry is moving.
So therefore, test, which a DNA test is a genetic test. I understand, Mr. Co-host, that not all of them are. A paternity test can be a simple paternity test. We never stop. We never ever stop, and so we already have examples of these used to justify the abortion of children, and I can't get on board with that. Now, my second point that will, I mean, you didn't support this point, but my second point is you already have the ability to demand a DNA test. To say a mandatory DNA test and force it onto people is wrong. Okay. Now the blood test is okay. I get that. I don't particularly agree with it. But you can actually opt out of the blood test. You can opt out of birth in a hospital at all. So no, they're not mandatory. They're suggested. Okay.
So
now, if you want to say that,
Greg, can I pose a question
that
for you?
a paternity test can be suggested or recommended, I can get on board with that. The problem that changes this whole thing is the word mandatory. And that means that every single child, every single DNA strand is all going to be collected. And which is weird coming from a group of people that I suspect really had a problem with 23andMe selling their information to the feds.
So, Greg, let
I'm
me ask
very-
you a
Yeah, go
question,
ahead.
Greg. Here's my question.
Okay. You're going to make her argument for her. You're going to win the argument.
Exactly. If a birth certificate is
You lost last time,
No, you lost last time. We already know.
I did not, and I fought Andrew to a standstill.
Andrew won last time.
Andrew did not win.
Hold on, chat. My chat is going off. Right, guys, did Grid win last time? We know this is our favorite argument. All right, Ghost, go ahead and start dropping all the Grid lost. Okay, he didn't say that yet, but he will. But so let me ask you this: if if a birth certificate is a legal binding document, correct?
Sure, it is.
So then, shouldn't
You're
that
about to
legal
lose this, Lynn,
binding
and you know you
document be confirmed before signing?
Yeah, I agree with that. So we have a problem in this country with the fact that in what I think is we're down to, I think, 3 or 4 states. We are winning, but these last ones are going to be really tough. So I think it's California, Colorado, and some weird state like New Mexico or somewhere like that, where a woman can fill in any man's name on a birth certificate with no proof that she even knows that dude. Now, so literally she could say the father of the child is Billy Ray Cyrus, right? Like literally can do that. And what that can do is if she decides to be a cunt, then she can then sue for paternity and say that this person is the father of the child. And in those states, it's somewhat difficult, although it's getting easier, to compel a DNA test by the father. And I've documented some cases of people, of young men going through that, and old men, but mostly young men going through that, where they've been named as a father because, Agent B got this chick pregnant, but Agent A obviously made more money, was more secure, but maybe they just didn't make the pussy quiver in the right way. So he didn't knock her up. Agent B did. Certainly that's wrong, and I would never support that, but that in no way justifies the use of mandatory.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is, before a father could sign his name on the birth certificate claiming that he is the paternal father, shouldn't there be a verification process before that document is signed?
I think that's optimal. However, I do not believe it's an ought. I don't believe there.
So then the father's name.
It's recommended, not ought.
So then, should the father's name be on the birth certificate? Unless
no, I just said no.
Okay,
I
cool.
literally just said no. And a woman should not be able to put a man's name on a birth certificate just because she says.
By the way, look at the complexity. Can a blood type prove? The answer is no. It can only exclude men. And then if you go down, it shows all if you're A and you're B, you can't be C. But it does.
Correct. Yeah.
It is.
I understood. Yeah.
First of all, the precedent was set already in case law. Just so there have been since 19.
Yes, that is the problem. That people are using that case law to drive this towards mandatory, and mandatory is bad.
I 100% agree with you. And first of all, I like to put down that I am pro-life, so I understand what you're trying to say. 100% pro-life. I do not believe in any form of abortion. Sorry, girls. I don't. I do sympathize with people. I do understand, but I don't agree with it. But one thing I will say is, if you're going to use a legal document, then you should have anything on that document and make sure there's 100% no form or doubt whatsoever in that legal document. You have to take a test to get a driver's license. I think that if you're going to put a father on a birth certificate, there needs to be a test done. And the reason why is
let's make a differentiation here, can we? Can we make a clarifying? Can we make a clarifying line?
Of course.
So I 100% agree with you that a woman should not, never should put a man's name on a birth certificate ever. That's
Ever.
wrong. Okay.
I don't think a
It
man.
should not be allowed. And in most states, it's not allowed. That's,
I
the, I
think
mean,
that
just we're down to just a few. And so that problem hopefully will become some, down the road that won't be a problem anymore. Now, the question then becomes, as Glenn said, should a man be allowed to put his name on a birth certificate without absolute proof of paternity? Yes, he ought to be able to allow to do that if he chooses to.
wait.
Well, wait a minute. That there's a problem there, because now that document cannot be sealed by the state as verified.
Well,
Because if that guy is not
they
the
don't
child's
actually
father,
verify them anyway, Glenn.
but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It should be verified because it's a legal document.
Yeah, I
Glenn,
believe
when there's lots of legal documents that don't get verified.
Your driver's
that's a
license got
clear-
verified. You had to bring your birth certificate to get a driver's license, right? You had to bring your social security card.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. The doctor's the one that the doctor is really the only one that matters when it comes to the birth certificate, and that's the time and sex of the baby.
Okay, let me just break in here for a second.
oh no, but see, now we have to go in on
Lisa, yeah, just a
because
second,
time
Lisa.
and sex of babies about to change.
Just a second, please. The host is speaking. The mighty patriarch is speaking. And I'm not doing that because I didn't want you to.
Wait, that's Grid's line. Grid says he's Mr. Patriarch. Oh,
yeah,
we have
well,
another
I'm
debate right
the
now.
patriarch of this space, okay? And what I say goes, and all that. Grid, I'm very honored and happy to have you here, and I want you to continue your debate because this is very interesting. I'm just going to let everyone know that normally this is about the time Unsalty closes his space. I did start a little late tonight, but aside from that, I think I'm going to let this. I'm going to stick with it for a while as long as we can continue this back and forth. I would just like to take a break from it. Briefly, I want to allow Nico to interject what he's been holding in for a while now, and then we'll get back to the back and forth after hearing what he has.
Incoming raid, Angry Casper. From where?
Okay, so I've got three things. The first one, I have to do my service to vocabulary and language. We really got to stop misusing the word poignant. It doesn't mean that somebody's making a good point. That's just me being pedantic. Second one, as far as like the DNA test versus the blood test versus the genetic testing, we can actually do non-invasive paternity testing.
Oh, cool. Tell LG I said thank you.
Oh, Nico, I think your computer might have glitched.
He got hit with the feminist bug.
Unplugged the USB cord came unplugged.
Yeah, something like that happened, Nico.
How about I present something else? It has to do with the topic, Salty, but
Internal
it's
testing because it's not
there he
about
goes.
legalities or slippery slope arguments. It's about incentivizing different behaviors.
Okay,
and it does
Nico.
incentivize proper behaviors.
Hey, Nico, we lost like 30 seconds of what you said.
Yeah, your mic.
Oh,
completely
okay.
cut
What
out.
was the last thing you heard?
Pedantic.
Incentivize.
Oh, okay.
Paternity incentivize.
So as far as blood tests, we can actually do non-invasive blood tests for paternity testing with over 99% accuracy about 7 weeks into a pregnancy by extracting the fetal stem cells from the woman's blood. It does not give you genetic markers. It just gives you paternity.
Yeah, but that can cause infection. There's lots
Thank you for
of
the raid, my
problems with
friend.
that.
Appreciate you.
No, it's just a blood draw from the mother.
Oh, you said the fetus. I mean, going into
Yeah,
the
the fetal stem cells are circulating through the mother's blood system at that point, and you can test for it with a 99% accuracy.
Yeah, I don't. From my point of view, I'm not concerned about invasiveness. That's irrelevant in my art. I don't care because a woman during pregnancy gets poked, prodded, and pulled on a lot.
Yeah,
So
but the
I think
third
that's a
part
moot
of the
point.
argument, it's not actually about the actual slippery slope argument that you're making or connecting it to other behaviors that the government might take. It's about incentivizing non-degenerate behavior from the populace. And we can solve those other problems with other societal pressures and other laws from the government. I'd rather it not be from laws from the government, but you do need to involve the government, especially when a society has become as degenerate as ours.
So a couple of things. First, right, you're right.
Let's see if Greg can get out of this one.
What you're really talking about is you want to protect a man so that he knows and has certainty of the paternity of the child. The child is his. If that's what you're trying to do, then just be a better man and don't stick your dick in crazy, right? I mean, that's
well, I'm
just
not
simple.
talking about it from a position of protecting the man or protecting the woman. I'm talking about it from a position of protecting the family structure because it
Sure.
disincentivizes amoral and degenerate behaviors.
Right.
They
And
become
I
less
don't
rewarding
disagree
for
with
people
that.
in
So,
society.
yeah, right. I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek. So, I'm trying to add a little levity to the discussion. The problem is that while we talk about paternity test, and you're right, you can take a blood test, you can determine paternity fairly early on in pregnancy without a lot of risk. There is still some risk. The problem is even with doing that, it's a what am I trying? I just lost my train of thought. I went too far. Anyway, I just don't like anything with the word mandatory in it. If you want to say optional, great. I think it's a great option for most men in modern times. I really do. I think that, I don't have a problem with men who want to have it done. I think it ought to be, if we need to pass a law, what the law ought be is that if a man determines that or has any doubt or just wants it and decides, hey, I want to have a paternity test done, the mother cannot object to it. Now, I don't know how many states, because I don't keep up with this as much as I used to, require the mother's consent for a DNA test or a paternity test. But I think the number is still pretty high. I want to say it's probably 20 or 25.
What about this,
Well,
Greg?
if you're suggesting
me-
that the man be able to demand a paternity test and the woman not be able to object it, aren't you just moving the mandate out of the government hands and into the individual's hands? And wouldn't that still have to be backed
Yes,
up
then
by
it
the
would be a
government?
personal choice, right?
But then it
Like,
still would have to be
because I want
affirmed and mandated by the court.
Yeah.
So
See,
let me
right
ask.
now,
Let me.
and look, a point that Glenn makes, that is a fair point, and he makes it all the time, and it is a fair point, and I agree with it, is that what generically happens in some states, it
I
is
want you
getting
guys to
better.
hear that he said I was right.
No, I'll admit when you make a good point. I have to mark it on the calendar, Glenn. It's just a rare thing. And I have to understand. So,
are you being nice to me because it's my birthday month?
I didn't know that, but yes. Well, we can go with that.
Okay.
I will placate you. Glenn's right that and of course you have to understand it. He's been in California for a long time, and their laws are really fucked up, and so there's been cases where 2 or 3 years after the child was born, the woman says, well, this isn't your child, and this guy has no way of knowing one way or the other. Or she shows up on his doorstep and says, this is your child, you owe me X amount of child support, I've got child protective services coming, blah blah blah, all this stuff. And the man will have to spend a ton of money and time
I'm gonna bring that up,
in
Uncle
court
Guns.
to
Don't worry.
force a DNA test that will absolve him. And it can take months. It can take a year. And Glenn is right. That is bad. That's a travesty of justice. That is not the way our court system is supposed to work. And certainly no one should be put through that.
It actually gets better. In the UK, if a man wants a paternity test and the woman says no, she could block it. And so if that's law there, it's not too long before it's law here, and then the guy doesn't know.
Let me present this option.
We're unraveling those laws, though. The UK is weird, but we are for the most part unraveling the barriers to a DNA test.
Let me present you this. Let me present you with this then. Then it is optional for the father's name to be on the birth certificate, but if he has to sign, if he wants it on the birth certificate, then it should be mandatory for verification by paternity.
No, I think it should be his choice if he wants to put it on there or not. I mean, there's a sucker born every minute. I can, you can walk in and buy any car.
Yeah, but
you
it's
want
also
to
the
sign your
child
name.
is being lied to, because this is a document that is the child's certificate of acknowledgement of life and citizenship.
Yeah,
and
this
he
is
has
a man
the right
taking
to know.
responsibility for a child.
Yeah, I think that seriously, if I can't get on a freaking plane without having a federal ID, then somebody shouldn't get on a birth certificate without having some form of verification. I think it's been a misjustice to men outside of the whole abortion thing, Grit. Let's not bring that in here. Let's just bring it into
But it's literally
an alignment, because people can already do that now. There are companies that will do that, which is disgusting, that you can
What
actually
up,
find out
Orthodox
if
guy?
your child has, these issues. I think
Yes,
that's disgusting.
it's
100%.
happening.
But let's keep on focus when it comes to men and having their rights completely trampled on. I have 2 grown men for sons,
Well,
and
Glenn's saying trample on their rights. Glenn's saying that he shouldn't be a man who loves his wife, who wants to keep the government his marriage, has to get a DNA test, a law, put his name on a birth certificate. I think that's bad. I think that's wrong.
Hey, he had to put his name on a marriage license to get married. I don't see what the big deal is.
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't have to. You know
And
what?
and you had to
Hold on now.
verify
I know
you
it's
are.
been a minute since I got. Hold on. It's been a minute since I got my marriage license. But all I had to do was sign on the dotted line. I didn't have to. And I don't. I didn't
Hold
even
on,
use a
hold on.
credit card.
Policy real quick. I just got. Hold on, Issa. I just got the word that Rob Noor might be coming in here, so let me drop the link in my chat for those that want to get Rob Noor in here.
Okay, so just to let you know that I'm also from California, so I see where the rest of the country is going, and the misjustice towards men and how they've been treated when it comes to support and all these things that they were just. I mean, 3 years is horrible. Having a
Capone
3-year-old.
96. I
Imagine
just dropped the
having a
link.
26-year-old.
I
That
will
actually
send Rob Noor
happened
the
in my
link too. I
family,
think I have him on
and
there.
that's a very unfortunate
Actually, I have him on
situation. So when you're actually, I mean, we're not.
Discord. I'll
If
send it to him there
society
too.
is where it's at right now, and we're not talking about the greatest morals in the world on both parts, men and women, and there are people like myself who have sons, they want to be able to safeguard the situation 100% before it happens. Coming from the state I have and am living in, I've seen this happen so many times. It's very unfortunate, and it's not a form of justice. So if you stop that from happening beforehand, and I'm not the same plane as you, I'm just talking about requiring a man, especially putting their name on a birth certificate and then forever holding for the rest of their life until they're at least 18 the responsibility financially, and then finding out that it's not even your biological child. I think we can, because men have not been treated very, and not as virtuous. Now, I consider myself a Proverbs 31 woman. I've actually hit that standard, and a lot of the men that are in here have even given me that verifiable. But there are not a lot of women out there like that. And so when we have good men,
Actually,
have
hey Capone, if you could
rise to the
get,
occasion.
can
That's what we're
somebody
going
get
through right now. But
this link
unfortunately,
to
there are going to be
Rob?
young men who will be taken advantage of until this whole
Yeah.
society goes through its situation.
I really like your speeches. They're really good. But the rest of the nation just is in the process of enacted it. I'm not sure it's rolled out yet, but we're covenant. You can't get a divorce just because you want one, and you can't get married just because you want to get married. There's steps. There's to form a covenant. And I think hopefully that'll catch on. A lot of states, we're the best, and everyone knows it. So, it's hopefully all will across the entire nation will be understand and be able to partake in covenant marriage. Until then, I'm going to disagree with you because all of that close to my heart. At the end of the day, even if a man knowingly signs his name on a birth certificate, knowing it's only a 50, that is loves that woman and he wants a problem with it. The problem comes, the only place problem with the man signing the only the certificate argument is simply that a woman should never be able to just fit in any dude's name and and it'd be a
I'm not
binding legal
sure if
document.
yeah,
If I
Tom
sign
is.
my name to
If
something,
you want me
I
to
don't
get it,
I
Tom,
don't always present ID
I can
for
get
it. I
I can
don't
have Tom
believe
bring
that
him up.
I presented an ID to get my marriage license. That whoever brought that
I'll text Tom.
and on the wrong way, definitely. But that, it's okay.
You
But
didn't have
yeah,
to show your ID to get married.
I did not.
Wow,
I did have to get a blood test to prove that I didn't have like any communicable diseases.
Oh, they didn't ask me for that. That's funny. So it's in Texas. Wow.
Yeah,
Huh.
The opposite
yeah,
in California too.
yeah.
That's
You can't get married if you have a communicable disease without your partner knowing. So you have to get a blood test.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
No, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I enjoy the conversation.
I talk a lot.
No, it's cool. I'm learning here.
Thanks,
it sounded like
Orthodox
somebody
guy.
said that if a woman shows up at your door with a kid and says, "Hey, this is your kid," now you're responsible. It sounds people like guys in California are at risk. Like who or does that person's name have to be on a birth certificate? It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like a woman can just show up at my door if I'm in California, say this is your kid, and now I have to go through a 3-month to 1-year legal process to get a mandatory or to get a DNA test or a paternity test. I'm missing
Obviously,
something.
this is all. I'm sorry. Obviously, it's all like they're different circumstances, right? But if a woman showed up at your door and said, "Hi, money man, long time no see. Look what I got. It's yours." Even if you said, "I've never seen you in my entire fucking life, you crusty hag."
I have done some crusty hags, so it's possible. Anyway,
She says,
Okay.
"I want your money, man."
Fair enough. And she says, "We're moving in. You have to support us." And oh, by the $5,000 in credit card I rung up
Well,
in Cabo
okay,
last
Grid,
week.
you're kind of elaborating on that's a little bit much.
Hey,
Okay,
I mean,
really,
I'm
what
just
it is in
repeating the story
California,
you told me, Glenn.
it's simple like this. In California, if a woman says that you are the father and you believe her, and with your name on the birth certificate or not, and you present to the world that this is your child, right? Then the judge will look at that as your child. You have 2 years to dispute paternity. And let's say you guys break up in the beginning of year 3, and she's like, "That ain't your baby. That's your cousin's Day-Day's baby. Yeah, fuck Day-Day." Like whatever. She says some shit like that. Then you're on the hook for being the dad. It's just what it is.
That's the truth.
so
in
it sounds like
California,
a verbal contract from the mail. Like, yeah, this is my kid. You play the role for
Well,
like.
Well,
a year and a half.
you have to
it's a little
present
worse
it
than
as
that. Glenn glossed over it. So she shows up and she says, "This is your kid." Even if you've never seen her before, if she goes down to child services and says, this is my deadbeat husband or dad or whatever,
baby daddy
and baby daddy. So what's going to happen is they're going to start an investigation. That investigation currently, I think, is right around a year.
Yeah, it's
before
about
they
6 months
decide.
to a year. The earliest like you will see anything done, it'll be like 6 months.
And these are lazy government workers, so they probably aren't going to investigate very much. They're basically going to take the woman's word for it, and they're just going to kick it upstairs to the courts. And once you're in the court system, now you really have to retain a lawyer, and you're going to have to push for a DNA test to clear it. Now,
it's worse than that. I think that maybe that's because you guys don't realize. Even my father, because he owned Suarez Communications, this lady in Los Angeles, she did all that. My father had no right. He wasn't notified of court or anything of the sort, not even DNA tests, nothing. And they were about to garnish his wages.
Yeah.
And they're lazy. They don't want to do the
They're
work.
crazy.
So
then
let me say one more
and
thing. Let me just say one more thing.
A picture in, and my father wasn't even the right race.
Isa, I'm sorry for interrupting. Look, I just want to say one more thing. In that case, mandatory, totally mandatory.
So the problem is with the court system, you can't compare.
Hey, I didn't never fuck any crusty hags. I don't know.
Right out of the gate, you're going to spend, I would say, 3 visits in court, however long that takes. Family court's really backed up. So you're going to go to court probably 3 times before
nip it in the bud. You got to nip it in the bud. And if a state is going to allow that shit to happen, it should be mandatory in that state. Okay.
I agree.
in that state.
That's it.
In that,
Yeah.
no, seriously, in liberal
I would
states,
like to. I mean, there's a lot
I
of things I'd
agree.
like to make mandatory in California.
I think it should be mandatory in California. And I think because we've seen the extreme of what just may be coming to other states if we go blue, the whole country, this is what's going to be something on repetition. And it's very disconcerting because
I'm not answering my door.
no, let's just say oh, I go out tonight and I got pregnant, and all of a sudden, although Grid lives in Tennessee, I could put his name on the birth certificate. And guess what, Grid? You're going to owe a shitload of money to California. And I think that's wrong. It's wrong. It's immoral. It's
I'm
unjust.
gonna go out there and tell everybody that Grid's my baby daddy, and that I'm gonna get that child support money, Grid. I'm gonna get that money.
So wrong. They jack it up. Like they will jack it up. So you will have to pay $2,000 a month, depending on the lifestyle. It's horrible. So
Yeah, California is really messed up that way. There are reforms coming through California that they are slow, but they have been doing some reforms. One of the things is that it used to be almost basically you had to compel a woman to get a DNA test or a paternity test, and a judge had to order it, and it took a lot to get that to happen. Now they seem to have streamlined that process to where basically that's the first thing that they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, you say he says he's not, DNA test, and the woman can fight that. Now she can just not show up. She can say she doesn't have money for it. She can say that she showed up and they were too busy. She had to go to work. And the woman can drag that shit out with no risk of going to jail.
Is the man on the hook for paying?
Let me ask you this, Grid. So would you be interested in adopting what Panama did? They recently passed Bill 510, which let me get it here. It basically says that I believe it's paternity fraud is punishable as a punishable crime.
I do believe that. I mean, I think that, well, first of all, I think all fraud in this country, especially fraud in the childcare sector and the honestly in the interpersonal, like, you know, women taking men for a bunch of money through fraud, men the same to women through fraud. You know, basically I think that this interpersonal fraud, which for so long has just been like, well, you should have known better.
Just so you know, Grid, Ghost 1978 want me to tell you that you are all of our baby daddy, and you have to prove us wrong without any testing.
It is a fact that I am in fact dad one.
Can I get on that list? I want to be on that list.
All right.
I am dad one. I am the e-thought wrangler. I am dad one.
Calm down.
I have photographic proof.
Calm down. Grid, man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming to my space, brother. I hope you can come back again for a Tuesday man talk, a Thursday man talk, a debate me bro space. We're doing this debate thing kind of, it's not the usual thing. The usual thing with man talk is a topic that men talk about, and then we let women give feedback on our worldviews. But we're probably going to keep doing the whole like debate a topic theme, at least leading up to debate con this month, where you
are you going to be there?
Yeah, I'm going to be with
Grid. This is the one that is going to debate.
Yeah, we spoke on the phone. We spoke on the phone.
Gotcha.
Grid, you and I.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I really appreciate everyone that came up to speak. Issa, I'm going to close the space to any more discussion of the topic because I'm kind of tired. So I'm getting ready to close this down. If you want to briefly say something.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for
Issa, you were a great sport.
Be fair and balanced, because we don't live in Tennessee, and it is very unfortunate that our men are being reared here and that women have been very, very scandalous, unfortunately. I am a woman, but I'm a different woman, a woman of substance and religion, and that's very rare in California, as Glenn can tell you. So I just, I speak out for men. I had a very horrible ex-husband who was a deadbeat dad, but not all dads are like that. And I stand firm on men's rights, and I stand firm that men should not be taken advantage of like that, period. This is wrong. And until we have a better society, we're not going to be able to fix this problem. And maybe this will fix women from screaming wolf. where they're like, oh, I can't get
Issa,
pregnant.
I have a better way to fixing this. I debated it last weekend on Grid Show. I said that we should mandate that all women at the age of 12 get their tubes tied, right? That way you don't have to
Whoa.
worry about any unwanted pregnancies. And the only way they get their tubes untied is when their husbands approve of when they can have children. They have to be married and their husbands approve of it. Grid didn't like my position. I thought my position stopped like abortions. It stopped,
I think I was
unwanted
ambivalent on the
pregnancies.
position.
Huh?
I think I'm ambivalent on that position. I forget who you were debating that with.
It was
but,
that witch chick, witchy.
Oh yeah, she freaked out about it. Yeah.
I
Well,
won
in
that
any
debate.
case, Glenn, I just want to thank everyone for coming to the space. And I'm sorry y'all have more to say to each other, but Eastside definitely did enjoy you as well as a speaker. Please come back. We're gonna do this Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm gonna do my damnedest to keep my commitment to hold the Thursday space. I am a little bit out of battery when Thursday comes around. I'd rather just be in the speakers, talking shit and clowning. But yeah, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Central, we start and we generally end around 9 p.m.
Oh,
So
hell
thanks
no.
for everybody for coming, all my friends, all the speakers that were here and aren't here anymore. And I hope y'all come back next week for another. And
All right, you guys, I'm gonna be out of there. So I'm gonna open the link. I'll drop the link. Yeah, Nurse Arthodiah endorsed it. You remember that? No, Dr. Arthodiah. She's a doctor now. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. We could go for a little bit more. We can just chill and chat. Whatever topics you guys want to bring up, it's fine. But can I get some love on the donos or what? Come on, you guys. I want you guys to know we just got the keys for the studio. I just got the keys for the studio earlier today. We're gonna be building out the studio, so we really need your support to get this studio up and going. This is a project for all of us. Project out of love. That's right. Pay me. Do it. But yeah, links dropped. I'm gonna pin it. Hold on, let me go to the YouTube and pin it. I got so many things to do. But yeah, we got the keys. It's a great space. It's gonna be nice. I'm looking forward to our first in studio interview is going to be with Mr. Sterling Cooper. He'll be here on the 11th with me, and we're going to be talking about relationships, manosphere, stuff like that. What's he's been doing now? He's been touring around a lot. So, all right, I think it's pinned. Cool. Yeah, so you guys want to come up, talk about whatever. Let's chit chat for a little bit. Oh, you think it's important that Michelle that you're in person for Sterling? I bet you wish you were. I bet you wish you were here for Sterling Cooper. Yeah. Sterling is a good guy. I bet you want to examine him and make sure that all of him is accurate. Yeah. You're not even in the medical field, but you want to do some medical testing, I'm sure. You will make me feel better. Oh my goodness. So the link's pinned. If you guys want to come up, let's chop it up for a few minutes. If not, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. So you guys, yes, Issa, I told you I was on YouTube the whole time. Please, I'll see what I can do. I'll see if you can make a stop in Chicago. Ghost comes in with a $5 super chat. He says, support the channel and send super chats. That's right. Support the channel, you guys. Support the channel. We're having a good time. I'm gonna go. Like I said, the link is pinned. If you want to come over on YouTube, come on up. We can either continue conversation, chop it up about whatever you guys want to talk about. But until then, I'm gonna go use the restroom. And you guys make sure you guys know right now that Diddy oil is at a low cost. You guys need to get your bottle of Diddy oil.
All right, fellas, listen up. If your freak off game is so weak and your girl is so dry, she's pretending she's in a coma just to get through it, you are needing some serious help. I'm talking drier than a Dave Ramsey's budgeting seminar. You need something slick, something smooth, something nastier than your browsing history. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Diddy oil. That's right. The bad boy himself finally put that swagger juice in a bottle.
What we're going to do right here is we're going to smooth it out. Come on.
Diddy oil makes everything slicker than a politician's promise in November. I ain't joking. It's smoother than 90s R&B. Wetter than Cardi B's lyrics.
Yeah, you dealing with some wet and gushy.
Even guaranteed to make you whisper things that you never thought you would say. Like,
Take that, take that, take that.
all of a sudden you'll be acting crazy, acting bad, like Diddy.
Act bad, act bad. Yeah, come on. Act bad, 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 act bad.
So what are you waiting for? Go out there and get your own bottle of Diddy oil so you can act as bad as you want and be a bad boy for like. Where am I getting these fucking sponsors from? This is disgusting. No, I don't want no man's Diddy oil. What the fuck? The diddler? I don't want no diddler oil. I mean, come on. What? Yeah, I know Kid Cudi. What are you trying to say? You gonna blow up my car? I don't want him to blow up my car. You know what? Go out there and get your own bottle of Diddy oil today. Yep, that's right. The Diddler's Diddy oil today. I don't want my car blown up. You think that's good? He ain't gonna try to diddle me, right? Okay. Man, we need to get better sponsors.
Yeah, I need better sponsors to make better commercials because I'm not trying to make more Diddy oil commercials. Come on, you guys, help me out. But thank you, Ghost, for the $5 super chat. So what's on you guys' mind? What you guys want to chat about? See, Issa, I told you should be supporting my project. I have a whole podcast ready to go. But you want to do unsolved mysteries of that weirdo that was in Washington that ended up mapping out everywhere. That was hilarious. You guys, you have this. Let me tell you a story. All right. So I'm in this space. Issa's in the chat right here. This lovely lady. All right. She's a producer in LA, or well, in the LA area, right? She's talking about this upcoming project that it's about like ghost stories or whatever. Like this guy telling like ghost stories, right? He was like some spooky guy or whatever. And we're in this space where people like just like getting things off their chest. This motherfucker came up and said that he was a map, you know, male attracted minor or whatever, something like that. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And she's like, wait a minute, what? And she literally, everybody was like, what the fuck did this guy just do? Did he just say what we think he says? And Issa had him signed to a deal. A deal. Like, dude was about to get paid for telling ghost stories. And he ruined it by being a freakhead. You know, just nasty. Minor attractive person. Thank you, Ghost. That's what the Democrats call him. It was wild. It was wild. It was wild. I was just like, yo, that's a confession you go to your priest about. You just don't come into spaces with that shit. But I'm glad he did, because that now she immediately dropped him. She had to scramble, and I tried to help her out. I know my buddy JJ helped her out with that. It was a crazy case. You know, we don't have any maps over here. We have GPSs though. I'm drinking chocolate milk. Leave me alone. All right. So the link is pinned. If you guys want to come up, anybody want to come up, come on up. Let's chat. I would have no we were talking. Michelle, you're funny. Yeah, it was in Miss G space. It was in Miss G space. It was wild. it was Miss G she lost her shit too. She was like, what the? She went off. She went off on him. It was great. It was a great opportunity. It was a great time. I saw the term sextinction crazy work. What? What are you talking about? Get up here, DL. Yeah, no, I think everybody was traumatized. I think everybody was traumatized, Issa. It was wild. Get up here, DL. Let's have that grown man conversation. Let's see. Let's see what else in the chat that I missed. If I missed anything earlier. Did I miss any super chats? Let's see. I got to Gas Mask. I did that, yes, sir. I did get to Raging Patriot, yep. And I did Ghost. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Let's see. Oh, it's a book by Dr. So. Okay. I'll have to look into that. Oh, you're driving? All right, if I'm still on, hop on. Yeah, it was crazy. What do you guys want to talk about? Anything else? I can wrap it up. I've already been going 4 hours. So okay, Issa, I think you won the debate. Okay, because my position is it should be mandatory, right? Paternity should be mandatory if the name is going to be put on the birth certificate, because the birth certificate is a legal document, and legal documents need to be verified. And the best way to verify whether or not you're the father is by a paternity test. And then give me a minute. I can get you something real quick. All right, Ghost, give me something. I say you won the debate, personally. Now, Grid, he's an old man. He's an old man. He's my friend. Okay. So I don't expect him to concede. Because he won't concede to me on this debate. We've had this debate. You guys, how many years have me and Greta been having this one debate on paternity? Has it been 3 years now? I think it's been 3 years. We have this debate like once at least every year. It's been 2 years, Michelle. I think it'll be 3 years this summer, right? I think it's 3 years this summer. And you're leaning on 2? I think it's been 3 years. Because last year me and Grid were in Florida. And the year before that, it's when I had the accident. So no, I didn't see Grid. Yeah, but you got the brain leakage, Michelle. You can't remember things. It's okay. I think this June. Yeah, I think you're right, Jack. I think this June will be 3 years. But yeah, definitely, you guys. If you guys want to go hang out with me and Grid, oh yeah, we are past June now, aren't we? If you guys want to hang out with me and Grid this July 24th, go to this link right here that Uncle Guns posted. Click on it. Join us at GridCon, where Grid is hosting a bunch of debaters debating. I'll be there emceeing and also moderating some of the debate. It's going to be a fun time. We're going to have a good get together. It's going to be great. I think the tickets are like $10, so it's really not that much. So come out, hang out. Good place to meet some people. Good place to get your debate topics done if you want it. We're going to have impromptu rooms. If you're not a big time debater, you want to work on your debating, you can go in there and do your debate. It'll be good times. And then the following day is DebateCon. So if you're there watching Andrew Wilson or anybody that's debating there, why not get your feet wet by coming out there the Friday before, do some debating yourself, and then join the game. Oh, is this? Hold on. Orthodox guy, is that you? Put a yes in the chat, or yes in the back chat. You know how I am. I'm kind of weird with randoms. All right, cool. Got you.
My bad, man. I forgot it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
How you doing, OG?
I'm doing good. How about you, Mr. Glenn? I'm doing well.
I'm doing well. I can't complain. I know. It's been a minute.
Should I heard you out by my way? You know, I'm from Georgia.
Oh, I rode through Georgia. Like I rode a motorcycle from Virginia all the way to Florida.
Damn, it must have been some good weather. Must have been some good
bro,
riding.
it was fun. It was fun. I hit rain too. You remember that rain that we had about 6 weeks ago?
Yeah,
That
almost
pretty heavy
flooded the
rain?
place.
Yeah, I was riding through that, bro. I was like, what?
Damn, you my best friend and his brother, they ride the shit. They have I think it was a Honda Nighthawk. I think I don't know bikes very well. That might be I think it was a Honda Nighthawk or something. I don't know the name of it. But they ride and they talk about some of the funnest time is when you go from very beautiful clear weather to a random summer storm. It's exhilarating. I wouldn't know, but
It was a lot of fun. I would just tell you that my lower back is still hurting from it though. Like I rode it from Virginia to Florida and then I'm back from Florida to Virginia. It was a long ride. And then I flew back to Virginia. Or from Virginia back to Florida. Real quick, Smoking Spaceman. He said we could come to an agreement if I dropped the mandatory and replaced it made available and legally protected without obstruction upon request. We could also come to an agreement if the father's name cannot be put on the birth certificate until a paternity test is done. You know, if we just do it that way, then like dad doesn't have to sign a paternity test. And then if paternity only matters when it's in court, then who cares if the dad's name is on the birth certificate until the court case, until there's a divorce.
are y'all talking about mandatory paternity
Yeah,
test?
paternity test. We were talking about it earlier in the spaces on X. Me and Grid debated this topic years ago. He's against mandatory. I'm for it. Because I think that way, I think the birth certificate's a legal document. So before anybody's name could be put on a legal document, there has to be verification that this father is the said father of the child. The only way to do that is through paternity, right? So that's why I think it should be legalized, a legal document. If it's going to be illegal, the birth certificate is a legal document, then it has to be verified. Then it should be verified through paternity.
Well, see, so I don't debate, but I have discussions, right? And I think I've talked to Grid about this, and I'm on the same. You know me. You've watched my channel. I think one time when I thought red pill. I'm not red pill, but this is one of the things that I agree with the red pill on, because the amount of fathers that are raising kids that are not actually theirs is so high in society, and it's just like you should have to verify that father. But I also did come to I do see the reasonable, the reasonable compromise that Spaceman brought up with that. So
Yeah.
I think it should be either mandatory or the compromise.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. And I'm not taking away the father's rights. I'm saying before you can exercise your rights, we need to verify whether or not you are the right father of this child. I think it's not removing their rights. The child has the right to know that his birth certificate has his biological father on it. That it's a legal document that he could look at and resort to. But OG, I heard you catching some strays like the rest of us.
I ain't catch no strays. I want to smoke. This little bitch called me out. Like, I'm a fat boy, right? But I'll fight you. I'm lazy, but my mama didn't raise no bitch. And he called me out. And so he challenged me to a fight. So I accepted. And then he wanted to be like, I got doxxed and everybody found out I was fat. I say found out, ! I tell everybody who I am. I'm like, I'm just a fat dude on the internet. And I'm like, no, dude, I'll still fight you. I don't care. Like, I'm not a coward. I mean, like, it is what it is.
To me, I have nothing to say. I don't know why he has this thing up, like trying to call us all out. Like, bro, what's the point of me coming over there and talking to you? I'll see you in Texas.
he wants attention, and it's all to. I think it's all to mess with Grid. I think it's all to mess with Grid and people associated with Grid, because like I told him, I said, if you really have a problem with me, we can meet up Sunday in Texas. He's, oh, you ain't gonna mess up my event. I said, it sounds like an event's on Saturday. We can meet up Sunday. He don't actually want to smoke. He wants attention. He wants to be able to play the victim because of whatever reason. He wants to be able to go, they came on my show and attacked me. They came and attacked me. They bothered me. They're doing this, that, and the third. And that's all it is. He's trying to make Grid look bad. He's trying to cry and complain.
Or he could be trying to find a way to not host his event.
Dusty said that. I think Dusty said that as well, you know. And I called him out at the very beginning when I came up. I said, look, I don't want to be the reason that you don't come to Texas and be a little bitch, because I heard about that, and I think that might be the very case that you scared that you're going to use somebody, quote unquote, threatening you to not show up. I said, so
hold on real quick. What Smoking Spaceman, we already complicating it by making the government involved in the collection of child support without paternity.
That is an issue. That's another reason that I think that it should be mandatory, because if the government can mandate child support, a man shouldn't have to pay child support on the child that's not biologically his.
Yep.
And the court can mandate you pay. They can know that. Yeah, they can even know you're not the father, and if it's the best interest of that child, mandate you with child support. So
Yep.
not only do we need to make sure that paternity is mandatory at birth, we also need to push for it to be illegal or not able for a man to be charged.
Hold on. Glad the fucking puss I offered to host duels to the death and he cried liability. All right, you know what? We can do duels to the death when I get there in Texas on the 24th. One day only. We'll do duels to the death.
I like Out on the Limb, man. He's a wild card. He's crazy. He's cool.
He is crazy. He's funny. But you know, here's the thing. I think that, you know, hold on. What's going on here? Hold on. Someone just banned me from your live chat. I was curious. So somebody banned the Steel Man. Did somebody ban Steel Man? And if you guys banned him, what was the ban for? Just let me know. Steel Man, I'm not aware of this, so I'm just asking the mods. Mods, get back to me. Let me know. I don't know what he said or did. If he said something wild or ridiculous, Steel Man, maybe it's a timeout. But my chat's pretty good at like not banning. My mods are pretty good at not banning people. But what were you saying? Go ahead.
But yeah, not only should we not make it mandatory paternity test, but we should make it illegal for judges to mandate child support when the child is not biologically yours. That should be outright illegal for a judge to do.
He's saying, you know, we are returning to polite society, so dueling is absolutely essential.
Yeah, an armed society is a polite society. You have to back. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you. I think you know, armed society is a polite society. You know what I mean? Like, Panelverse, you know, you're not banned, bro. Your chats are here. I see your chats. I don't know why you think I don't know how your chats are banned. I think your chats are coming through. I see them.
If you had to back up what you believe are the insults you levy, it doesn't have to be to the death, right? You can duel somebody with a fist fight, mutual combat, right?
That's what Texas has. Texas has mutual combat.
If you had to back that up with physical action, there'd be a lot less stupidity and ignorance and people just throwing out insults and being retarded. I don't know if that word's allowed. I apologize if it's not.
I use retarded all the time. The fact that we can't use the word retarded is retarded.
Absolutely.
You know, but like, personally, I think that who's coming up here? Oh, Saint's in the house. Saint's in the building. What up, Saint?
What's happening, Sam? How you feeling?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. I think like, when it comes to mandatory, I think mandatory paternity tests should be across the board. You could say it's mandatory if you want your name on the birth certificate, then we should verify whether or not you are the child's the father of the child. But I think beyond that, I think it's fine.
Well, there's only two exceptions, and I don't mean to make fun of, but the one exception I could think of would be a artificial insemination where the man is sterile, so they use semen to impregnate the egg, or if the dude is okay with being cucked and just wants to raise the kid, have make believe family, or not even to be insults, say something tragic happened to some guy's wife, and they decided to keep the baby because they don't believe in termination. It should be like an automatic adoption type thing that he gets to choose at birth to sign the certificate, and then he becomes the father because he signed it. Type deal.
Yeah, like a waiver. I'm with him on that. A waiver.
Yeah.
For the simps out there, for the white knights.
Because it's not. It's not the purpose.
Wait a minute. No, the birth certificate, it's a legal document. If we're going to say we could forge legal documents because
no, it's a waiver. It's a waiver. I correct me if I'm wrong, bro. But
if the waiver, then you can't have the name on the birth certificate. Then
no. The state says you're entitled. We're going to do this DNA test. The guy says, I know I'm not the father, or I don't want the test. I'm going to waive that.
I don't care the results. I don't care the results.
Document.
Yeah.
Right.
Or I don't care about the results. And then they signed it'd be a package of documents or multiple documents to go along with it.
No, I still think then on the birth certificate, it should say non-biological father.
No, but that's fine. That's fine. Like that's fine.
No. I'm just saying it should say instead of say father, it should say biological father or non-biological father.
What does it say when you adopt a child? It doesn't say non-biological adoptive parent, does it? It just says you're the parent.
There would be adoption records. Actually, Glenn's onto something because that would be medical records.
Yes.
Medical records for that purpose.
And for the medical records for that purpose, because who's the first people they go to when it comes to organs?
Dad or mom.
Dad or mom. So if it's listed on their non-biological father, then you're still the father. You get the daddy credits, but it's known in the system that you're not the biological father. So then you're gonna have to look elsewhere.
Well, I mean, they can still run a compatibility test because it doesn't make you not compatible. It just means that you have a 25 to 30 to maybe 50% chance of not being compatible.
Yeah. So. But yeah, I just got the studio space deal.
Word, that's what's up.
Yep, in Orlando. I'm gonna have Sterling come out here on the 11th, so he'll be the first one in studio.
That's what's up. And yeah, man, we already talked. It's on. I haven't changed on I'm free. So I'm free.
Hold on, Panelverse. I just removed you're back. You can come back over here. You're fine. You're not blocked anymore. So Grid's doing this event. I think it's going to be a fun event. Debate GridCon in Dallas. It's going to be fun. But I want to see what you guys want to chop up about. What you guys want to chop up about?
Yeah, we can talk about anything, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm out of here tomorrow. I'm headed down to Miami, so I'll be down there for the weekend. So, I got to.
Oh, you're gonna be like 2 hours away from me.
Be where?
I'm in Palm Beach.
Okay, yeah, I'll be right down the street from you. What's that? Maybe hour and a half. Hour and a half. I'll be in Brickell.
Oh, you're gonna be in Brickell?
Yeah, I'll be in Brickell. So
you can go see the boys.
Nah, I mean they're hard to catch up with anyway. But Brickell is so small. Like if you out and about, you'll probably see Fresh, and Myron doesn't come out the house.
Yeah, Myron turned into a hermit.
He's always been that way. Yeah, he's always been that way. But Fresh is always on the scene. Ain't no telling. But I'm there. I'm talking to other folks. Like I'm there doing something. Different world, different bubble.
Yeah. That's what's up. So, OG guy, are you gonna go catch all the smoke over there?
Oh, I already went to Speakeasies. I bitched him out the very beginning of his stream. I told him, I said, hey, look, fuck all this talking shit. I can find my fat ass way to Dallas, bro. Do you want the fight that you challenged me that we agreed to do on July 4th? And he said, no, you ain't gonna fuck up my event. I said, your event's on Saturday. We can square up on Sunday. No. He backed down quick. He wants to run his mouth and fucking run his cocksucker. That is all he wants to do. He wants to go be very specific. Call me out, prove that I'm a liar on this specific thing. And then when you prove he's a liar, well, you didn't do it on the specific thing I asked you to prove. He's a fucking weasel, man. Like I already bitched him out. And there ain't no sense in you, Dusty, or Grid even going over there and wasting y'all's time. Because all he's gonna do is cry and whine.
Like I said, I'll see dude when I see him, and when I see him, we could talk.
Man,
I use sign language.
Most of the dudes in this YouTube trenches, man, they're cowards, bro. They're not trying to do that. They're keyboard warriors, man. And then when they see you in real life,
I gotta take a lesson from my big homie DL. He just did some sign language with somebody, and he. Hey, were you signing with him? Were you giving him some sign language?
Right. And these dudes think they about it, man, until they come across someone who is. I mean, that's our society today as a whole. No one wants to be held accountable. Like, they talk about free speech and all that. I have the right to say this, I have the right to say that. You do. And you have the right, the government can't come and get you. But you know what I'm saying? Mr. Jones over there, Mr. Bobby over there, they're not the government, right? They can come see you. And then these people, they talk all this nonsense, they talk all this craziness, and then when it's time to, stand on it, they want to run. They want to run to the police, man. It is what it is. So I don't even take this serious. That's why, I don't even take it serious, man. It's like, I'm trying to help guys who.
That's the thing that gets me, bro. Like, I'm always about helping guys level up and do better. Right. And my thing is when I hear somebody dedicating a whole stream, putting me on the thumbnail, right? I'm just like, bro, I'll see you when I see you. That's all needs to be said. Like, I'll see you when I see you. And that's the end of it. And then let bygones be bygones.
Nah, bro. They'll take that to the prosecutor, to the police, and they'll be coming after you for terrorist threats. It's a whole new game today, man. These cats, man, they fight a different way. They don't want to stand on it. They don't want to put their body on it. They want to go get somebody. You know what I mean? Even the hate streamers. Like, look at Chud the Builder.
Yeah.
Right? Like Chud ain't about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he about that D. Seems like he's into Transformers. He's into another lifestyle. I ain't mad if that's what you want to do. Yeah. You ain't heard the rumors.
I didn't know
you
about
ain't seen the receipts. Yeah.
Bro,
yeah.
you know me, like I don't like if it's not in my lane, I really don't fucking like it ain't about me, then I'm good. I'll get in people's business.
I have some I don't believe it until I see it, and I ain't seen it yet. And I mean, honestly, I don't really care. The Chud the Builder and the training stuff, I keep hearing people talk about it, but I ain't seen nothing about it. I've seen a couple memes, and that's it. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care. Let me use that Chud the Builder example, and the example you used is because our founders knew private tyranny, right? They knew what the East India Company was. They said fight tyranny where you find it. It wasn't just the government. It wasn't just the government. That's why the Constitution applies. You can go to prison for false imprisoning somebody and violating somebody's civil rights. Simple fact of the matter is freedom of speech does mean freedom of consequence from both private and the government. But there should be a mechanism.
Actually, it's not true. That's not true. Because a defamation case against you is based off of your speech. Slander is another way you get to so your freedom of speech. You're not. It doesn't mean without consequence.
Well, there's limits to it. It does mean without consequence, but there are limits to the freedom of speech, right? You're not allowed to damage somebody, right? Just like you can't haul off and punch somebody in the face for no reason. because one of those limits to freedom of speech was dueling. At one time, dueling was legal, right? If you accosted somebody with words, you could challenge somebody to a duel. Like if somebody was screaming in your face and dishonored you, you could challenge them to a duel.
You know, you're giving out on a limb like reasons to have this argument that we need to start dueling again, right? You just gave.
Well, no, I actually do agree with that argument, though. I think society should bring back dueling because I think it'd make a better class of man. It would make a cultured thug, if you will. It would make somebody who knows when to talk and when to shut the fuck up, and it would keep a lot of people in their own lane. It would allow
death, though. Not to the death, though, right?
That would be between the duelists. That would be between the people that would be between the challenger and challengee.
He's like, look, I was about to say I'm in full support.
I mean, I don't. Our society was better when these things existed.
Yeah, because you know what? You had to watch what you say because your actions had consequences. Your words actually had you have responsibility over your words, and your words had consequence to them.
Rights without responsibilities are a devil's trap.
Are entitlements.
Yeah, true. Entitlements. And entitlements always lead to negativity. And our founders and the people that built this country knew that. They knew that with every right comes a responsibility. And like you have the right to say what you want to say, but somebody has the right to challenge you to a duel. Not anymore, but they did at the foundation of our country.
Well, in certain states, you can still mutual combat.
Well, I mean, there even in modern mutual combat, there is several. It's not the exact same, but it's lesser punishments for things like fist fights. So I think that it should be a free and clear, two witnesses of reputable standing, and either you go out 20 paces and pop each other, or you waylay the fuck out of each other where you stand. As long as you got two witnesses of reputable standing.
I think once a person is knocked down and dazed and confused, the fight's over.
Well, like I said, that would be between two fighters, because some people are ignorant and some people take really huge offense to some things.
I would still say you can't sanction murder and manslaughter. I mean, as a government, you have to draw the line somewhere. I mean, if someone agrees to mutual combat and they get kimmed, they get hit so hard that they lose their life. But it's like, okay, they were boxing. This wasn't to the death, so you wouldn't. I think they would have to sign a waiver. But to say, oh, we're gonna like pistols at Dons or sabers, that might be a little too far. But I mean, I hear where you're coming from, though.
I don't think so. I think it gives the necessary weight to a duel, because that could always be the possibility, and it's always running in your head. If I can't back up what I say or what I believe, I'm going to be wiser with my actions.
Smoking Spaceman said that society with dueling existed because people had honor. Honor is almost non-existent today.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's not too many honorable people out there. Because here's the thing: like you look at again, Chud the Builder, like dudes locked up, and you look at what society is doing, what the courts are doing, how law enforcement is dealing with these hate streamers. Right? Reason law enforcement and the courts, and then they're probably going to make some new laws or whatever. Like like the politicians got to deal with this, is because citizens don't have a way to deal with it. Like we can't. Who was the guy? One of these hate streamers was just at the BET Awards. And got his ass whooped, but was running to the police the whole time. But what's his dude's name?
Yeah, I forgot his name.
Yeah. And here's the thing: like when these dudes go out and do this sort of thing, they're really jeopardizing the entire community. So the court is going to deal with it. This is why Chud the Builder is going to do. If he takes this thing to trial, I think he's going to do a 12-piece. I think he's going to get 12 years. Just because the court wants to send a message to these people out here, because these dudes ain't real. They're doing it for clicks. They're doing it for money. So I mean, and that's just that's just part of. So the court's trying to take care of it.
I don't agree with you. I think I don't care if the person is white, black, or Hispanic. They have every right to say what they want to say. And if your initial instinct, it's one thing to challenge someone to a duel, a one-on-one fight. If your initial instinct is to be a savage, violent individual, I don't want to share a society with you. If you think that you have every right to assault someone over a word, and you don't have the capacity for higher thinking, and you think that you have that right, I don't want to share a society with you. Now, if you walk up to me and you say, I don't like what you said, I challenge you to a duel, to pistols at dawn, sabers at dawn. I want to run it through you. And I should accept because of what I said.
Real quick,
right
shout
there
out
is just
to
where it's
the
too
Raging
far.
Patriot. Real quick,
Yeah.
shout out to the Raging Patriot for $2 super chat. It said, man, send this man some donos. Thank you. Pay me. Pay me. I got a studio to build, guys. Pay me.
I think the
I
issue
agree with you right up
builder-
until the death part, brother. I agree with you, right? And I think like the courts wouldn't have to get involved if people could handle it at the street or the lowest level, right?
Yeah.
And again, the same scenario, like, are you saying these things, whatever, someone steps to you and they challenge you on the spot. And it's like, you know, fuck pistols at dawn, man. I challenge you right now. Let's get it in, mutual combat. Let's get it in right now. You know what I mean? And
Okay,
we'll just
let
fight
me
till
ask you
someone gets
this.
knocked out.
What about a mercy rule, right? What if I beat dude to the point where he like just brain dead? Should we put him out of his misery? Like at that point, like
yeah, that's the point of being brain dead.
You
Well,
know,
that's up to the family, right? You know, you got to have that set up. And if you out here,
but like,
if
if I could
being,
get sued afterwards, if it was a mutual fight, right, and I knocked him down and I beat the brakes off of him, and now he's a vegetable, wouldn't it have been better if I finished him off?
No, that would be.
I'm just trying.
Let his family do that.
Let
his family decide what they want to do with him.
I'm just trying to play, you know, the contrarian here, like, yo, because then you gotta have a person that's brain dead. It's gonna be a drain on the social services because his family's gonna need extra support because he's drooling like this, and you have to wheel him around the house and he shits on himself. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's on the family.
Should they get welfare for that?
I don't believe in welfare at all, to be honest with you. Not the way we do it today. I especially don't agree with corporate welfare.
I agree. What's up, Denizen?
Yo.
How you doing, my friend?
I find that offense comes often when people confuse the subject of a comment with the target.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, if I make a comment that you find offensive, I'm probably not necessarily directing it towards you or at you. So to take offense is almost a choice of that part.
That's true. But unless somebody's being really specific, right? If I said, Denizen, you are a blank, and you did X, Y, and Z, you probably have every right to take offense to that, right? If it's not true.
I would say if it's not true, then you should not be offended.
Wait a minute. So if someone's lying about you, you shouldn't be offended that they lied about you?
And it doesn't even involve you at all.
But what if it does? What if it is you? Like if somebody was slandering your name, would you not be offended about the slander?
No, not unless it could cause me actual repercussions.
Okay, the slander costed you your revenue. Maybe you're making X amount of money. Now rumors are out that this is bad, you know, and it is taking away, let's say, 50% of your business profit. Now are you offended?
Yeah, now I'm suing.
So then it's appropriate. Then you're saying that there's a certain.
How often is that the case, though?
Well, most people don't have the money even to take a case to court.
Yeah, but most people don't lose revenue because somebody else is lying about them.
True.
Most people are completely unaffected by it, except for how they choose to react or feel about it.
Issa says in dueling, there's always someone who will stop the duel once it gets to a point of incapacitation. See, she's really pro dueling, you guys. She wants to see dudes brawling in the street again, duel down, box it out. No more internet gangsters is what Issa is saying.
I'm sorry if If you're gonna threaten me with a duel, I'm just gonna turn around after one pace and shoot you in the back and then leave.
Yeah, but then his second is gonna take care of you. Remember, the second is out there, right? So
Then he
your
gets it
second might
first.
take care of you because that's not honorable. That's not.
The second gonna get it first.
Okay,
But
That's,
then, I mean,
that's
but
why
in
you
case
use muskets.
you got one shot. You got one shot, bro. You got to reload. So yeah, they're gonna be looking at you.
I always gonna have a loaded musket on me then. That way you hand me one, that's one bullet, bang for your second, bang for you.
But you get the point, though.
Bang,
Like
bang.
that's not honorable. So they're gonna take care of you. That's not. You gotta pop everybody. You gotta pop the two witnesses because that's not honorable.
There's
Once
no
that gets out.
honor in being dead. When are
That's what
men
you'll
gonna
need.
stop with this stupid shit?
But I mean, we're just living in that.
Ah,
example.
he
That's-
hurt my feelings. I need to kill somebody. I'm gonna risk my life over words. Come on. That's some gay shit.
I do like what
But
Issa
bro-
says here. We need honor and integrity back. That is something true. And you know what? I
we
think
need-
only men could bring it back. I don't think you can expect women naturally to be honorable and integrable. And I hate to say that, but it's even biblical, okay? It says in what is it? Ecclesiastes like 7. It said, like, as I searched, I still cannot find one out of 1,000 men to be righteous, and I couldn't find one woman among them. Like it just kind of just goes to show you that, like, if we want honor and duty and integrity back, it has to come from men. And it's going to be one out of the 1,000. So even in that sense, it's a small group of men that need to bring it back.
So anyway,
He said
like
duty.
you're talking about words and being willing to take life over words. I mean, I went to war over words, right? The Constitution. I went to this to defend the Constitution. They're just words, right?
You're fucking up.
I was.
You understand?
The United States government don't even give two shits about the Constitution. Here you are dying for it.
I mean, he has a point there, right? Like,
Who has a point?
Dennis in there. He said the government doesn't even care about the Constitution, so why are we dying for it?
But we created the government. We sent those people there. We sent unhonorable people to represent us. You got to go send honorable people there, and it changes, right?
Steelman comes with the $2 super chat. He says, world peace. Good looking out. No problem, man. And HA says, the WNBA proves your point, Glenn.
If I'm gonna die for a word, my word is poontang.
Who is this liberal man? Which one are you referring to, Issa? Which one are you referring to as the liberal man?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me.
And
let
that
me
was
put the name.
wasn't that a quote from Full Metal Jacket?
Yes, sir.
Full Metal Jacket. That's what I'm talking
I'm
about.
Yes,
gonna
sir.
put the names up, Issa, so you can see which one of these guys.
You
is
want girlfriend Vietnam?
Oh man.
Get some. Get some.
There we go.
How do you shoot at women and children? Easy.
You don't lead them.
You just don't lead them so much.
Well, you know, we live that life. You know what I'm saying? Some of us.
The man in the
Over words.
picture. Okay, so
The man in the picture.
Denizen. This is this one right here.
Now, I want you to give me some leeway, madam, and host and gentlemen.
Go ahead.
Let's say I took offense to the term liberal man, and then I resorted to something crass. Maybe not as barbarian as a duel, because we're all gonna live. But what if I said I'd fuck you sideways until you knew I was a Republican? Then how'd you feel about it?
I don't consent. That's how I feel.
Fuck a duel. That's a fight for survival. Then somebody definitely gonna perish.
To be fair, I am a political atheist. Although I am a fan of Cicero. Take that how you will.
So you do realize in medieval times, men and women could duel. They had format for women and men dueling.
Were they like mud wrestling?
No, they dug a hole up to the man's armpits. They put him in the hole and they gave him a weapon that was lethal, but not like
God
spiked or
damn.
whatever. It's kind of like they gave him like a sock with a rock in it kind of thing. And then she gets like a long spear or some type of weapon like that. And they would duel. He was in the
I'm
hole.
telling you, we've been
Look it
getting
up.
the raw deal
Is that
for
how they
far
handle
too long, gentlemen.
That's how they handle domestic disputes.
And that's how they handle it. I'll fuck you sideways until you know I'm a Republican. Like what? And she'll like, she can like, you know, you sir have offended my honor, and now they're gonna dig a hole, put Dennis in the hole, give him a sock with some rocks in it, and then she gets a fucking blade, and you know they get to go at it.
I'll be that dude in the hole buried up to his neck, and I look over to the other dude and be like, first time?
Then it's gonna be like, I'm a veteran here. This is my hole. They don't re-dig up a hole.
Yeah, this is my hole. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Oh, that's cool.
It's the magnetic collars from the Wild West is what they're gonna put them in.
Oh man.
Like-
Oh yeah. The thing zaps you back.
Yeah.
That was funny. So all right. So grown man stuff. DL, what have you learned about some grown man shit in your, journey recently?
What you talking about? Sitting down?
Yeah, when you were sitting down.
What did I learn? I learned that American crime and punishment, definitely needs some work. It's fucked up. I learned that, hey guys, if you get caught up in the legal system, you better go get yourself a real good lawyer. I don't give a fuck if it's a misdemeanor or a big boy felony. They're not playing because you can see the money in it. What I learned being on that side of it is how much money is being made by someone. And it's like, damn. And you can see them just taking advantage of folks. Like the way they do the homeless here in Florida, man, it's crazy. Because they're like, man, these homeless people are the batteries that are gonna, power this cash cow we got with these jails and prisons and whatnot. So yeah, man, it was definitely eye-opening.
I think the way they see it is as brutal and as comprehensive as it is, it's still kind of easy to stay out of the system in America. You may have to.
I agree, but I think it's getting tougher.
You may have to sacrifice your rights. You may not be able to stand on principle. You may have to kowtow to a man who doesn't have real authority over you, but has a badge on. But it's relatively easy to stay out of the system in America. And so once you're in, you're in. Now we have you now. You're in the system and you're gonna take the ride.
We're all in the system. You got a social security number, you're in the system. You got a driver's license, you're in the system. You're online. I don't care what.
I think I'm on a few lists.
You're on a bunch of lists, Glenn. I know you're on a list, bro.
I know I'm on a couple lists. Just saying. I know. I think TSA has
bro. Here in America, man, anyone who's willing to give up freedoms for liberty deserve neither.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and again, people ask me all the time, like, so what are you going to do? Like, there's no one in this country that's about it. Everyone talks about watering the tree of liberty and all that. Ain't nobody going to do that shit. Ain't nobody about it, man. I'm leaving. As soon as as soon as I get my, oh, go ahead.
I want to agree with you, but I see when I see you gentlemen, right? I see men that are tired from dealing with the system. And I see what I see when I see that, the men who cam up, the men I see in my everyday life, right? When we talk about these things, I see men who are tired and their heads are hanging low, right? But I don't see men that actually give up. I see men who talk about giving up, but I don't see men who actually give up because we're still pushing in this system. And when the time comes to do something about it, when it truly becomes unbearable, I think American men of all walks of life and all stripes and all backgrounds will stand the fuck up and actually do something about it.
I keep checking your temperature. You know, like I'm not gonna do something about myself because that's just retarded, and that's a waste of what this is. I'm way too pretty. But if y'all want to fucking do something and actually work together as a team, I will fight beside you.
And I think that time's coming because honestly, gentlemen, if you can talk about fleeing, you still got it too good. If you still got the money to leave, you got it too good. If you like,
you know what?
you got
I think this is an interesting. America's about to hit its 250th birthday, right?
That's crazy.
And you think about how like young that is compared to other empires that came and went. It seems like this empire is on a decline faster than previous empires.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
it's slow and then all at once. I think we're getting to that. We're getting real close to the all at once thing.
Yeah, to all at once point, because it's like, you know, like Rome was slow and then all at once, right? But it took hundreds of years. I wouldn't say at least 1,000 years. Well, didn't Rome have a reign for about 1,000 years?
Yeah, but here's the thing. It also went through its up and downs, right? So there's a misnomer where they talk about the average lifespan of an empire is 250 years or 300 years. No, that is a cycle within an empire. An empire can last until now. China is a group of people, a group of ethnic groups that are an empire that has existed in some form since the beginning of human history. Right? Yeah, it's had bits and pieces that broke off and got reconquered. It's had to reincorporate some people to it. It's and this, that, and the third. But Rome fell more than once. Rome fell several times throughout the empire's history. It started out as an imperial republic, then it became an actual monarch. It started out as a monarchical nation. Then it started out as then it was a republic. Then it was an imperial monarchical nation. Then it started out as a viceroy, which is basically more than one monarch taking a triumvirate. Actually, is the name for the official Roman. And then it went back to being a republic. Like it had these cycles, and that's the thing. And a nation never dies as long as the people exist. That's the problem with America. We don't have the people. Go ahead.
Right. I see America as the Magnificent Seven. I'm pretty sure most of you guys can hear my voice.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Denzel Washington version?
I'm the original one.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. The Magnificent Seven, you know what I mean? I see America devolving into that village, that pathetic village. They were afraid to fight their own fight, and they had to go out and go get warriors to come fight the fight for them. Why? Because that village, which is America, has made it to where all the warriors left. And I hear what you guys saying. That, you know what? This is a cool conversation. I asked Glenn. Some of the conversations on Glenn platform be just bullshit, and I just leave. So I'm here because I'm really feeling you, brothers, man. Thanks for having a good conversation. I'm one of those.
I love this panel.
I'm one of those warriors that will leave, right? And it's kind of like what Denizen is saying. It's like, well, shit, y'all on some bullshit anyway, right? And I do have it good, like Hooligans was saying. I do have it good. I got it good enough where I can go. Fuck it, I'm out, right? And it's you guys don't know this, but I came from Hollywood. I was an air traffic controller by day, but I was a Hollywood kid by night, doing stand up and making movies and writing and doing that shit. Glenn, I have a script. I got a script. It's called The Last American. Huh?
That's the deal.
Man, hold on, man. Your timing is fucked up, bro. I really need to work with you on your comedic timing. We need to sit down and work that out. I'm glad you're in Central Florida so I can teach you comedic timing. But I got this idea for a movie called You Still Fucking Up the Timing. Hush.
Your script. My bad. Your script.
Yeah, like the script. It's called The Last American, and it's basically that story. It's kind of like a big version of the Magnificent Seven. When all of the sheep in America, after they realize they got rid of all the warriors and they're about to be conquered by some bad people, go out all over the world looking for Americans to come back and help defend America. It's like the last Americans. Like we're looking for the last Americans, and and it's kind of one of those things. Like, if something like that would have happened, the real warriors would say, nah, fuck you. I'm over here now. We're over here with real people building something over here, man. Fuck you. You had me, and then y'all did all this bullshit, right? You wouldn't let us fucking defend ourselves. We had to go run to the fucking courts for everything. You supported these bullshit ass men out here who start shit and then run, right? You hit them, you put them in jail so you can make money off these people. America is just, we're victims of our own success. And again, I think it could be fixed by making everybody join the United States military. 18 years old, got to join the military for 2 years. Lottie-dottie, every fucking body, right? And you know what? I think we fight less wars, you know, if we do it right. And I think more Americans get to see what's going on outside. And you know, maybe that'll change a little bit. Most people don't agree with that assessment, by the way.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
let me just tell you this. Issa in the house is she's a producer. She might just hit you up for a
Let's
film.
talk, Issa. Let's talk.
So
I kind of agree with you. Just I don't know about conscription per se, like some kind of community service. Just not because I don't think that the military is too dangerous, just that we already have a military industrial complex as it is. So
yeah,
I don't want to give it any more resources, you know?
Let me ask you this. I had a debate. I on
Joe Cool's in the building.
What up, Joe? I was on a Word Wars debate like last week or 2 weeks ago, and I recorded this. It's gonna come out in a couple weeks here. My point was that the debate was, should military service be mandatory to vote, right? And I moved it to military service and I would say national service, and military service is a form of national service. So you can work in FEMA, the Peace Corps,
National Guard,
National Guard,
Coast Guard,
That's military.
Yeah,
it's military.
yeah, all those.
So that would be good.
And in order to be able to vote, because it's the one thing that doesn't require property. It doesn't require your skin color, your sex. You know, no, it's all about what have you.
But there has to be equal barriers to entry, though.
Yeah, it's all. Are you willing?
I got to be able to vote if I don't have legs.
As long as
but if you don't have legs, you can still serve. That doesn't mean you can, you don't have to be a trigger puller, but you can.
Then I'm okay with it.
You can work for FEMA. You can work for FEMA, and that's part of national services. Disaster relief, that's national services, right? You have to be working in national service for a minimum of 2 years in order for you to be able to vote.
Well, I got an even better one for you, right? Have STEM fields and trade schools folded into that, and train those people for those things. And I think I agree with a little bit of what everyone's saying. I do think it should be under the military, though. I think that every man, woman. I was gonna say man, woman, and child, but every man and woman should be taught to defend themselves. I mean, I even think we should have that as children, but maybe at 18.
I think it'll be better for boys. I think we should go back to teaching them how to control violence. Learn how to be violent and master violence. Like, learn how much damage you can do. Like if you know how much physical force you could do, you know how to de-escalate a situation. Like, and then we'll just take the Austin Metcalf and Carmelo case, for example. I don't think Carmelo Anthony ever was taught how to master violence. That's why he escalated to such a high extreme of violence for a push. Like, it literally, a push does not equate to I need to stab you in the heart, right? If someone pushes me, what would be a reasonable escalation in violence would be either I push him back or I punch him in the fucking face, right? That's going to be
the escalation. If they push you, you push them back. The punch is an escalation.
Yeah, but that would be a reasonable escalation compared to stabbing him in the heart. Stabbing him in the heart is lethal force. Me punching you in the face is less than lethal.
He already wasn't acting reasonably, though.
Yeah, he was.
Like, he should have. He had an ability to retreat from that situation, and he should have. It would have been the smartest thing to do.
If we taught our kids back in school that if they could box it out and it's okay, they can live and take a punch in the face, they wouldn't rush to such extreme levels of violence.
I mean, that kid, he didn't go in there with the intention of murdering someone. But the fact that he brought a knife to a track meet, that just shows me like you 100% bitch made. Like, bro, like really, you at a track meet and you need a weapon. Now here's the thing:
I had my knife with me everywhere I went in Texas.
I didn't, and I mean in Cincinnati, I had my pistol when I thought I needed it, but I never. What's going on at a track meet, bro? Ain't no thugs at a track meet. You there to run and talk to chicks, like you know what I mean. But my
Texas, you use your knife for everything.
Nah, bro. If I think I'm gonna have some drama, I'll take my pistol. You know what I mean? And that's
No,
when
I always
back
have a
then-
knife on me. You never know when you have to cut something loose.
I don't.
Like
I don't,
I'm on a
okay, I get
motorcycle
you.
sometimes.
I'm just letting you know I don't move like that. If I think I'm gonna have a problem, a real problem, I'm gonna bring a firearm. But my point is this: he shouldn't have had anything. And if he was about that life, he should have just been there, like you said. He should have been ready for the fight. You over there under their tent. I don't care what the grown up said. Yes, he should have went away. To me, sounds like he was bitch made, listening to whatever, watching too much violence on TV and in the movies. And, he got in over his head. He didn't mean to murder that kid, but hey, he still got to do that time. And he got lucky. I'm surprised they didn't hit him with like 65, 85 years.
You really shouldn't have to do that time, though, if you don't mean to murder somebody. We have delineations for that. I think he should have pled guilty to negligent homicide.
Well, I mean,
which is not 30 years.
That
might
was
be
the
25.
That was the choice that I think his defense team thought that they were going to win based off of like we're going to use racism. We had the whole George Floyd movement thing going on. We'll protest. People get behind you, right? And I think that's why they're
trying to get a deal. I'd have been trying to get a deal if that was that kid. And that's another thing. They ain't from. They're not from that world. They're not. They didn't understand where they was in the system. Kind of like you say with the grown up talk part. Understand the court system. Any court system, family law. You know what I mean? Like criminal law. Think of it as a shark, man. A great white shark. When that shark comes up on you and bites you, it doesn't give a shit about you. It's like this soulless, massive thing coming at you, and it just wants to eat. And if you haven't, like Carmelo Anthony wasn't from the street. That wasn't a hood dude. I'd have sat down with the family like, yo, I got to take a deal. We're going to try to get you, 8 to 15 and cross our fingers and hope they fucking take it. Because if we take this thing to court, bro, you might not see sunlight again. Like we won't see you until you on Social Security.
And here's the problem: like if like people in the chat are saying, like Smoking Spaceman was saying, like, well, his defense was to throw the case to win on appeal. The problem with that is if you go try to appeal the case, and let's say that there's other evidence that comes out that makes you look worse, you could actually get the max.
Yeah,
they could change it from
You
35 to
rolling the dice.
99.
You rolling the dice, bro.
Yeah.
And there's always a tax. If you take something to trial, the judge is going to put that trial tax on there. So they're going to give you more time than they would have had you have taken a deal. Same thing with the appeal court, the appellate court. You go there, bro, they might really stroke your ass. So that and the same thing with Chud the Builder. If I don't like Chud the Builder, I don't know him. I don't like the personality. I don't like the hate streamers, right? I'm not a fan of that.
I'm not big on hate streamers. I don't like anybody that's a supremacist.
Right, on that bullshit. And he's in a real world situation. If I were Chud the Builder and they offered me 5 years, I would really get that consideration right now. I'll be thinking about that. If they offered me 3 years, I would take that shit. Like, hurry up and take that. Give me the 3. I would consider the 5.
Issa, everybody on the internet is internet gangster. They're not in the street gangsters, okay? We grew up in the same neighborhood. We know the barrios, okay? We know East LA very well. All right, we've been there. So does DL. DL knows the hood really well. We know a lot of these people are snowflakes, and it's funny.
I don't know anything. Judge. I don't know anything, prosecutor. I'm a nice guy. I am a nice guy. I don't do that stuff.
Your Honor, he's lying.
Throw me under the bus, bro.
Bro, all you got to go do is read your Substack. Your first Substack post threw you under the bus.
Look, man, I didn't kill that dude. Someone else did. I
Well,
just saw it.
you told the story about it. You in the streets. You in the streets.
My PTSD. That was my PTSD acting up.
Hey, if you guys are not go reading DL Substack, you guys go check him out. Go read the Substack. Get some good Substacks.
I'm about to start writing some more on my Substack. I only did a couple. I'm gonna get back busy with it.
I'm surprised you don't have like a whole draft ready to go. Well, you were down one, bro. You should have been writing like Tupac writing lyrics. You should have been writing Substack.
I was down one, and then I caught the case. So I was like almost done, and I caught the case, so I had to pause. But it's a misdemeanor, guys. It's not a felony. I'm not a felon.
No, he's not a felon. So look, DL is a grumpy old man. He took the movie literally, like the movie Grumpy Old Men. You know, some grumpy old men don't need their naps, and if they don't get their naps, they're likely to smack a motherfucker when they're getting out of line, and that's all DL did.
Yeah. You know,
DL, did you have a nap that day?
I did not.
See, it would all been resolved if you had your nap.
Didn't have a nap, and my PTSD was acting up. That dude just caught me on the wrong day. And that's
man.
Yeah, that's all that military stuff. But anyway, we're just joking around, having fun here, guys. But seriously, like Chud the Builder, if he takes this thing to trial, I think the court is going to make an example of him, and he might wound up with 12 years. Yeah,
I think he should.
Like,
I think he'll be fine. I think he should. As much as I saw, again, use of force escalation. I didn't see anything that warranted raising the threat level that far. Because, like in Texas, the only way you got allowed to use lethal force is to stop an unlawful use of lethal force at you or someone else. Right? So I don't think that there was an unlawful lethal force being used at him.
Yeah, he fired first. I mean, he fired before they tangled up. So allegedly, that according to the investigator on the scene that was talking to the judge. And if that's true, bro, that's attempted homicide.
Yeah. It's not premeditated. It's not murder one, but it's definitely murder two.
Definitely murder two. Attempted murder two.
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't think that. Joe, come on up here. I don't think Chud the Builder should get away with attempted murder. I mean, it's not premeditated. It's not murder one, but and then you also got the safety issue.
Let me ask you guys this question.
You're firing. Wasn't he firing into a crowd?
No, bro. He was in front of the courthouse. He was in front of the courthouse. It's like shooting at the schoolyard. Like, bro, you got that on top of it. But let me ask the panel a question, bro. If Chud had killed that guy, would that be the same as Carmelo Anthony thing?
I don't know any of the facts.
So I would say in principle, yeah. Because my question would be, and this is the same question that had to be answered in the Carmelo case. Was the escalation of force reasonable? Right? And the answer, in my opinion, insofar as I see in the Chud case, no. No, it's not reasonable. Somebody's running at you doesn't mean you get to shoot them. What do they just happen to be running past you? So I think Chud, in this case, should get the same, maybe not the same penalty, if not the same, but a similar penalty. Now, if the facts of the, I got the facts wrong according to AJ, so let me read the text message here he sent me.
The facts wrong about which case?
Oh, first degree murder. There's no first degree murder in Texas. Yeah, it's just murder. Yeah,
yes, there is.
No.
You got capital murder. I know you got that.
It's all under the same statute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's no Texas law primarily classifies homicide as capital murder, manslaughter, or criminal negligent homicide. The main difference between each offense. Okay, no. Texas law primarily classifies homicides as capital murder, manslaughter, and criminal negligent homicide. So there's no murder one. So it's either a capital murder or it's murder.
Right. Capital murder is the equivalent of murder one in other states.
Yeah.
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 But like, I mean, if
all the states are real similar when it comes to that.
yeah, but so if all the scenarios the same, Chud escalated to lethal force, which was unnecessary, in my opinion. Right? Even if someone punching me, to me, does not warrant me pulling a trigger. Now, if somebody pulls a knife out on me, I'm gonna escalate that shit, and I'm pulling a bleak, and we're gonna be seeing some fireworks. But
yeah, see, that's how it is legally. I won't argue that, but I don't think it should be. I think we allow people to come into our personal space way too much. Once you come into my personal space, it's on like Donkey Kong.
So here is what Smoking Spaceman said. Glenn, you're a corrections officer. If Chud was legally carrying and he feared great bodily injury or being incapacitated, his got to respond to maintain possession of his firearm weapon. Could it be used to harm himself or others? Wait a minute. If Chud was legally carrying and feared great bodily injury or being incapacitated, he got to respond to maintain possession of. Okay, so that's different. If he's carrying, right, and someone's attacking him, he could easily pull it out. Hey, stop! Don't move. Stay right there. Right? I have this firearm here. I'm now trying to de-escalate the situation using the firearm. Come closer, then I will shoot you, But there has to be a warning given, I think.
Now people are going to jail now for brandishing for doing that.
Yeah,
we got the shit all twisted.
I think that's stupid.
Brandishing
a firearm is dumb. There's since you out here in Florida now, in Fort Lauderdale a couple days ago, some woman popped a dude.
I saw
in a
that.
Walmart parking lot. Did you see that?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of coverage on it. I'm still trying to find some print on it. I haven't seen anything, but apparently they didn't arrest her. They didn't take her into custody at the scene of the crime. She's definitely standing your ground. That's what they're saying. And I guess the state is just looking into the case. But wow, I mean, that's just one of those things. Like you stand your ground, no duty to retreat. You follow someone and they can do their thing. This is a woman versus a man.
See, and here's the thing. I wonder if all things equal, if the roles were reversed, if the man would not be locked up.
Well, the woman isn't as lethal. I would say, yeah, he would be locked up. I can see a woman making the argument, I feared, for my life, grave bodily harm, because this man who outweighs me by 100-something pounds, if he gets a hold of me, I mean, you kill somebody with your hands, especially a woman. Choke her to death.
You don't know what she has. She may have a syringe.
But you get my point. Like, if it's the other way around, if you're the guy with a firearm, you got some woman coming at you. I don't think that the law enforcement on the scene, I don't think that the courts will agree that you were in fear for your life.
So then here's a good point. Then because you're pointing out natural law of force. Men have more physical force, right, than women
more
do.
Testosterone, more aggression.
Yeah. So therefore, you're saying that there should be a responsibility with that force, but it doesn't mean there shouldn't be a lack of responsibility for someone weaker than you just because they're weaker than you.
But if they're weaker than me and they have no weapons and I have a firearm, I mean, I just think that's how the court might look at it. I don't know.
I agree with you, but I'm saying that just shows that where we're off on principle. That would be the principal problem there. Because if you're saying it's okay for a woman to shoot an unarmed man because she feels a certain way.
I'm not saying that. This woman tried to get away. You saw the video.
Okay.
she was trying to get away and the gate was
okay.
Was
it's reasonable.
Yeah.
But if all things are equal and the guy's trying to get away too, and this woman,
though, but we're talking about this video.
I'm saying if all things were reversed, if the woman was pursuing the guy, and the guy had the piece, and the woman was pursuing him, and she was not relenting. He's trying to get away. Do you think the guy should be off as well, like the woman is?
I personally don't think he should be off. I think they should have taken him into custody and hashed it out in court. But I don't know what the court would do. Come on, bro. You big.
So you don't think the women should be charged?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You a man, bro. Like, you don't even need a pistol. What are you doing with a pistol, man? Like, what you do? Just shake her to the ground. Like, I ain't saying hit her, but shake her like Chris Rock said. Shake her.
Baby
You
shaker.
know what I mean?
Baby shaker.
Put her down and leave. Like, stop, lady. Call the police. But you don't need your weapon. Come on now. Really? I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay, so what if the woman came on, like, was attacking him, and he assaulted her back?
He can do that. Like, she's gonna go to jail and he's okay. Like, but if he draws his weapon, like, it's just that escalation, I don't think is necessary.
Disagree.
I agree with Raging Patriot. He said Chud wouldn't go into Detroit on 6 or 7 Mile and say the shit he was saying. No, you're right. Like, I know people
Chud
that
wouldn't go
want
to Memphis. He wouldn't go to Orange Mound. If Chud want to be gangster with it, he wants to earn my respect. Go to Orange Mound. If he beats this case, says Chud, go to Orange Mound and talk that shit and see what happens.
I think he will. If he, no, I don't think he's gonna beat this case. This is, to be honest with you, I don't see it happening unless they could prove unless they could prove that there was reasonable, like the situation would quantify reasonable doubt, like a reason to believe that he thought his life was in deadly.
I agree with you. I think Chud's gonna do some time. I think he's gonna do more time. I think they're gonna max him out because they're trying to send a message to the hate streamers. But Dennison, going back to the situation with the woman pursuing a man and he has a weapon, you were saying that he should be able to pop her just like the woman did?
Yeah. All things equal. Yeah. All things equal in the law, I would say yes. Yeah. If because
that was for Dennison. We heard your point.
Oh, that was for Dennison? Fine. I'll be quiet. Dennison, go.
It's twofold for me. You can't have different standards for men and women. And also, once you violate my personal space, that's Donkey Kong. I am not required to fight you. I want to say some words against Toss when you say that. You are not entitled to these hands. You're not entitled to a fair fight. You're not entitled to mutual combat. None of that shit. That shit is some DSF, Toss words. I'm not cool with that. As soon as you come into my personal space and you threaten me, I gotta assume the ultimate escalation, and I'm gonna pew pew pew. Now I can't in this society, right? Because for some reason the court thinks random strangers on the street are entitled to a fair fight. I don't know why. I don't know what possible principle that's based upon. You need to keep your hands to yourself. You learn this shit in fucking kindergarten, in preschool. Keep your hands to yourself. Once your hands,
argument though that that Carmelo people are using the.
I agree. I don't believe that him using the knife is the reason why he should have went to jail. I don't think it was that disproportionate use of force. The question becomes whether or not he was actually in threat of grievous bodily injury, and also he should have just walked away. Under the circumstances that he was in, he was surrounded by adults in a public place. So that says to me that the bravado overtook the fear at some point. And that's what you can't do. That's him making a choice to escalate.
I bet you Carmelo would have gone a lot lighter if after he stabbed him he tried to render first aid care. Like, hey, somebody give me a shacket or something to put pressure on this wound.
Yeah.
Or somebody go get help. Or if he ran and he got help himself, I think that would have.
Maybe it was shaved 2 years off the sentence. Maybe I don't think.
No, I think he would have got like 17. it probably would have been like
instant remorse. You talking about like just instant remorse after he did it?
Yeah, if he would have demonstrated instant remorse of like, hey, you know what? Like this something bad. I did something bad. I didn't want to do it. I'm trying to provide like some life-saving effort here, but he didn't. He ran, right? And I think that right there would have probably saved him about 10 years off this case. I think they would have had to charge him for like negligent homicide or manslaughter at that point. If he would have rendered first aid care, I don't think they would have been able to go for murder.
I don't agree with you, but Dennis, and I would say this, I agree with you, bro, but we got to be 3 generations, maybe more in with kids who weren't taught to keep their hands to themselves. We're dealing with kids that are just wild ass little kids in school because mommy and daddy won't hold them accountable, right? We're dealing with the timeout kids. We're dealing with the everybody gets a trophy. These kids aren't taught like we were taught at an early age. There was consequences, right? You came home with a bad grade, you probably gonna get your little butt whooped, right? Some of us got that.
I'm saying,
what I mean? Or right, and so I think
you're gonna get a little bang. What if you could get a little bang bang? That's even more consequences.
No, but that's wild. I don't agree. I don't agree that rises. Like I said with the woman, I hear what you're saying. I just don't agree with it. A grown man pulling out a firearm and unleashing that.
See how you say it though? Listen how you're saying it. A grown man. You see what you're doing to yourself already.
Yeah.
You're putting extra responsibilities now. Now, because you're grown, because you're male. Now you got all these extra legal duties that bitches don't have, and murderers and thieves don't have.
Well, my thing is this, man. That woman doesn't have the same amount of testosterone as you have. She doesn't have the same bone density. She's not as big.
Which is why if she's attacking me, she's already committing a deadly offense.
Hold on.
We're already talking about a bitch that is not making a good decision.
I want to point out something. Issa said, look, she beat up a guy once. She's like, I was 40 years old and he didn't know I had that judo.
Oh, I always hear these fairy tales, Glenn.
Yeah.
I mean,
Issa, I don't know you, babe, but I can't wait to see you in real life so I can
Yeah, we always hear about these women taking on 3 guys at once. I was a bartender and I knocked the guy out.
Whoa.
Issa grew up in the mean streets. So I guarantee you she knows how to get down.
But it's just physics, isn't it? I mean, it's weight, it's speed, it's lung capacity, it's all those things. It's also
like, you know, I seen guys. Damn, she dropped the name and everything. Damn. Like, go look him up.
She like, he my bitch. Like, he my bitch. Tell him Issa sent you.
But like, you know, there's also like not underestimating your opponent. See, like anybody that says they're a threat to me, I look at them. If they say they want to do harm to me, I look at them as like a threat, and I will neutralize the threat by any means necessary.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But that means I'm also going to apply the. I'm going to apply the necessary force to neutralize her.
Thank you. Necessary force.
But
You're telling me.
Yeah, but how do I know what's necessary? How do I know that you're not Steven Seagal? How am I supposed to know that?
First, I'm going to try the baby shaking. Knock it off. You know?
You're already stabbed. You just got stabbed 6 times.
If baby shaking don't work, I'm going to stiff arm her. Boom, the forehead.
While you were baby shaking me, I just stabbed you prison style. I shanked you 6 times in your ribs.
But Dennis, you ain't some 90-pound-year-old chick. If you getting shaked, your arms are pinned. You can't. Your shank is down by your side. She can't.
Listen.
You're right. I am trained.
He's quadrupling down. This man making excuses for this murderous woman.
My thing is this: there has to be something that escalate to a firearm. I mean, worst case scenario, man, just knock her out, and that might kill her. You feel me? Like you can punch her, you might kill her.
Hey, so then should you go to prison for that?
What if you give a little like thumb tap, like dick tap on the forehead, just pop, pop.
Well, why'd you hit her so hard?
And she knocked out.
No, I hear what you're saying, but like,
thank you for having me, Mr. Glenn. I'm gonna bounce out.
All right, OG, take it easy.
Later, OG.
Peace, fam.
I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink. I can hear y'all, but I can't mic up.
Issa's like, she's like, first off, I announced I'm a MMA training and other forms of
Oh
mixed
my
martial arts.
god.
You don't want shit. And then she kicked his ass. That's what she did.
He said, I bet you live in I bet you she lives in Studio City. She probably got one of them nice houses that's sliding down the hill. I bet you that's where you at.
I know where she lives. She don't live in Studio City.
But you get my point. You in some place real nice.
Yeah. No, she ain't a valley girl. Bro, you trying to make it sound like she a valley girl. You say no valley girl. Like, hey, she knows stuff.
I lived in Studio City, bro. I'm from Avondale in Cincinnati, Ohio, bro. I was living in Studio City, so ain't nothing about that. We know to stay away from the hood, bro. I was never south of the 10. If I was south of the 10, bro, I'm like, hey, something wrong here. I don't need to be down here. I'm in the wrong hood.
What you talking about? I lived on the south of the 10. What are you talking about, bro?
Exactly. I wouldn't come to your house. You have to come to mine. Like, bro, I'm in Studio City. Or you could have came to see me when I was living in Malibu. You know what I'm saying? Like, you come on out here. You know what I mean? I'm tripping right now. I'm tripping right now.
You want to come over to Norwalk? You want to come out to Norwalk with me?
Hell no. What? Norwalk? No. Like, ask me to go to Coleman. Like, no, sir. Not going up there either. Nah. We can go over to Century City.
She was trained by Manolo Hernandez and Ken Shamrock. Oh, didn't Ken Shamrock take a beating? Didn't he? I think Ken Shamrock lost twice to Tito, didn't he?
He's just name dropping. Girl, quit being so Hollywood. We know you a cool kid.
Oh, bro, let me tell you the story, all right? So let me tell you my story with Issa, right? We're in this Twitter space, right? And we've been talking. She's talking about this project she's working on. She got this guy to do a podcast, and she's going to get fully funded, like to put this podcast out where he's telling horror stories, like reading ghost stories. Bro, we hop into another space.
Is this the one with the acronym that you just told? The story you just
the
told
map
about
one?
the dude with the acronym?
Yeah.
That's in this book, man. That map is in extinction. It's in the book. It's in chapter 7.
It just goes to show you that woman's intuition ain't shit.
Most people intuitions ain't shit.
I'm kidding, Issa. I'm kidding. I just had to joke about that.
But that daggone acronym, man, like they trying to switch it up because they don't like being called, you know what I mean, PDF files. So they're gonna get themselves a nice little clean sounding acronym. Man, that's kind of sick with it. That's sick.
Hey, yeah, you're changing the whole thing. Never open up your maps. Open up your GPS. Okay, you guys not even allowed to say the word maps no more.
Gotta take that back, man. You can't just let these friends weirdo groups just start taking words we need. I still work with the map. I work with a map and a compass. We still be out there, we'll do some land nav. You know what I'm saying? Because I know one day the satellites are gonna fall down, and I know how to use a map and a compass and get where I need to go.
Bro, like what was it? The 18th, I'm gonna be in Tampa.
Okay.
Buddy's concert. Buddy has a band. I'm gonna be doing a podcast at the concert.
Oh, make sure you show me the details, man.
Interviewing the band. They just got signed to Sony.
What day of the week is it? Do you know?
Saturday.
Oh yeah, I'll be there. Just shoot me the details, man. I'll be there.
Okay, cool. All right, so here's
and if you need any equipment, let me know. I mean, if you forget something or you need some more lights or whatever, or some equipment or whatever, I got it.
Yeah, we should be good, like because we're gonna be on stage, so it's gonna be after the event takes place, and then the band's gonna go back on stage after everything like the theater's cleared out. We're just gonna set up and then just do it on stage.
Cool.
So I think the lighting should be good. It'll be fun. They just signed to Sony. Their band name is fucking hilarious. It's the Mary Tyler Whores.
Okay, I thought they gonna get with that.
Citizen was gonna laugh about that.
A&R is changing that name. A&R is changing that name ASAP. Can't
So
take that serious.
It's funny. They're a good band though. They're a good band. Issa, when are we gonna do a documentary? Issa does documentaries now. She doesn't do movies no more. She does documentaries.
That's where the money's at. It's all in the edit. Documentaries and those micro dramas, That's where it's at.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing right now, man. I'm working on I'm taking some of these scripts and I'm modifying them to fit the micro drama format.
All right, here we go. And Casper comes in with $5. He says, "Here's a question for you, Holly weird kids. Why is Hollywood failing men so hard? Look at Supergirl. Yeah, Supergirl is a fucking flop, bro. Like, that
Look
was
who
a
wrote
bad
it.
movie.
And
That was a
Casper, the
bad
answer to the
movie.
question is Hollywood's not telling good stories. They're in a bubble. And in their bubble, all this makes sense, right? It makes complete sense to them. But what did they spend on that? Like 200 million or something like that on that movie? That's
Yeah, this was
insane.
something ridiculous. Issa, I got a project for you. I got a documentary for you. Hold on. Let me actually pull up the title of the documentary that I'm actually in the process of outlining. It's called
Bro, I'm telling you, man, it's the micro dramas is where it at, and it's way cheaper than filming a documentary or a feature or even a short. Like, I mean, you just to do if you're trying to do a short just to get in, you know what I mean, to submit it and get into the festivals. I mean, bro, to do a decent short today, I mean, on a cheap, you need what? Minimum 80K on a cheap?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it was we were gonna run with the name where's it at?
Yeah, and Hollywood is definitely right now. The Supergirl thing. I think James Gunn lost his position with DC. I think they're gonna get rid of him. Marvel has already changed their tune. They say this Punisher that's coming out is vicious, bro. They say it's vicious.
I'm glad too. I heard it's gory. All right, so here it is. When greed meets sex, men become consumers, women become content. Everyone paid the price. The greatest lie: how greed changed modern dating. What you think about that, Issa? Let's get on that documentary tip. I got some people's.
I don't know about that one, bro.
Greed to change modern dating.
I still think a red pill documentary, a true red pill documentary, going all the way back to the MRA to today. I think that'll be a really good documentary. I think the window is about to close, but I think it's still open. That Louis Theroux shit was bullshit, but it's got people curious now, like what's really going on over
Well,
here.
he exposed
Like
something
if you wanted,
what a lot of people didn't realize. Louis did expose something, and I called it out. What he exposed is a lot of these people that are their content creators or the grift or the influencers don't give a shit about the people that they are influencing. You know,
and now let it come out, but there are guys out there who do give a shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think
no one is. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying, like, I think that's what it exposed. It exposed the grift in it. And I think that it would be really good if there was a documentary about the whole thing, the totality of it. No, there is a space that are here to help men, right? And highlight that aspect of it, not all the bullshit. Because
I think you follow the grifters too. You follow the grifters too. You go back. I would love to hear what Cassie Jane has to say about all this, right? Like, talk to her. I haven't seen anything on her. Like, I think she's kind of left it alone, but like her movie, and you see they fucking crucified her for that shit. But I think there's space for that. I think there's space for that. I think that someone can do a real documentary about the space to just kind of show, like, people don't understand what these invisible men go through every day. That's the thing that just dude, when you got motherfuckers paying these grifters all this money, I figured it out. Like, they're doing it because it's like, oh, you see me, so let me give you money. It's crazy. They want to get the money to someone.
It's literally the OnlyFans but flipped for men. You acknowledging me. You validate how I feel, what I'm going through. You understand my pain. I'm gonna give you money. It's all on emotion. For all these guys that think they're
basically not, Glenn. I think it's like you a cool motherfucker and you actually talking to me. Tate made all his money up front by just talking to these dudes. Like, before people really knew who Andrew Tate was. When he did the War Room, when he first put that together, I think it was like $1,500, $1,200, something like that. And he was getting the money, and these guys were just showing up and just happy to be around someone they thought was cool and talking to him. And Tate's charming. You know, Tristan's charming. And they were paying for the access. Like you said, that's the OnlyFans thing. I'm paying to be with a jock. I'm paying to be with a top tier guy. And I'm going to put on my glasses and have my beard. Yeah.
This is what Uncle Gunn says. The documentary did the same thing the last 4 documentaries did. It was free advertising, made the space bigger and more popular. But what do I know? No, you're right. You're right. It did. And it highlighted it all for the wrong reasons. There should be a documentary that highlights it for the right reasons.
I'm saying a documentary that shows all of it.
No, but I agree with you. I just don't think you could. I think that's like a docu-series. If you're going to do a docu-series, then I think you could do that. But like a documentary, no, I think a documentary has to be a little bit more. You have to tighten it up.
Here's the thing: you shoot it, and then if you can't tighten it up, then you go get more footage and you make it the series. You can make it a 5-part, 6-part, and Netflix will jump all over it. Prime will jump all over it. Come on, Issa, you know what the deal is, girl. Like we can make that happen.
Hit me up, Issa. We got a whole project right here ready to go.
Ready for it.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Let's make this documentary save men's lives.
Well, my thing is this: I'm not even trying to save anyone's life. I just want to show you the world. I was fascinated by this red pill world when I got into it.
Bro, you just sounded like Aladdin. I could show you the world.
I was fascinated, bro. Like, this is crazy. This shit's insane, right? But I try to always put myself in the other guy's shoes, and I'm like, okay, I see it. I never thought about people being invisible because I'm not invisible, but I started paying attention when I go out. I'm like, damn, these chicks really don't see these dudes. Mike Certain, when he does this thing with all them girls, those girls really don't see the bus boy. They really don't see the janitor. They really don't see, you know what I mean, some of the security guys. It's if women don't find you attractive, they really don't see you. I thought that just blew my mind. I'm like, damn, I never noticed that before. So
Andrew did a video, I guess, breaking down the Chud the Builder thing really good.
Who did?
Andrew Wilson. Somebody just somebody messaged me the link.
He just did it?
Yeah.
Pull that shit
Well,
up.
not he didn't just did it. I'll send you the link.
Why don't you pull it up? Let's look at it.
All right, hold on.
Or you can text me the link too. Like text me the link. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Let me pull it up and go to Discord real quick. For those that know, like, if I'm on Discord, like I'm just responding to messages. And it's like only a few people's messages that I respond to. I'm horrible. Here we go. Here, I'll pull it up.
And Glenn, you gotta read Sextinction, bro. This book encapsulates every red pill talking point with the corresponding data. Like, bro, this book right here, like Dr. So did a good job. Shout out to her. I gotta give it to her. There's some stuff in there she was saying that I don't agree with, but it's crazy. But anyway, here's the
Oh, this is 2 hours long.
To have Ryan around is because well, he's a
you know what's crazy? Who is this guy? Who's the lawyer? Hold on, Ghost. Who is this lawyer? Because he was the moderator.
Does he have
for my debate? He was my moderator on my debate on World of Wars. He's the one that moderated the debate I just did. That's crazy. I crossed you over from features to documentaries. Okay, perfect. Let's do this. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit of this.
Lawyer, and so he's really good at breaking this stuff down. So I'm glad to see you here.
Does it have
Ryan,
chapters, bro?
Pleasure to be here, Andrew.
No.
What up, Crucible crew? Very glad to be back. Always a pleasure to see y'all.
I'm gonna speed it up.
Jump
though.
in the middle.
Hang on, let me turn the
Or
chat
jump to the
window off
middle.
here real quick.
You got to think, what is the Tennessee jury going to like better? Do you mind if I tell you a story? It's off
Yeah,
topic.
very briefly, sure.
It's a good one. A mentor of mine once lost a trial on the first day. He knew he lost. He had no chance. And here's why. He was this fancy New York lawyer, and he showed up in this kind of like backwater trial, and he had this beautiful Rolex on, this beautiful goddamn Rolex, because he's a rich lawyer. And the first day of trial, the local boy he was litigating against, right before he did his opening argument for the jury, stood up and said, "Nice watch." And the whole jury looked at the watch and then looked at my mentor and was like, fuck that out-of-town Yankee. And he was cooked. He was so yeah. Sophistication's good, but you also got to win over the jury. Is what I'm saying. So I don't, maybe having a local boy helps.
Okay, gotcha. $20 comes in from Justin. He says, I have a similar stance to Asmongold. Chud is a nuisance streamer. He's a disorderly man who goes around shouting fighting words to provoke response. I think he should receive jail or prison. But, well, the problem with this stance is that whether or not you like the guy or hate the guy is kind of irrelevant to what it is that we're discussing right now, which is this guy guilty and culpable? Or did he defend himself in this situation? So we're not really speaking to his character because that's ultimately irrelevant to the case itself. So I know people like to have opinions, and this happens in debates. This happens in philosophy.
But it's not irrelevant to the jury.
That's
the serious thing.
That is true. Crucified before you ever get to anything, but it's like that really has no bearing on the facts of this, right?
Oh yeah, look, it's totally possible
pause it real
that
quick.
Chud says things that are provocative to the point that he loses self-defense in many instances.
Now, I don't know if Andrew's ever been in criminal court. He's probably had to deal with the family law system, but too many people underestimate the judge and the jury. Right? Bro, if they like you, things might go pretty well or better than otherwise. And if they don't like you, or if they want to send a message, bro, you're going to get smoked. And it has nothing to do with the law per se. Judges have a tremendous amount of power and discretion.
They have leeway. They have leeway.
They have a lot of leeway. And if a judge wants to send a message, this is why I want to drive this home for anybody out there thinking about being a hate streamer. I think judges across the country in red and blue states alike, they're going to begin to send messages to these hate streamers. And they're going to start locking their asses up. Right? And it's like, bro, think about that before you go out there and provoke somebody, because to say, well, this First Amendment and all these different, my Bill of Rights and this and that, like, bro, okay, go ahead and try it. But you gambling with your life. Simple as that. Chud might get 12 years, 20 years. Who knows what they might do to his? They might stroke his ass because they want to send a message. They want to stop the hate streamers. I just want to say that real quick.
For sure. For sure. No, I think they should send a message that, Ghost, this is the guy that moderated my debate, bro. This is funny that you found this video. I didn't even know him, and then he started following me on X.
It's not a big circle, bro. It's not a big circle, man. Come on now.
It really isn't, but I mean, I don't run it. I don't meet people very often.
And it's to be in the documentary, bro. The 3 degrees, the 4 degrees of separation with all these. Think of how many people we can reach in a.
We got a picture. All right, hold on, real quick. We're gonna pause this real quick. We'll pause this video. All right, we're gonna do an elevator pitch right now to Issa because she's still watching. All right,
we've already done our pitch. She's already all in. We don't have to stop, man. Learn when. What did Kenny Rogers say, Glenn? Know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
I'm not folding them.
Know when to run. We don't have to do anything. We just got to sit here and wait. Just sit here and wait. She heard it. She
knows Learn to take yes for an answer is what you're looking for.
The ball's in your court, Issa.
Absolutely. She knows. It's happening. Glenn, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Quit running down the hill. Learn how to walk.
Hey, we got her. We got her. She's on board. I just had to get that affirmative statement. Now we get now when Issa doesn't do the video, we can go back to this video and be like, yo, you said you would do this documentary. Where is it at?
Jesus, Raphael, Romero, Alfonso, Levante, Christ. When will you learn? When will you learn?
When did Levante come into Christ?
He said Levante.
Okay, Charlie's kids now have to grow up without him. He has a mom tell him. Okay. All right, Billy Ted, I'm gonna bring you up. If you do anything stupid, I will drop you and never let you up again. All right. I don't know who you is. What's going on, Billy? Goodbye, Billy. I gave him an opportunity to speak. He didn't speak, right? Sorry. That was a way too long of a pause. People be doing porn bombing.
Yeah, you way better than me, man. I don't even do all that. But But yeah, man.
All right, Issa said she'll do it. She said she'll do it. She said she'll do it.
100%. Told you we
it's game.
In there like swimwear. I am curious. I am curious to see where Andrew stands with the Chud the Builder thing. I'm gonna go back and watch that video.
Here, I can pull it back up.
Okay.
Let me go back a little bit because I think they're going into questions from the chat.
Yeah, jump in wherever you want. That was a long ass video. What was it, 2 hours or something?
Yeah, it was 2 hours. I'm not watching it all tonight. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I got things to do.
I got to get ready for the studio and start getting things passed on. I got Angry Casper's video too, and I'll send it to you as well. All right.
Yeah, Billy, we didn't hear you, Billy. Like I would say just cam up. Come up and cam up. Probably let you talk a little longer if you cam up, bro. I don't know, man. It's a little suspect.
Tell who's who, and I don't think anybody could tell who's who from this. Like, this is impossible to see, but you can see treats.
Hold on.
You can't retreat when you're in a.
Billy, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, and I didn't want to get porn bombed. You're more than welcome to come back. All right, here we go. His device. All right. What's up, Billy? Okay, Billy.
Man, Charlie Kirk was a good man.
Yes, he was.
If he wouldn't have been assassinated, then he would be still doing podcasts today.
This is true.
And now his kids have to grow up without a father.
And that is horrible.
Yeah, I know. Boy, do I miss him so much.
Thank you for your time, Billy.
Yeah, Billy sounds like a female.
Yep, that was getting a little suspect. I'm sorry.
You knew where that was
It was
going.
just a little too suspect for me, bro.
Headlock and you're getting hit, right? So even if he had the duty to retreat in that scenario, he couldn't have retreated. So the whole issue.
Well, hang on. This
Run that
chatter
back
makes
a little bit more.
Sorry, I don't mean to
Just a little
derail
bit more.
the conversation, but the chatter says dig up, but it's not major, right? This guy's not like a career criminal. He's not a prohibited person from having a firearm, right?
There's an unknown there. It wouldn't, not that he's prohibited from having a firearm, but when we get into the self-defense analysis, Tennessee is a stand your ground state, so you don't have to retreat. But you lose the privilege of stand your ground if you have a felony or qualifying misdemeanor. One open question that I don't think we know the answer to yet is, because he was already having a court problem due to that resisting arrest charge, it's possible that he wasn't allowed to carry the gun because of the conditions of bond in that other court, in which case he might lose the benefit of stand your ground. That doesn't mean that he loses self-defense completely.
Right.
But there could be a little bit of play in the joints.
Because it is in fact the case that even if you are a person who's prohibited from having a firearm, if you use one in self-defense, you still may be able to get off on the charge of self-defense, even if they charge you for having the firearm illegally, correct?
Correct. It's just that you don't get the benefit of stand your ground, which makes it a lot easier to prove self-defense. Because in a place like Tennessee or Florida, where they've got, I know all the.
I don't know. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit because I don't actually understand that. Does stand your ground laws only apply to firearms themselves?
No, they apply to lethal force in general. So the idea of stand your ground laws is in most jurisdictions, if somebody is approaching you with the intent to do you death or seriously bodily injury, and that's true, you could defend yourself with lethal force to prevent them from killing you, which is, I think, common sense. But if you could just leave, right? Like if they're like, I'm gonna stab you, but it's like, well, I'm in my car, I could just drive away.
But that's the duty to retreat, right?
Right. But if you could retreat and you don't, then you lose your self-defense, and if you use deadly force. But in Tennessee, there's no duty to retreat unless you lose that because you were committing a felony.
Then I don't actually understand the gun side of this at all. So even if he was prohibited in carrying a firearm, if he used one in self-defense, why would stand your ground laws not apply to him then? That's what I don't understand.
Because under Tennessee law, you lose your stand your ground privileges, essentially, like it's written into the statute, if you are currently committing a felony or a qualifying misdemeanor. So
so he would be committing the misdemeanor by carrying a firearm he's not supposed to have.
Exactly. Yeah.
I see.
Now, would that really matter in this case? Maybe not.
Well, I mean, it could though, right?
It sure
that
could.
could matter. That could matter a ton if it's the case that now you can't use the stand your ground laws because you're committing a misdemeanor. So you know that negates the defensive claim. That sounds like a pretty nasty loophole, honestly.
That could be very, very bad for him. But on the flip side, let's do a hypothetical. Let's say that Mr. Fox, because according to Chud the Builder, according to his account, you can believe it or not, but according to his account, Mr. Fox ran up to him and said, "I have PTSD," put him in a headlock and started beating on him. Well, even if in a duty to retreat state, you can't retreat when you're in a headlock and you're getting hit, right? So even if he had the duty to retreat in that scenario, he couldn't have retreated. So the whole issue.
Well, hang on. This chatter makes a good point. I'm sorry, I don't mean to derail as we dive into the conversation, but this chatter says, well, wait a second. If you're here illegally, that's a misdemeanor, right? Does that mean that you just don't get stand your ground?
It's a qualifying misdemeanor. They have a list. It's like I think it's like in Tennessee, I think the law says it has to be a type A misdemeanor. So they have a list of misdemeanors that qualify. I don't think immigration status qualifies.
Hey, Glenn, hit pause real quick.
Of course not. So you could not know that you're a prohibited person, and
people need to understand how the legal, like the criminal justice system is a trap and how the trap works. You hear they're talking about all this stuff. Chud, the builder, was out on bond.
Yeah.
Right? He was on bond. Now, we don't know what his bond stipulated.
Yeah, he may not have been allowed to carry a firearm with him on bond.
Exactly. And then he's out here, and here's the thing. If you ever get in trouble and you're out in bond, almost every state has something similar to this. Like if you get into a situation where someone like law enforcement put handcuffs on you again, you just violated that first bond, wherever it was. You're in violation, right? If they put handcuffs on you, bro, you're going back to jail. So, and then they put handcuffs on you for something this violent. That's going to be a problem. And then people talk about like a system, right? Family court. I'll give you a perfect example. You might be a dude who met some chick and y'all was in a relationship and y'all had a baby, right? And then you found out that she's in the country illegally, right? So when they talk about statutes, well, in almost every state, I know in California for sure, in most of the states I looked at, you cannot be awarded, according to the law, you cannot be awarded custody of a child if you are committing an ongoing criminal act, or words to that effect, right? You being in the country illegally is an ongoing criminal act, right?
Yeah.
I brought that shit up in court, and the judges told me to shut up. I'm just reading the statute.
Bond makes a good point here. You can't say somebody violated bond conditions unless you know what they are factually. That's true. Potentially, he may have violated bond by having the gun on him.
Well, not getting into trouble again is almost certainly part of his bond. It realistically could end up in a scenario though where he gets off of self-defense, but then still has to do time on the bond violation for the other thing.
And that might be lesser. Let's play a little bit more of this.
Doesn't qualify to you now, but you definitely are a person who's not even supposed to be here, and it could still qualify for you.
Though in his case, if a judge told him as a condition of your bond you can't carry a gun, he would certainly know. If that's the case. By the way, we don't know that. We don't have court records yet.
Yeah, this guy in Rumble, his name is Rocco. This is what we're trying to figure out, right? He says, but you can use a gun in self-defense even though you aren't allowed to own one, I thought. But in this particular case, that may not be the case, because written into the statute, what Ryan is saying is that if you're in the commission of a misdemeanor, then you don't have the same qualified immunity from stand your ground. And if it was the case that he was prohibited from having a firearm, then he was technically committing a misdemeanor. That's a really fucked up loophole.
It's a pretty bad one. It's a pretty bad one for Mr. Etherly. Now, that said, even without the benefit of stand your ground, he could still have a good self-defense argument. Right? Because stand your ground just says you don't have a duty to retreat. But if he didn't have the option of retreating, the whole issue is irrelevant. Right? And if the guy was, if he was being wrestled to the ground by a lunatic trying to beat his head in, well, you can't retreat. He's wrestling you, right? If I got a UFC fighter on top of me punching my face in, I can't retreat.
Right.
So the issue might be moot. It might not matter. But so I don't know if you want to dive more into the facts, or if you want me to go through the elements of the self-defense claim. So people.
Well, let's start with the clip here from the New York Post, and we'll kind of take it from there. Hang on a second, and I'll pull this up, and then you can kind of build off of it. So for those of you just tuning in, I invited Ryan on. As you know, Ryan's an attorney. I actually invited him on the program to walk us through the legalities of this Chud the Builder case. As I see it everywhere, and there's been a lot of chat requests that there be a full breakdown. So that's what we're here doing this fine evening. Give me just a second, and I will pull this up.
There'll be a good pause pretty short in, because they're going to show a video of the fight, but it's really hard to see, so we might want to pause and talk about it for a second.
Sure. 1 sec. For some reason, I'm having some trouble getting it to go full screen. I'm not sure why that's happening. Give me just a minute here.
All good. But yeah, if you guys have been following this, there's one of the things that's been happening. Okay, I'll stop filibustering.
Yeah, no, you're good. All right. So here's the video. This is from Clarksville, Tennessee. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I don't pay for premium.
You're not ready.
Oh.
Viral video circulating online.
So you see, that's them. Now, I can't tell who's who, and I don't think anybody could tell who's who from this. This is impossible to see. But you can see that they're wrestling. They're going to the ground and wrestling in this clip. So
yeah, and it's also very blurry.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is the case that in the year 2026, everything still in the court system looks like a Rodney King video, where it's grainy and blurry. You can't really tell what's going on. It's very frustrating to me.
It is
and
true.
I know that has a lot to do with budget. That these guys are often using equipment from 10, 15 years ago. If it works, don't do anything with it, right?
Remember that investigator said on the stand that you can see it appears that Chud fired before they went to the ground. So remember, I don't know if you guys saw that, but
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I did see that. That
the investigator said that it appears, that he fired multiple shots before they went to the ground. So again, like that staying your ground stuff, man, is getting real weak.
Yeah.
Basically CCTV events.
Online reports to show the chaotic aftermath of a racist streamer.
So if you see right there, like you can see the police breaking up now, but this is why I was saying I'm not sure Judy's retreat's going to matter, because like in that scenario, how the hell are you retreating? Like,
you can't. There's no way.
Right. So if he pulled a gun, if it's the case that he pulled the gun while they were wrestling, then I don't think duty to retreat's going to matter, because you can't retreat when somebody's grappling you.
But how does this relate again to the fact that if it's the case that this guy was in the commission already of a misdemeanor, so the stand your ground doesn't apply to him. So even if he's in the confrontation, he can't retreat. Maybe he can have some other self-defense, but he may not be able to utilize stand your ground still, correct?
Exactly.
Usually, sometimes they have really good questions. So we'll keep going through this here.
Shooting a black man.
Now, this is just pure chaos, and I'm sure that you could go frame by frame to try to analyze it. But I'm told that there's different angles of this that may be coming out soon. Have you heard that?
Yeah, and some people are reporting that there's a video that has audio and shows when a shell casing hit the ground. So there's all kinds of evidence that people are speculating about right now. I'm not 100% sure what they have and don't have, because we just haven't gone to trial yet.
Gotcha.
Hold
Okay.
on.
And there's a lot of questions that you guys
How
even
come
have.
he doesn't want to
kind of
talk
jumping around
about
a little
that
bit
part?
because there's many of you
What
are
if
more familiar
Chud
with the case than
fired
others.
first? What if Chud did fire first? Like, he doesn't seem to want to talk about
I think he doesn't want to talk about something that is not verified. So it's speculated. But
we're talking about someone. This was the investigator under oath in court testified that was the case.
Yeah, I think
Why wouldn't you bring that up?
He's also speculating on this.
Yeah, I think the video is probably done before the trial took place, or like
my guess would be he's a defense attorney, so he's going to come at it from the pro Chud standpoint.
Facts.
All right, this was 13 days ago. So this video came out 13 days ago. So 2 weeks ago. I don't know what has been going on in Chud's case the last 13 days. If this video was before all this information came out or afterwards.
I came home on the 9th, and I saw that video of the process of the hearing where the investigator under oath made that statement. So
okay, well then it might be in here. I don't know.
This is just an analysis. We're not making any moral claims of who's right, wrong, indifferent, anything like that. So just an analysis of the facts as we know them, and it's an analysis of the legalities that are involved in this.
Outside a Tennessee courthouse, streamer Chud the Builder, whose real name is Dalton Etherly, shot the unidentified man during a scuffle on May 13th outside of the courthouse in Clarksville, according to the DA, who said Chud also accidentally shot himself during the confrontation. The 28-year-old.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I didn't want to look at it.
And say,
it's real nice to be able to pull up the Rumble chatters, even though they're really.
You need to use Brave.
Frame by frame to try claims of who's right, wrong, indifferent, anything like that.
Identified man during a scuffle on May 13th outside of the courthouse in Clarksville, according to the DA, who said Chud also accidentally shot himself during the confrontation. The 28-year-old has amassed an online.
Now, real quick, diving into that, are you familiar with the accident? He accidentally shot himself.
Yes, and this is there's another great law tuber called Andrew Branca, who's an expert in self-defense. So I want to give him credit for this point because it's a really good one. His point was, if you shoot yourself, and he shot himself in his left arm, right? If you imagine you're trying to draw your firearm and you accidentally shoot yourself in the arm, how could that possibly happen? Well, one way that could happen that's very plausible is that you're in a headlock. You're getting wrestled and you're trying to shoot a guy who's grappling you and you accidentally hit yourself while you're hitting him. So Branca's point, which I think is fair, is that the fact that he shot himself implies a likelihood that at least some of the shots were fired in that during the course of that wrestling match.
Right. Now, this guy, some of the things that may come up during the trial that are kind of obvious to me is the fact that this dude is not a small guy and he seems like he's in fairly decent shape, right? And so the justification for pulling the gun, obviously that's going to come up, right?
Yeah, it's going to come up, and there's going to be a question as to whether or not lethal force is proportional, especially because nobody suggested that Mr. Fox was armed. Now,
proportional.
Unarmed combat can be lethal, right? Like back to my example, if an MMA fighter has me pinned on the ground and is beating my face in,
Yeah,
that's
this is
lethal
one of
force.
the
my
worst
understanding
legal
actually is that more
precedents in
people
our country,
take
in my
hands and feet than
mind.
they are rifles
Yeah.
in the United States. That's how much more common it is to die from hand-to-hand combat than it is to die from even a long arm, right?
Yeah, but this is, and I think that's right. And this is why it's going to be a cultural war point, though. If you remember the Carmelo Anthony case, in that case, Metcalf gave Carmelo Anthony a shove, and Carmelo Anthony stabbed him. That's disproportionate. A shove is not lethal force, and it doesn't justify a stab. Now, if all that happened here was a shove, and then Dalton pulls out his gun and shoots him, he's going to lose. He's going to lose. On the flip side, if the guy grabbed him and is beating his face in, and then Dalton pulls out his gun and shoots him, he has a much better self-defense argument. And don't get people don't get angry. I'm trying to give you unbiased legal analysis here. I'm not picking a side. I want to give you good facts. So hopefully, if you get triggered by that,
I see what's going on here. This lawyer,
well, now, a little bit of
this lawyer's trying to
me
appease
here.
the crowd. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to give him the real. He's trying to appease the crowd. He's probably assuming that there's a lot of pro Chud guys in that chat. Maybe it is. I don't know. But this lawyer isn't really. He's not really trying to give him the truth, and that sucks. You know what I mean?
I think he's trying to give him the
he's
best.
Trying to give
answer.
a pro Chud. He's trying to give a pro Chud answer. Is what he's trying to do. That's how
Well,
I see it. I could be wrong.
I think he's trying to like not. I think about this because let's say he's not working on a officially capacity. Could Chud then sue him for poisoning the well by going on such a podcast like Andrew's and saying that he's guilty, and then that changes? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think he's trying
If he did,
yeah, I think
if he said he was guilty and then he got acquitted, he could sue him for that.
Yeah, I think he's trying to walk.
But
a
he's
fine
not
line.
really.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he said. I think he's trying to walk a fine line so he doesn't have to worry about any lawsuits afterwards.
I think he's trying to walk a fine line because he doesn't want to piss off Andrew's viewers. He doesn't want to piss off the Rumble things. That's like if I went to the Shade Room and they asked me about Carmelo Anthony, and I'm like, yeah, Carmelo was wrong for what he did. Yeah, he should be locked up for what he did. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like there was major failure there. The Shade Room is not going to want to hear that shit. Their audience is not going to want to hear that shit, right? And then therefore, I'm not going to.
You're saying that so he's tailoring his answers for the audience, so you don't think he's being as truthful or forthcoming with the information as possible?
I think he's doing his best to do that. I think he's going to dance away from anything that really makes Chud look like blatantly guilty, and he's going to try to hover in that space where Chud looks like he has a defense for standing your ground, self-defense, and he was wrong. Like he's saying, oh, how can you shoot yourself unless someone is like tangling your arms up? It's like, well, Chud shot himself because he's not properly trained with a firearm, and people don't understand. Like if you've ever been in a fight and you wrestled, shit's everywhere. Now add to the mix, you got a weapon and you're pulling the trigger. You don't know where them rounds are going. Like if you don't get training on how to get distance from your target, even close in like that, and keep that weapon stable and on away from you, that comes with training and a lot of practice. Chud doesn't have any of that. That's
It's funny. He's currently the lawyer.
Well, maybe he was in the headlock.
The lawyer is currently live right now. He's discussing the Charlie Kirk case.
Yeah,
but
he's probably got a whole bunch of new viewers because those like, oh, he's base guys. Yeah, he's all about Chud, man. He's a base lawyer.
He only has 113 watching him right now.
Just saying, maybe last time you went live, you had 4.
That's true. Hold on. Let's see. Ghost says.
By the way, I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at him.
Ghost says go to 1 hour, 31 minutes, 3 seconds. All right.
There you go. Make it happen. Appreciate that, Ghost. And I'm gonna have to break contact here probably in about 20 minutes or so. I got to do a couple things and then
I'm gonna have to go to bed here soon. So
yeah.
All right.
Dennison, man, it's always a pleasure, man, to be on the panel with you, man. You cool people. I saw you when you got mad once, and I was like, damn. I jumped off the panel, but I kept watching. I was like, damn. And he wouldn't let you talk.
Dennison does get mad sometimes. Sometimes he gets mad at me, but
barely.
But he's always fair.
Have a man who was attacked and he responded with force, lethal force. That's unquestioned.
Here it is.
That's in the video.
Oh shit!
He was attacked first. He was approached.
Testimony.
After he walked away. There's no legal provocation.
Listen here.
This is
Chud's
opening.
attorney. That's Chud's attorney. This is a motion.
Let me go back.
And Chud said
This
no.
is a hearing from,
or at least that's what
this
he's
is a
representing.
hearing.
Struck by somebody who's a self-proclaimed combat veteran who says he was having a PTSD episode. That's for a jury to decide, but there is a strong self-defense here. Proportionality is going to be a question for the jury to decide. But we have unquestionably, we have a man who was attacked and he responded with force, lethal force. That's unquestioned. That's in the video. But he was attacked first. He was approached after he walked away. There's no legal provocation that justifies Mr. Fox's behavior.
That would be another key fact. If let's say they had a conversation and then Dalton walked away, even if you provoked the fight, if you de-escalate and you say, I'm not fighting you, and you walk away, the fight's over. Even if you say something offensive and you go, I'm so sorry, I'm walking away, I'm not going to fight you. If they then escalate, even though you're de-escalating, that's like a separate fight. That's a separate analysis. So if he did that, if he actually de-escalated and walked away, that would greatly strengthen his self-defense argument.
All witness accounts say that too.
We do have someone ready to go. You're just telling me what we need to do.
All right. So we'll leave it there. We'll take a second here to pull up.
Hold on, they
the
left
next
it
thing.
there.
So
The-
before we do, let's get your
The
analysis so
state
far.
brought
on
that
just what you've
prosecutor
seen.
to talk about Chud firing first. I can't believe they didn't show that. Wow, same hearing. They brought the prosecutor. I'm sorry, the investigator. Correction. The prosecutor
hold on.
brought the
They
investigator
got-
to the stand.
All right, hold on.
Is it more? Because I'm like, they're not showing it.
Yeah. There's more. Hold on. Let me go to it.
And that's why his bond was revoked. That and the
Well,
fact that
this
he
has
was
been out
already
there for a
out.
while, and we're just kind of playing case catch up here. What you're about to see is apparently the initial questioning of Chud the Builder post arrest.
Yeah, I think he was talking to his stream because this is pumped up fun. So this is his stream when he was being cared for by the paramedics.
Correct.
Walk away from me. I walked away from him. Walked past him. He's sitting on the corner. I walked up to him because they're pointing at me. They're laughing. They're pointing at me, and I said, "What's up, guys? How y'all doing?" I said, "Y'all like the new suit?" He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that chimp out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you."
Now, can we pause? Now, this is Chud talking. So
correct.
Take it with a grain of salt, right? Obviously, he's biased. But if what he said is true, then the following happened. He was walking to his court appointment.
Imagine with me that you can edit professional, high-quality video all on a simple web browser. Well, with the
These people saw him and recognized him because he's a famous streamer. And they started saying stuff to him. He walked over and said, "Do you like the suit?" They said, "Don't say that racist stuff to me," because they know him. They know this kind of stuff. "Don't say chimp out to me." He goes to leave. The guy says, "I have PTSD," and grabs him. Now, if that's true, his self-defense argument is fantastic. Like that's a wonderful self-defense argument. Is it true? We don't know, but his account is certainly consistent with a self-defense argument.
Justin asked, do either of you think Chud will receive a fair trial in the time where Derek Chauvin and other officers were punished because biased jurors were allowed? It doesn't even look to me like he's even receiving fair treatment now with the excessive amount of bail that was put on him and the immediate well poisoning which has been allowed. It already doesn't seem like it's fair to me.
I think the big question is going to be whether or not he is canny in the way that he fundraises and pays for his legal defense. Because yeah, there's going to be well poisoning. Yeah, the judge put this big bail on him, but if he uses his notoriety to get a good legal team, he can fight back against this effectively. What he can't do is what happened with Carmelo Anthony. From what I've learned about that case, it seems like the family got taken in by kind of a spokesperson who may have misdirected their resources and may have misdirected their attention, and they were more focused on kind of stuff outside the trial instead of the trial itself. He needs real good defense counsel. He needs real good. He needs to do the OJ thing and bring in some all-star heavy hitters. So hopefully,
I feel like he didn't actually say if he thought he was going to receive a fair trial there, Ryan. You say that sounded like some very lawyering to get out of answering the actual question, which was asked. Ryan, is he going to get a fair trial? Do you think or not?
I think he will have the opportunity for a fair trial.
You're fired, Ryan.
Yeah.
You're fired.
No, I think you know the point I'm making here, right? Like if you roll into this thing with a public defender, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
that's the truth. And I don't know his lawyer, so I'm not putting anything on that guy. He
Man, you see what I mean?
But hopefully he
Yeah,
is using
his
his
lawyer
fundraising
is walking a
platform.
fine line because he doesn't want to upset that audience, Andrew and his audience. Will he get a fair trial? As fair as anybody else. Where y'all think we at right now as American, right? You know this. Well, you know it doesn't matter what kind of person he appears to be. That has no bearing on the case. Bullshit. It has 100% bearing on the case. If the court likes you, cool. If they don't, bro, you getting stroked. Right? That's just how it is.
I think like, you know, with this case, like just like every other case, I rather always wait like to the end until like we get to see all the evidence, hear all the testimony, before rendering a judgment.
Yeah.
I think ending of anyone's life, you know, there should be a very high standard in order to be able to get away with that. Like, you shouldn't be able to get off scot-free for taking someone's life. Now, it has to be extraordinary circumstances. You could prove that your life was in danger, things like that. Now, if the guy did get him in a headlock and was pummeling on him and Chud shot him, I think that's legit. You know?
But if Chud fired on the guy before the guy was even able to close distance,
that's a
Chud might
different
have-
story. That's a completely different story. You know? And I think that would be that would go to something else. That'll be like manslaughter or
something else. And I think that Chud,
Yeah.
a lot of people like, you think dude's lying? I think Chud is telling his lawyer what he remembered. Things happen fast. This is a guy who's not used to this sort of thing. Chud the Builder's probably never been in a real fight. Now he's in a situation where he might, in his mind, he's fighting for his life or whatever. So he's thinking like, yeah, the guy did this and the guy did that and it was this and that. And then you look at the video, the lawyer like, okay, well, we're looking at this video. And I'm just making this up, guys. I'm not saying it's the case, but if you're looking at a video where like it clearly shows that you discharged your weapon before he even got to you, which means you had your weapon in your hand before he even came at you. Like, dude. And it's like, and I don't think Chud is lying. I just think he remembers it that way. It's funny, what you think you recollect, what you recall.
Yeah.
And then they show you the video and you're like, oh shit, I didn't, damn. Okay. Right? You're like, damn.
Yeah, anytime I have to look back at somebody showing like, oh no, bro, you knocked that dude out. I'm like, I thought he punched me first. No, you punched him first. Like,
oopsie.
Shouldn't have been there. My bad. He shouldn't have been there. All right, you guys. I'm about to wrap it up. It hit 6 hours. I appreciate all you guys for tuning in. Then DL, thank you guys for coming on up. I'm gonna wrap this space up like a condom. And you ladies that are watching, if you want to be the best wife, all you gotta do is follow 3 easy steps.
This is the Good Wife's Guide to help you, young wives, be a great wife for your husband. Step 1, cleaning. That's right. It's always pleasant to come home to a clean house. So ladies, make sure that you are in your proper cleaning clothes and cleaning the house for when your husband gets home, he can see that you have kept the home tidy for him. And always let him catch you cleaning, especially in that outfit. It makes him so full of joy. Next up, cooking. That's right, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Make sure that his dinner is ready when he comes home. And don't forget to wear that little outfit you're supposed to wear when you're cooking your man a meal. You know the one. And finally, bedtime. When you're going to bed, ladies, make sure you put on one of those sexy little nighties to entice your husband and let him know that right now is the time for him to enjoy the youth of his wife, right before he goes to dreamland, where he could dream all about it all over again. And that concludes the Good Wife's Guide. That's it, ladies. If you just follow those 3 simple steps, you will have the most.
This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video.